Interlude. Beyond the Pale. The prisoner sat upright now. He'd forgotten about the insouciant act he'd been putting on. He didn't feel like a prisoner being interrogated. If anything, it felt like the other way around. He didn't understand any of it, not at all. But if he just sat and listened, things would become clear. He didn't just feel that, he knew it somehow. When the Celestin halted his story, the man found himself impatient to hear what happened next. Instead of continuing, the Celestin sighed and let his eyes settle on the tabletop between them. "I'd like to hear more," the man said, though he sensed what came next would be difficult. It was so strange, the Celestin muttered, half to himself. I think Jax knew things were going to go wrong. I mean, it had been almost 2 years since Order 66. He'd become pretty much convinced that he was the last Jedi in the entire universe, and then 2 new ones suddenly show up right in front of him. "You always heard stories about Jedi who survived the Purge," the man said. "I never really took them seriously. I thought they were just stories." The Celestin stared at him, just stared. The man awkwardly looked away. But to new Jedi, he cleared his throat. "I'd have thought your friend would be overjoyed. I thought he would be too, but he wasn't. Maybe he got some presentiment through the Force. Or maybe he was just shocked. He'd gotten used to thinking of himself as the last Jedi. He'd even taken it on himself to try and train new ones. And now here were 2 more, a Padawan and a full-blown master. It must have really jarred the image of himself he carried in his head. From what you say about him, Jax Pavan didn't seem like a man to get wrapped up in his own ego. That wasn't what I meant. It was just strange for him, I think. If it were me back then, and 2 Jedi showed up in, I'd be weirded out too. And a little suspicious. Suspicious why? Too good to be true. The Celestin's wide mouth creased in a slight smile. "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You sound like a sensible one." The Celestin stared at him again with those damned black eyes. Then he blinked and looked down at the tabletop. "Anyway, that's when things started to spin out of control for us. Those 2 Jedi. You sound like you wish you'd never met them." "That's not true," the Celestin said, though he thought he heard hesitation in that voice. The Celestin amended. "I'd only ever met 2 Jedi before. First was Barriss Offee, who was pretty much everything they said Jedi were supposed to be, pure and heroic and all that. Then I met Jax, and, well, despite some petty misgivings on my part, Jax ended up being a great friend. He was a hero too. But these other 2. Honestly, the other 2 couldn't have been more different from each other. Scout was a kid, not a Jedi like Jax or Barriss, and you could tell just from looking at her that she'd been through hell just finding us. The other one, A'Sharad Hett, he was a big scary-looking human, and you could tell that he'd been through multiple flavors of hell. More than Scout, more than Jax even. You were scared of a Jedi Master. I wasn't scared. I was just wary. I knew he was different from all the other Jedi I'd met before. I've heard the Jedi have this thing called the dark side of the Force, the man said, though he couldn't remember who told him that. Did you think Hett was dark? Did Jax? I don't know. The Celestin shook his head. I don't think Jax thought he was dark. I didn't either, not really. Jax just thought he was. Well, like I said, Hett had been through special kinds of hell none of us knew anything about. And he was a master, so I think Jax looked on him with respect more than anything. Okay, the man said, enough about what you guys felt. What actually happened? The Celestin lifted his eyes. Are you that curious to find out? He didn't know why, but he was. He nodded. Okay, the Celestin breathed. Well, like I said, we were about to get swept up in something much bigger than anything we'd known before. There was a whole war against the Empire waging beyond Whiplash, and when we went to that meeting I'd braced myself for something big and crazy. What we got was big and crazy, but not in the way we'd expected and certainly not that we'd wanted. Part 2. Prakith and Cerulean. Kingdom of Loss. Chapter 9. When I heard we were hooking up with Sign and Slake, I was a little confused as to what they meant. Slake was a hardcore pro-Republic militia leader, Sign used to be a Jedi-hating separatist. Of course, before the Empire came along, Jax was a Jedi, I was a journalist, I5 was I5, Sasha was a pod racer, and Magash was one of those Dathomiri wish things. So I probably shouldn't have been confused by the sight of strange bedfellows. Valediction's white dagger dropped out of hyperspace and into orbit over Ord Merit. The deep blues, greens, and whites of the planet shifted slowly beneath. A ring of vessels drifted in lower orbit, mostly cargo haulers and star galleons, with a few light military vessels added to the mix, including 2 Carrack-class cruisers and 1 Acclamator-class carrier. None of them gave any initial reaction to Valediction's arrival. Standing on the Star Destroyer's bridge, Jervith Sign waited for someone to hail them. It took almost a full minute for the supply depot on the planet's surface to call them directly. Even after the attack on N'Zoth, the Empire was still sloppy. Sign hovered within earshot of the communication station as Wells, one of the handful of clone commandos who defected after Valediction's capture, spoke with the controller on Ord Merit. The clones were eminently useful in situations like this. They were a familiar presence to any Imperial functionary and lulled them into a false sense of security. Upon request, Wells transmitted the identification codes for the Star Destroyer Pride of Raltiire. They'd recovered the ship's codes the same way they'd gotten javelins, by bribing an agent at the Imp shipyards at Bilbringi. After the fiasco at N'Zoth, it was very likely the Empire had changed up codes on all ships. Whether they had or hadn't didn't matter much this time around. Sign was just hoping for a little edge in the coming fight. A Voltan settled beside Sign. He crossed his arms over his chest and said in a low voice, now to see if the Imperials are really stupid enough to fall for the same trick twice. His tone implied that they wouldn't be. With typical caution, a Voltan had advised against using Raltiire's codes to try to sneak close to the supply depot. He'd advised against striking the Empire at all until some sort of alliance could be finalized with the Whiplash organization, but Sign and Slake had overruled him. They'd both agreed that it was best to strike the Imperial fast after their success at N'Zoth, before they had a chance to regroup and adjust tactics. Wells pressed his earpiece with one hand as he shifted to look at a Voltan and Sign. Sirs, planet control is telling us to hold in outer orbit while they prepare to service us. Sign glanced at a Voltan. What do you think? I think they're calling for backup. Any outbound signals? Sign asked Wells. None we spotted, madam. Make sure they don't send any. She turned to the rest of the bridge. Raise a jamming field. Guns, prepare a firing solution on the planetary base. Engines, drop us into closer range. A chorus of assents bounces across the deck. She looked back at a Voltan and said, I think we might as well call in backup. Agreed. A Voltan sounded a little relieved. He moved over to the comm station and gave orders to one of the other lieutenants. Sign stalked toward the front of the bridge. The broad viewports combined with the recessed crew pits to provide an unmistakable sense of power. It was like the entire command deck had been designed to fulfill the very imperial vanity of its captain. From her position high above the planet, she could see the drab browns of a hemisphere in winter and the cluster of angular gray patches that marked Ord Merit's planetary supply depot. She saw, just barely, a blue flicker of light pass over the space. They've raised planetary shields, someone reported. Just as she thought. She turned around and said, Weapons, begin planetary bombardment. Madam, said the chief gunner, with that shield up we won't be able to damage their facilities. We're keeping them on their toes, Lieutenant. Track the incoming hostile capital ships and prepare a defensive firing pattern. She paced over to a Voltan and Wells and asked, Is the jamming field online? Yes, madam, Wells nodded. We sent the signal to Leveler as well. Very good. She shifted her attention to a Voltan. From the corner of her eye, she saw green lances of supercharged plasma fall into Ord Merit's atmosphere. Madam, a Voltan lowered his voice. How long do you plan to keep up the attack here? Until we inflict sufficient damage, she said. They didn't get an emergency signal out. That we know of. Madam, I suggest prioritizing a few select targets and Leveler has arrived in system, the tactical officer reported. Freedom Song has arrived. Ploriad Botkin, Scarlet Thranta, White Wings, Black Dancer, Fat Bastard. They're all here, sirs. Very good. Sign nodded. Wells, get me a line to Freedom Song. 1 second, madam. 1 second was all it took. Sign and a Voltan both leaned over Wells' shoulder as a flickering blue holographic miniature of Zosrider Slake appeared on the clone's console. Looks like they got the planetary shields up, Slake said. He still sounded quite pleased. It appears our ID codes are no longer up to date, Sign admitting. However, we believe we've jammed their distress signal. Well, good enough. Slake crossed thick arms over his chest. If you want to keep pounding the planet, we'll get those cruisers off your back. Please do. We'll send down some birds to check out the planet and see if they can poke a hole in those ground shields. We greatly appreciate that. I thought you would. Slake out. The holo flickered off. Sign glanced at Wells and said, "Call Captain Madras. Tell him to take Leveler into low orbit and continue bombardment of the planet. If Slake can't drop those shields, I want to vaporize the supply depot in 2 minutes." Wells quickly took up the task. Sign stepped away from the comp station. A Voltan followed. Leaning over her, he said, "We shouldn't get too deep into the planet's gravity well. If reinforcements do show up, we don't want to get pinned down." She gave a sharp sigh and said, "Captain of Voltan, I might remind you that my daughter is aboard this ship. I'm not risking her life unnecessarily, or anyone else's." A Voltan simply nodded and said nothing more. He knew when to be quiet. This was the first time she'd taken Jadesi into battle. With Slake bringing his whole fleet into this fight, there was no other place for her to be. The infant was being watched over by Sajan and the doctors in Valediction's medical wing, which was probably the safest place in the whole flotilla. Nonetheless, the baby's presence lingered in the back of her mind, as did A'Sharad's notable absence. Either of those two things could have driven her to dangerous distraction, but she'd learned long ago how to focus her attention in critical situations. The Bavanyar Defense Fleet hadn't had much of a navy, but her father had brought her on missions aboard his ships since she was barely a teenager. He drilled into her methods and protocol until they'd become a part of her mental muscle memory, even if the only actual combat she'd seen before the Clone Wars had been one punitive action against a group of pirates. She focused her attention on the tactical holo and let everything seep into her awareness. The two captured Imperial's vessel slipping into lower orbit, Slake's carrier disgorging his motley collection of starfighters, Freedom Song tackling both Carrack cruisers at once, Ploriad Botkin and the gunships White Wings and Black Dancer driving back the assault carrier, while the civilian supply ships tried to pull away to the far side of the planet. 2 full squadrons of starfighters gave them chase, and Sign knew the civilian ships wouldn't last long. She tried to remember if she'd ever felt compunction about destroying unarmed ships, even if they did belong to the enemy. She couldn't remember, maybe before the Clone Wars, before her father had been killed. As she'd told A'Sharad once, they weren't going to win the war by being merciful. As it was, the sight of the first Imperial marker on the tactical holo blinking out filled her with pride. Because her attention was drawn to the fleeing civilian ships, she was taken aback when a Voltan reported White Wings had been destroyed. The gunship had been small, with a crew of just 50, but every loss hurt their operation. Sign quickly had Wells summon Slake. When the captain's blue holo reappeared on the console, she asked, "What's the status of your ships?" "We're holding our ground. That assault carrier packs a punch." Slake sounded unusually tense. "So does ours. I'll redirect Madras." "We'd appreciate that." "Did your fighter team reach the planet?" "They've just located the shield generator. I told them to try and effect a bombing run immediately." "Very good. Leveler is on her way." After he shut off the holo, Wells didn't have to be told what to do next. Neither did Madras. The captain had been monitoring the rest of the fight from Leveler's bridge and seemed eager to try out his new vessel in ship-to-ship combat. Sign and a Voltan watched on the tactical holo as Leveler pulled out of lower orbit and began to engage the other assault carrier, with a slow broadside pass. With Poriad Bodkin and Black Dancer attacking his other side and a squadron of fighters from Leveler joining the fight, the enemy carrier was being squeezed so hard it was on the verge of popping. Before it did, the tactical officer reported that Slake starfighters had managed to bring down the shield generator on the planet. A cheer went up over the bridge, and Sign gave a Voltan a slight nod. The captain called for everyone to calm down, and told the gunnery station to double current rate of fire on the planet below. A Voltan looked visibly relieved as their destroyer began to pound the unprotected target below. Standing next to Sign, he said, "I had tactical run through some calculations. It should take 7 minutes of constant orbital bombardment to completely destroy the supply depot. Then we hold for 7 minutes and pull out." It was clearly the answer Voltan had been hoping for, but he asked, "What about the remaining ships?" Sign glanced toward the tactical holo. The carrier shields were failing. Freedom Song had already destroyed one Carrack cruiser, and the other was trying to flee. "Any survivors will tell stories of our victory today," she said. "However, I don't expect many." A Voltan glanced out the viewport at the rain of green turbolaser energy stabbing down at the planet. "I imagine we'll get more airtime on this attack." Airtime. She raised an eyebrow. The Imperial propaganda networks. Bavanyar was too much of an embarrassment. Inzoth was a classified installation. Ord Merit, though, is just a supply depot with poor defenses. I'm sure they'll spin quite a story about what villains we are, killing so many helpless civilian contractors. "They are not helpless," Sign said firmly. "And if the Empire calls me a villain, I'll be happy to take up the mantle." A Voltan nodded. He clearly expected that reply. The rest of the battle went surprisingly smoothly. The enemy assault carrier was battered until it began to fall downward to the planet. She began firing out escape pods, which Sign ordered to be left alone. The remaining Carrack cruiser was destroyed outright, as were a half-dozen more supply ships in orbit. After about 6 minutes of orbital bombardment, the tactical officer reported that 2 Venator-class star destroyers had just arrived in outer orbit. "Time to fall back," Sign said. "Guns, you've done your job. Cease firing. Engines, full sublight. Prep hyperdrives." She had Wells patch and a quick call to Slate. The captain's little holo seemed to bounce gleefully as he said, "I'd say we'll make Palps pretty mad. I'm pleased with how this one went. Can you get your ships to hyperspace before those destroyers arrive?" "Won't be a problem. Are your ships safe?" "They will be. Thank you for your help, Captain." Always happy for a chance to smack Palps in the backside. Or punch him in the face. Same difference. Freedom Song out. Sign stepped away from the communications console and watched the forward viewport as Ord Merit fell away. Stars and scattered engine flares filled her vision. She watched as one flashed into lightheaded, then another and another. She saw Freedom Song jump, followed by Leveler. Then, finally, the stars stretched into infinity, and valediction made her triumphant fall back into hyperspace. She noticed a Voltan standing behind her. The old captain said, "That's 2 bloody noses we've given them in the course of a week. Any time now, they'll punch back." "What are you suggesting, Andriene?" she said stiffly. "We hold back from now on." "No, but we need to admit we've been lucky so far." Her father had said that luck was what weak beings used to excuse failure. For a long time, she believed him, but the past few years had thrown most of her old beliefs into confusion. "If A'Sharad comes through, we won't just have luck on our side," she reminded him. "No," the Voltan admitted. "We'll have a big target on our backs as well." She didn't want to hear any more of a Voltan's pessimism, expected as it was. She stepped briskly off the bridge and went down to see her daughter. Octavian Grant had just returned to his office on Farstein Station after a conference with the sector's planetary commissioners when he noticed the message he'd received. It had come in on his private encrypted channel and was marked of highest importance. Grant sat down behind his carved wood desk before bringing the message up on his datapad. It was from one of his paid informers on Annexus, and the contents were terse and simple. Jiravith sign, and Zosritter Slake had just destroyed the supply depot on Ord Mirror with minimal losses to themselves. It was what he'd been waiting for. He was only surprised that it had happened so soon. Now that it had, he knew he had to move quickly. He immediately called the landing bay and told them to prepare a hyperspace-capable shuttle. Next, he gathered all of his material on the circumstances in the Tarkus system asteroid belt. Finally, he commented Captain Griff on Majesty. The young man, shrunken to blue holo image, snapped a smart salute. Captain Griff reported as ordered, Admiral. Grant looked down on the holo with his hands clasped behind a stiff back. Captain, unexpected circumstances have arisen. I am being called back to the Corps on urgent fleet business. I see, sir. Griff just nodded acceptance. Captain, I am going to leave affairs at Farstein Station in your command until my return. You are to report directly to Moff Tarkin during my absence. Is that understood? Griff still didn't miss a beat. Yes, sir. Excellent. Do you have any questions, Captain? Griff hesitated for a fraction of a second. Admiral, do you know how long you will be gone? A very long time, he hoped. That is undetermined. If my presence is required in the Corps for an extended period, I'm sure Naval Command will assign a proper replacement to this sector. Of course, sir. All in all, Griff was probably the best man to handle the sudden responsibility. Grant would be sure to follow his performance closely, no matter what he ended up doing in the Corps. He raised one hand and snapped a salute to meet Griff's. Until we meet again, Captain. Admiral Grant out. He shut off the holo with his other hands and let his body slacken. He turned to see Farstein's glowing brown mass turning slowly beneath him and wondered if he would ever see it again. He hoped not. Grant was not a man to indulge in sentiment, but he did take a moment to run his fingers over the curves of his desk. He would have it sent to him wherever he ended up. He took his hand off the desk, gathered his things, and marched out of his office without looking back. 10 minutes later, his shuttle took flight, and 3 minutes after that it jumped to hyperspace, taking Octavian Grant back where he belonged. Jervith Sign knew most people considered her cold. That had been the case since she was a child, raised by a father who, even then, expected her to follow his footsteps and defend the people of Bavanire. She didn't mind being seen as unfeeling. It even had its advantages. It wasn't true, of course. When she held Jadesi in her arms, she felt like her entire being was going to melt away into nothing. It was incredible how one tiny body, warm and weak, could dissolve her will and steal her thoughts with one look from its tiny squinting eyes. After the battle, she'd gone down to the medical wing to retrieve her child. She'd allowed Sajjan to carry Jadesi through the corridors, back to the captain's quarters, but she insisted on taking the baby through the threshold. Sajjan had bid her farewell with a tight, almost amused smile on her face, and when the door slid shut, Jervith Sign was alone with her infant daughter. She carried the child to the sofa and sat down, still cradling her against her chest. As she looked into Jadesi's eyes, her thoughts went back to her father, who'd also had a reputation for being cold, but whose eyes so often went soft and a little wet when he looked at his own daughter. She knew A'Sharad was worried that he was walking in the path of his own father. Like Gregor Sign, A'Sharad Hett had fought bravely for his child and for his people, only to lose his life and leave the child an orphan. Sign didn't believe history repeated itself, but she'd become afraid that it could. A'Sharad was rubbing off on her. After a minute or 10 and staring down at Jadesi, enraptured by her little eyes and gummy mouth and pink, grasping little fingers, her private communications array sounded. A message had come, triple encrypted. Only one person could be the sender. Sign remained seated with Jadesi and picked up the comm array's remote control. After inputting her code, the blue hollow image of A'Sharad Hett appeared over the room's central table. Hello, A'Sharad, she smiled slightly. It's good to see both of you, Hett nodded. Is the battle finished? It was a great success. We gave Palpatine another bloody nose. Or a swat on the backside, if you'd prefer. Glad to hear it. Hett crossed his arms over his chest. Jervith, I'm on Metellus. I've made contact with the Whiplash representatives. Have you told Slake about this? Not yet. A'Sharad, what is it? Things didn't go as expected. She didn't understand what Hett meant. He didn't seem physically harmed. What happened? Whiplash sent a group. Their leader is a Jedi. That's wonderful news, Sign said, and meant it. While we were meeting, another Jedi joined us. Well, a Padawan. I never imagined Metellus as a hotspot for Force users. She followed me. I'd met her before, at Pavan. She was with Master Altis. That was a name Sign hadn't heard spoken aloud in months. In the beginning, immediately after Pavan, Sign and Slake had stayed in contact with the old rogue Jedi Master. They needed places to scatter nearly 1 million Pavanari refugees, and Altis had helped them find out-of-the-way planets on the edge of or even outside Imperial space. In particular, he had directed them toward the Dornians, who were still resisting Imperial expansion and had been happy to take several 100,000 refugees, many of them fit for fighting. A few months ago, communications with Altis had abruptly stopped. None of their intel sources reported the Jedi Master captured, but that didn't mean anything. Slowly, quietly, Sign had accepted that Altis was gone for good, though she didn't think Hett had rid himself of all hope. Hett continued, this Padawan, Scout, says Master Altis has been captured. So have 2 others, including Kina Ha, the old Kaminoan I told you about. I remember them. Sign nodded. Jaravith, she wants us to help rescue them? She could hear it in his voice. He wanted her to tell him no. He wanted an excuse. He wanted to be back with his wife and daughter. The desperation, however restrained, made her feel uncomfortable. It felt out of character from the brave man she loved. She sidestepped the issue and asked, what about Whiplash? Did they agree to further meetings? They told me how to contact their leader, the Izan Yemen. I'll send you the encoded instructions once this message is done. I'm sure Slake will be glad to hear it. Jaravith, the Whiplash people I've met, they're going to be the ones who go after the Jedi prisoners. Do they know how or where? Scout says the Empire has been taking Force-sensitive prisoners into the deep core. She's not sure exactly where, only that they're routed through the Empress Teta system and shipped someplace else after that. That reinforced what Sign had already believed. A'Sharad, it's important we scope out as much of the deep core as possible. The Emperor is doing something important in there. I'd like to stop it if we can. Hett nodded reluctantly. What about Yemen? Slake and I will set up a meeting with him. If you have a chance to explore whatever the Empire's doing in the deep core, you should take it. He nodded again. If those are your orders, I'll carry them out. Sign frowned. She didn't like pulling rank on him, and he knew it. As you can see, Jadesi is fine. I will protect her. You shouldn't doubt that. I don't, Hett said defensively. I just don't like being far away from her, or from you. The feeling is mutual, but we have jobs to do, both of us. She was being cold again, without even meaning to. She really did have a lot of her father in her. Softening her tone, she added, we need to learn all we can about the deep core. We also owe Altis a debt. I know. And they are Jedi. A single one is valuable, now more than ever. I understand. I'll go with them. Thank you, A'Sharad. I'll talk to Slake about everything. If we can find some intel about where the Jedi might have been taken, I'll let you know. Good. Thank you. We'll be in touch, A'Sharad. Don't worry. I'm not, he said stiffly. She knew he was lying. I'll see you again soon, she said, and ended the transmission with a light touch of the remote. She settled back into the sofa and held Jadesi a little tighter. The child began to whine and struggle in her arms, but she didn't move to soothe her. She just closed her eyes and tried to freeze that final blue, blurred image of A'Sharad's face in her mind. Despite the assurances she'd just given him, it somehow felt very important. Chapter 10. Scout showing up derailed whatever plans we'd had before, which admittedly weren't much. They also meant that we were about to go diving into the unknown. None of us knew what we'd find there. Not even the girl who'd appear from nowhere and set us on this crazy new quest. For the first time in weeks, Scout felt safe. Feeling safe felt weird, as she couldn't allow herself to relax, even as she sat in the hold of Jack's Pavan's ship, a light freighter called Larenth, surrounded by beings she knew instinctively she could trust, even though they were all strangers. They were all gathered in the hold, seated in a big circle. Across from Scout, Jack's Pavan sat cross-legged on top of a storage crate. To his left was his squat Celestian companion, Dinder. To his left, the Zabrak woman Magash. Next to Magash sat Sasha, the tall human with the mechanical eye, and next sat A'Sharad Hett. Despite his big frame, sulking expression, fierce-looking facial tattoos, and twin lightsabers, Scout didn't sense anything threatening from him. If anything, he felt strangely distant, as though he wanted to be someplace else. The only one Scout couldn't get a good grip on, through the Force or through simply watching them, was the human-looking being sitting between Sasha and herself. The others called him I-5, like he was a droid, but he acted like any normal sentient. There was something slightly awkward in his motions, though, something stiff in his face. She's seen holos of human replica droids before, and this was a dead ringer for those. But at the same time, she could definitely feel something coming from it, or him in the Force. It was a faint presence, but a presence nonetheless, as distinct and singular as anyone else's. Under Master Altus, she'd learned new ways of using the Force to interact with non-organic objects. Some of Altus' people were far better than her and could use their powers to directly interface with advanced computers. Still, using the Force to touch a machine was very different from a machine touching the Force. If this being was a human replica droid, and it still possessed the Force, well, Scout was going to have to spend a lot of time thinking about that. Right now, time was something she didn't have. Before the Empire caught up with us, she explained, we were trying to track Imperial movement into the deep core. We knew they set up some base for their Inquisitors in there, and when we looked into it more, we found a lot of other material being shipped past the Empress Teta system. A lot more? We've noticed a lot of that too, A'Sharad Hett said, referring to Sign's organization. He asked, what are you talking about? Were you with Master Altus the whole time? She nodded. Jin Altus. Kina Ha. Some of his other Jedi too. But you scattered after Bavanire. Scout nodded. Jin found a place that would refit the component ships of Chuanther with hyperdrive engines. He split us up that way, scattered us like Scarada told us to. Jin went a separate way from any of the 3 Chuanther ships. I went with him. Chuanther. Jax frowned. Not the old Academy ship, Hett explained. A new one Master Altus used as a home base for his splinter group. I only heard a little about Altus, Jack said. I knew he never went to the temple because of some differences with Yoda, but I never knew much beyond that. He allows Jedi to have families, Scout said. To marry. To love. Din and Sasha raised their eyebrows in surprise, but Jack seemed to take all that in stride, just like she had. Love, at least the romantic kind, was something she still didn't understand, but something told her Jax, like Hett, had some experience with it. Scout may not have known romance, but after her time with Cal Scarada's Mandalorian clan, and then with Altus, she'd come to know what families were like. The thought of her own family locked away on some Inquisitor's prison ship was a constant vice around her heart. How was Altus captured? Hett asked. Scout swallowed. The memory was still sharp, harsh biting. We were in the Outer Rim, actually, visiting Lukaszak. Me, Jen, and a few more. Ash Jarvi. Maybe you remember her. Hett nodded slightly. One of the Chuanther ships was hiding there. Kina Ha was leading that group. I'm sure you remember her. She glanced at Jax and the others and explained, Kina Ha is a Kaminoan Jedi Master. A very powerful one, and a very old one. Almost 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Din sounded incredulous. I don't know much about Kaminoans, but they don't live that long, do they? I think she was a genetic experiment for her people. They tried to give her long life, and accidentally gave her the Force too. Anyway, we were meeting with Kinaha's group on Lukaszek when the Imperials showed up. She swallowed, looked down at her hands. It was still hard to think about. The flash of laser fire in the night, the clashing of lightsaber blades, the smoke and smell of scorched flesh. Worst of all had been the fear that overwhelmed her, right when the people she cared about needed her the most. Sensing her difficulty, Sasha asked, "Did anyone else manage to escape?" "Just me." Scout didn't look up. "The Inquisitors, the clone troopers, they killed the rest. Everybody except Jen, Ash, and Kinaha." "How did they find you?" Hett asked. "I don't know. Maybe one of the locals on Lukaszek ratted us out." "Do you know for sure that they'll be taken to the Deep Core?" asked I-5. "That's where the Inquisitors take prisoners. That's what we've heard anyway." "I don't want to sound harsh," Den said, "but if we want to save your friends, we don't have a lot to go on." "We'll find something," Jack said firmly. "We have contacts we can talk to. A network of informants. If they can find out anything to help us, they will." "Thanks," Scout nodded soberly. "I'm sorry for barging into your business like this. I need to help those people." "You don't need to explain," Sasha said softly. But she did. She spent the past week frantically on the run, afraid of everyone and everything, painfully alone after months of being with people whom she trusted and even loved like she never had before. "I spent so long wanting to be a part of something, wanting to belong. I found that with Jen's people. I needed them, but when they needed me, I failed them." "From what you told us," I-5 said, "there was nothing you could have done." She squeezed her eyes shut and saw it in the black, the smoke, the laser flashes, the sparks of clashing sabers in the night. She saw the face of the Inquisitor who charged her, snarling and lit red by the glow of his lightsaber. She saw the bluely face of the Jedi who'd come to rescue her because she'd been too frightened and weak to kill the man trying to kill her. Blue blade and red blade had crossed and clashed, and their wielders had killed each other, and Scout had never even known the name of the one who died protecting her. All her life she depended on other people to save her, stronger and better people, from Master Yoda all the way down to Jen's nameless disciple. And all that time, she'd always been the one being saved, and never the one saving others, like a real Jedi should. But as she'd known for a while, she wasn't much of a Jedi. "I could have done more," she said, quiet as a whisper. "You will do more," Jack said firmly. She looked up at him, saw the conviction in his eyes, and almost believed him. She suddenly understood how this one young Jedi had drawn such a mismatch of people into his orbit. Just being around him made her feel stronger. "Where do we start?" asked Scout. "I recommend we get off Metellus," Den said. 3 Jedi are harder to track in space than sitting on a planet." "Agreed," said I-5. "We should call Whiplash too." "I'll take care of that," Jax nodded. "Sasha, can you start pre-flight checks?" "No problem," Sasha nodded. "Good." Jax shifted his attention to only Jedi Master in the room. "Master Hett, I understand if you need to get back to your people." "I've already talked to them. I'm to stay with you?" He didn't seem especially pleased about it. Scout wondered why. She'd only met him briefly before the fight at Bavanire, and had never understood his full connection with Sign and her people. "I'm glad to hear that," Jack said. "Do you have your own ship?" "An R-41 Star Chaser," Hett nodded. "What about you?" Scout asked Den. "I hitched a ride on a shuttle," she said. "If I can stay with you here." "Won't be a problem." Sasha smiled. "You can share a room with me and Magash." The Zabrak woman, who'd been watching the whole conversation silently and intently until now, said, "I am not abandoning my bunk." Sasha patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll set up another for our new roomie." Magash nodded dutifully. Scout smiled despite herself. The strange collection of beings Jax Pavan had gathered around himself seemed like a family in itself, a collection of friendships and quirks and foibles. She felt like she could belong with these people, too, if they made it through whatever lay ahead. "We should get moving," I-5 said. "We've got a lot of stuff to do." "Agreed." Jax unfolded his legs and stood up, effectively ending the meeting. Sasha popped up to and said to Scout, "Come on, I'll show you the new digs. We can probably make something work." With that, she took Scout by the arm and pulled her down one corridor. Behind them, Jax called, "Don't forget those pre-flight checks." "Aye, Captain," Sasha said, but didn't look back. Jax watched the three women disappear down the hallway. Scout was clearly confused, frightened, and bewildered by everything that had happened to her. Jax had no idea what had specifically happened on Lukaszek, but he'd been through Order 66, and he knew that combination of guilt and shock firsthand. As much as he was worried about Scout, he couldn't let himself be distracted right now. He turned his attention to Den and I-5. "You two should check the supplies. We might be in transit for a long time." "Not a problem," I-5 nodded. "If there anything else we should get?" "Like what?" Jax frowned. "Weapons," Hett said simply. Jax sighed. A'Sharad Hett exuded the atmosphere of a warrior, but he didn't consider anything on his own group to be battle-hardened. Sasha had cut down an Inquisitor once, but only after taking him by surprise. Magash was the only one he'd trust in a fight if things got really nasty. But, he reminded himself, they were about to walk into some top-secret Inquisitor stronghold to rescue ultra-valuable prisoners. A fight was coming whether he wanted one or not. "Okay," he said, "you two, scope around the spaceport for some cheap weapons. But be back here in 1 hour. I want to take off soon." "Won't be a problem," Den patted I-5 on the arm. "Come on, let's pretend we're dastardly rogues." "I'm not sure we're pretending anymore." Jax watched Den and I-5 as they exited the ship. He glanced sidelong at Hett and noticed the Jedi Master was watching them too, with a look of mild confusion on his face. "I-5's a droid," Jax said. "But he's also more than that." "I can sense it in the Force," Hett said. "Faint, but still distinct, just like any living being. How is that possible?" "I don't know. It's a long story, but I-5 used to belong to my father." "Your father?" Something tightened in Hett's face. "I-5 found me right after Order 66, saying he wanted to protect me. I thought he was malfunctioning at first, but he's unique. He's a person, as much as you are me. As for my father, I never met him. He died when I was small, and I was raised in the temple since I was a baby, just like everybody else." "No," Hett said, "not like everybody else." Jax's thoughts flicked back to Anakin Skywalker, and then to the black encased monster Anakin had become. But from the look in Hett's eyes, he realized that the older man, too, must have taken an unorthodox path to the Jedi Order. Hett saw the questions in his eyes and warded them off. "I've never heard of a droid having a Force signature, even a very unique one. It shouldn't be possible." "I don't understand it either," Jax said. "But there's a lot of things I don't understand. Until an hour ago I thought I was the last Jedi in the galaxy. I have to admit, it's a little overwhelming." Hett didn't smile. "You seem to have found potential Jedi of your own. The Zabrak, she's very strong, but untrained. She was trained by the Dathomiri witches. I'm trying to train her in something different. She's making progress, but it's hard. And your pilot, she has the Force too. Fainter and untrained, but it's there. I know. With Sasha, I'm not sure if I can make a Jedi out of her, or anything close. If she'd been trained when she was younger, maybe, but she's not as naturally strong as you or me, or Magash." "She seems a little like Scout," Hett said, "in terms of raw strength." "I thought the same thing. I hope the two of them get along. That girl needs all the support she can get right now." "Have you given your people the rendezvous coordinates?" Jax blinked. The sudden change in topic had taken him aback. "Not yet. I'm going to call them now and tell them everything." "Good. We can't let rescuing Altis derail what we came here for." "You want to get back to your people," Jax said. It wasn't a question. Even Force-less Den Dur could have read that on the Jedi Master's tattooed face. Hett looked at him carefully, as if weighing how much to say. "You didn't seem taken aback when you heard about Master Altis, and the kind of group he's been running." Just like that, it all made sense. Hett had his guard up through the Force, and Jax hadn't understood why until now. Do you have someone you want to get back to? Someone important. Hett nodded stiffly. I understand that. Jax wrapped his arms around himself. And I don't judge you either. There isn't a Jedi Order anymore. The rules are different. I had someone I loved too. He couldn't keep the pain of memory from his face or from the Force. Hett asked. She died. Her name was Laranth. Jax looked around the hold of her namesake ship. We weren't together very long. At least, not together the way we should have been from the start. I'm sorry. Hett's voice scraped. Something seeping into his Force presence. Jax thought it was fear of losing the person he now loved. It was hard after she died. Maybe the hardest time of my life. Harder, even, than the aftermath of Order 66, when his master and all his friends were slaughtered. I went to dark places then, but I'm better now. I tried to do what she would have wanted me to do. I have a daughter, Hett said. He was staring off into the bulkhead. Jax didn't know what to say to that. Children were something he'd never even had to consider. He and Laranth hadn't even been capable of having children biologically. Once this is over, we'll get you back to your family, Jax said. It was all he could say. Hett blinked, shook his head. We have to rescue Altis first. And Ash. And Kina Ha. I bet she's the one Palpatine wants the most. Jax frowned. Why is that? They say Sith fear death. Darth Bane, Darth and Naboo, they've all tried to extend their lifespans beyond natural range. Jax saw his point. If I were Darth Sidious, I'd be pretty interested in a canon with super longevity. It's probably the only reason they didn't kill everyone on Lukazek, Scout included. Jax licked dry lips. Well, at least we know what we're getting into. No, we don't. Not yet. I get your point. I'll call Whiplash and tell them everything. And I'll get to my ship. You have my comm frequency. We do. We'll let you know when we're ready for takeoff. Laranth has an airlock, so you should be able to dock your Star Chaser and board once we're in space. Good to know? Hett started for the door, but turned around and said, Call me when the hour's up. Jax nodded. Hett nodded back. He watched the Jedi Master walk down the landing ramp and out into the hangar and wondered if he could ever understand what Hett, or Scout, had been through. Jedi were supposed to have a deep bond with each other, but he felt closer to Din, I-5, and the others than with the two Jedi survivors who miraculously stepped through his door. But that was something else he'd ponder later. He had a call to make. After the whirlwind of one Jedi showing up, and then another, walking through some seedy back alleys on Metelas with I-5 looking through gun shops felt surprisingly, well, normal. In the end, we picked up two fancy long-range Verpine rifles and two Blastech holdout pistols from a shop run by a Frosian with half his fur burned off. Despite his looks and line of work, he was surprisingly polite and even wrapped up our new purchases so that nobody would know we were walking around with a bunch of illegal weapons. Not that anybody would have cared. Guns were never my specialty. At all. It was I-5 who did the selection of merchandise while I handled the price negotiations. So I didn't feel totally useless. Still, as we walked back to Laranth, I asked him where he picked up his knowledge of weapons. I'm not sure. I-5 tilted his head slightly like he was thinking. He'd never done that in his old body, but in his HRD he put more effort into mimicking human body language. Is it something Jax's father used to deal with? Very likely, the droid said, though Lorne didn't specialize in gun running. I don't think he liked it very much either. It sounds like he made a life out of dealing, illicit substances. He didn't trade spice either, I-5 said defensively. Mostly information and rare objects. Like Sith holocrons, I said, referring to Darth Ramage's blood-fueled record-keeping device. Jax had carried that thing around for a long time, and it hadn't ceased to creep me out. I was glad when he left it with the witches on Dathomir. That was a rarity too, I-5 said. And super unique sentient protocol droids that also have the Force. Apparently, I-5 deadpanned. How does that work? I mean, if Jax can sense you in the Force, can you sense? Nothing. We tried a little, but I don't even know where to begin. I-5 sounded regretful. For all we know, I might exist in the Force but not be able to touch it. Like me? Exactly. Anyway, Jax has been concentrating on Magash, since she shows more natural potential than me or Sasha. Is that a touch of jealousy I hear? Of course not. I-5 snapped. A little too fast. I was amused by that. In fact, it irrationally made me feel better about the crazy journey we were embarking on. I'll admit that, when Jax first showed up, and I-5 followed him around like a little lost puppy, I felt a little jealous. Or a lot jealous. I never said I was perfect. For I-5 to be acting the same way now made me feel a little better about myself. I adjusted the shoulder strap from my bag full of Verpine rifles. Who's actually going to shoot these things? I was going to look into the encyclopedia and Larant's computer core once we get back and download basic sharpshooting protocols. You can't do that. Really. The core has all the information Whiplash gathered after the war, from star charts to subroutines for Techno-Union battle droids. It shouldn't be hard to adjust those subroutines for my program. I whistled. And just like that, you're a walking weapon. I wish I could just open my brain and add whatever I wanted. It's not that simple. It's taken me a lot of time and practice to learn how to edit my own program. Still, it's easier for you than a poor meat sack like me. I know. But sometimes I feel. He trailed off. I asked, feel what? I feel like my program is getting harder to modify. It's almost as if the more I add to it, the heavier it becomes. It's very hard to describe. You mean the older you get, the harder it is to change? That's a very metaphorical way of putting it. Not for meat sack. What if you tried to mod your own program so, say, you forget everything about Lord Pavan and everything about his son? What then? I don't know. So much of my memory data is about the Pavans, not to mention most of my programming modifications have either been done by Lorne or for Jax. You lost your memory of Lorne before. I know. It should have been wiped forever, but it wasn't. It was still within my data core, waiting to be uncovered. So no matter what, even if you tried really hard to modify your own program, you'd never forget Jax or Lorne. I don't know. I-5's voice actually wavered a little, like he was troubled by the thought. Frankly, I don't want to find out. Then maybe you should take it easy with the whole modify your own program stuff. And give up my edge over meat sacks like you. Unlikely. By then the hangar structure loomed over the bobbing heads in the crowd. I sighed and said, that's why I keep hanging around you, I-5. Always humble. And I couldn't manage without your optimism, Dan. We didn't say anything else on the way back to Laran, but I felt little better than I had when we left. Since the ravaging of Whiplash after the failed assassination attempt on Palpatine, the organization had gone through a lot of major changes, and Pole House had been the one to do most of them. For a while, the Whiplash headquarters had been located in an underground maglev train. At first, they just had a metaphorical underground maglev for secretly transporting dissidents on and off Coruscant. Then, largely thanks to Tudin Sal's ingenuity, they recovered an actual disused train that ran through the neglected underbelly of Imperial City. The train had been constantly in motion, and therefore very hard to find unless you'd been given a specific time and place to meet it. They'd held all their meetings on that train and stored all their equipment there too, including the transceiver they used for double encrypted communication with Whiplash cells on other worlds. Well, the train was gone now. After Saul and House traitorous Lieutenant Drush had shot each other during a confrontation on the train, he'd been forced to dispose of it, lest ISB agents or anyone else find it. A maglev train was a hard thing to lose, but you could do just about anything with money, and House had been able to access the surprisingly well-stocked accounts of deceased Whiplash leader Diet Agni. As a police prefect, he also had a variety of interesting connections. One of those, a Toydarian named Keela, ran a construction firm that also helped Black Sun and other organizations quietly dispose of certain refuse, both organic and mechanical. Diet's money and Keela's smelter facilities had been a sufficient combination to make sure no one ever saw that maglev train again. As for Saul and Drush's bodies, House had seen to the grisly task of casting them into the black abyss beneath Imperial City. The less Keela knew, the better. The maglev might have been gone, but the Communications's equipment was one of the things House had salvaged before sending the train to Keela. It was his only secure link to Yemen and the rest of Whiplash. That kind of sophisticated equipment couldn't just be stashed anywhere, though, and in the end he decided to install it in the place he felt was safest, his own flat. Paul House was not a man who lived in luxury, nor was he a man who had guests over often. He'd been living in the same modest two-room apartment in the Zekri sector's middle-class neighborhood for almost 10 years, and in that time he'd made certain modifications to the place, added armored doors, and extra security monitors. He'd installed them before the Clone Wars, but after the police prefect from the neighboring sector was found murdered in his bed, probably by Black Sun, though the culprits had never been identified. As often happened nowadays, his habitual paranoia was coming in handy. He installed the maglev's Communications system beneath the floor in his flat, then moved his bed over the floor. He knew he looked like an idiot every night when he got home, dropped onto his fat belly, and crawled under the bed to check if he'd gotten any messages, but it wasn't like anyone was there to see him embarrass himself. Normally, communications with the other Whiplash cells took place at prearranged times. Since House work hours were very unpredictable, the calls usually came very early in the morning, when he was likely to be either getting home from the office or heading out. He was, therefore, immediately alarmed when the communicator started chiming for hours before dawn. The noise jerked him upright in his bed. He swore, fumbled the light on, tried to crawl under the bed, painfully bumped his horn, swore again, and finally shoved the bed over to the wall and crouched over the console. With the flick of a button, the blue holo-image of Jax Pavan appeared in front of him. Pavan immediately frowned. "Prefect House, are you all right?" "I'm fine." House rubbed his horn and tried to flatten the scowl on his face. "You just caught me at a bad time." "Sorry. I know I was supposed to report in a couple hours, but this can't wait." Bad news always seemed to come in the middle of the night. "Did you meet with the envoy?" "We did. I already sent the information to Yemen. He's supposed to meet Sign and Slake in the Cerulean system in 3 days." "Never heard of it." "It's on the edge of the Cornatch cluster and the deep core, facing the unknown regions. There's only one planet, and it's a gas giant that used to be used for Tabana mining a long time ago. Nobody goes there anymore." It sounded like a decent choice, but if everything had gone according to plan, Pavan wouldn't have woke him up like this. "What else happened?" "We had a party crasher." Before House could say anything, Pavan held up both hands. "It's okay. She's a Jedi. Sign's envoy is too, actually." That sounded like a ridiculous coincidence. House didn't trust coincidence. "Are you sure she's telling the truth?" "I can tell, trust me." He didn't trust Jedi magic either. She might have been followed. She wasn't. "House, she needs our help. There's other Jedi, including several powerful masters, who have been captured by the Empire." It fell into place quickly. "You want to rescue them?" "We have to rescue them. If Palpatine gets them, everyone loses." "Well, what did you call me for?" "The Inquisitorius has them. We think they're being transferred to some Inquisitor base in the deep core, someplace past the Empress Teta system." Empress Teta was one of the few populated, accessible worlds in the deep core. Beyond that were densely packed stars, black holes, nebulae, and other kinds of navigational hazards. Poking around looking for planets in the deep core was a good way to get yourself burned up. Sane pilots only flew in if they knew exactly what route to take. "I told Yemen this too," Pavan said. "He's putting his intel on it. But I think you'd have a better chance at it. I can't just stroll into Imperial Palace and ask some Inquisitor where their secret base is." "I know, but you have connections. Please, just poke around, and do it fast. We don't have much time. The Emperor could have them all ready for all we know. The prisoners might not even be in the deep core." "I know. They could be on Coruscant. But you know that, wouldn't you? House side? You're asking a lot. It's critical. Maybe even more than the meeting at Cerulean. Please call in some favors. This might require calling in all my favors. Whatever it takes. The grimness in Pavan's voice, and his blurred blue holographic face, said everything. House relented. Okay, I'll see what I can do. I'll make up some excuse not to go to work today. Thanks. Whenever you get anything at all, call me on Laran. I will. Anything else? Not right now. Okay? I'll call you later today, no matter what. Thanks. Pavan out. The hollow image abruptly died. House sat back on his bedroom floor, rubbed his horn, and sighed. Through the drawn translucent curtains of his bedroom window he could see the lights of Coruscant's skyline, but no hint of dawn. He sighed, got to his feet, and staggered over to his closet. He might as well get dressed and get working on Pavan's project early. It wasn't like he was going to sleep again after that. Chapter 11. At the time, it felt like the whole galaxy was being swept away by a flood of Imperial fervor. It seemed like so many beings had become wrapped up in the ideology Palpatine presented of a strong, unified, militarized, pro-human society. But when he died, it all came tumbling down instantly. The Emperor's loyal generals and admirals turned around and started fighting each other for little scraps of territory. It only really then that we realized what had been true all along: there was no ideology to the Empire, no unity. It was just a place where men who wanted power could climb over each other's backs to get it, no matter what they had to do. The fact that Octavian Grant was willingly sitting down at one of Annex's finest officers' clubs with Commodore Demetrius Zarin was yet another indicator of the bizarre twists his life had taken recently. To his credit, Zarin wasn't acting as insufferable as he usually did. He selected a genuinely fine brandy and pointed out the best nerf steak on the menu. For most of the meal, Zarin talked and Grant listened. The Commodore went on and on about the rollout of his new TIE LN starfighter model, his close relationship with Wraith Senior, and future modifications he had planned for the TIE fighter. It's a modular design, Zarin was saying, which means small modifications can be made easily to great effect. Redesigned solar panels would bring greater effectiveness in atmosphere, for example. A second pod could be added for hauling passengers or payload. Additional laser cannons or even projectile hardpoints could be installed. Wouldn't that decrease maneuverability? Asked Grant. He didn't particularly care, but it seemed as though Zarin had designed his starfighter to be as lightweight, cheap, and disposable as possible. Every game requires some trade-off, Zarin said. The same will happen when we install shield generators. Shields. Grant raised an eyebrow. All this time I thought you were intentionally putting pilots into flying death traps. Don't be snide, Octavian. It doesn't suit you. So are you the Emperor's top point man on starfighter design? Are you standing at the pinnacle of our military-industrial complex, or are there other techs masquerading as senior naval officers? Zarin let the insult slide off his back. Well, I'm not the only one. Marcio Batch, have you heard of him? No. Used to work in R&D during the war, had some input on the ARC 170. He has some interesting ideas and a good team of engineers behind him. He's not very good at drawing attention to himself, though. If only he could learn from your example. Zarin smiled. Goodness, you're even more bitter than I remembered. Is Farstein really that bad? Only when I had no hope of escape. Grant took a sip of wine. Zarin raised an eyebrow. So you're saying that's changed, has it? What are you doing here, Octavian? Did you get official leave to come to Annexes, or did you just desert your post? I had leave time. I took it. And Tarkin was okay with that. There's nothing happening in that corner of space. Nothing at all. No, but I heard things are getting tense in the western reaches again. More September holdouts that don't know when to quit. I heard they're making alliances with some pirate gangs. The western reaches aren't the Empire's biggest concern at the moment. No. Your old friends seem to be. Zarin stuffed the last bit of nerf steak into his mouth, chewed, swallowed. A little juice trickled down the side of his mouth. Is that what you're here for, Octavian? You're trying to get permission to go after Sign again? I told you before that we'd meet again, and it would be for the last time. To his surprise, Zarin started laughing. You really are taking this personally, aren't you? Well, why shouldn't you? That little waif did totally humiliate you. Twice. Or was it 3 times? I lost count. The Sign situation clearly isn't being handled properly. As the officer with the most experience against the Sign family, it's only natural that I offer my knowledge and advice. Oh, it's more than that, and we both know it. Zarin leaned forward and smiled. Everyone always says you've got ice in your veins and a rod up your butt, Octavian. I'm glad to see you've got some fire in the belly too. There's nothing like revenge to get a man out of bed in the morning. Grant rolled his eyes. Are you done analyzing my character, or do I have to listen to more? That depends. You were the one who wanted to talk to me, remember? Frankly, I couldn't believe it. I still don't. What are you up to, Octavian? Grant leaned forward, elbows on the table, hands clasped in front of him. I'm going to talk to Admiral Screed tomorrow. What can you tell me about him? Zarin frowned. What's there to tell? Everyone knows Screed. Decorated judicial hero of the Battle of Annexus, battle-scarred veteran, one-eyed face of the Imperial Navy, etc. I can't see why you want to woo him. As Admiral of the Home Fleet, he's got more pull with Palpatine than anybody except Vader, Pestage, and maybe Jarek. Jarek. Grant frowned. You haven't heard about him? One of the so-called High Inquisitors. Heard he used to be a Jedi Master before he switched sides. Seen him on Annexes once or twice. He flits around. I heard he's developing a close relationship with Ardis Kane. Grant mostly remembered Jarek as the one who trained Amisa Darius, the frightening young woman attached to his command during the missions at Belsavis and Bavanire. When he'd learned she died aboard Valediction, he'd felt almost relieved. Now he felt anything but. Running into a master that could well blame him for the student's death could be very unpleasant. Grant didn't want to get distracted. My concern is Screed now. What else can you tell me? Zarin frowned deeper. I don't understand what you're after. Of course you do. Everyone knows Terranald Screed, the proud, battered war hero. What is he really? Zarin leaned in a little closer and lowered his voice. What have you heard? Rumors, mostly. Private credit accounts. Government funds shifted to dubious programs with no real oversight. Grant dropped to a whisper. Slaves. A look of uncharacteristic gravity darkened Zarin's face. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I don't know anything for sure. A man like you hears things. That's why I wanted to talk to you. As Admiral of the Home Fleet, Screed had announced several R&D projects, which is perfectly in his authority. What kind of R&D? New weapon designs. Improved shielding. Nothing that will change the scope of warfare. The amount of funding he puts into those projects is quite disproportional. And you say there's no oversight at all? Nothing like what my projects get. But that's just what I can tell. It could all be covered for something highly classified. Or he could just be fleecing the government. What else? There were also some rumors after the subjugation of Kashyyyk. Zarin looked down, like he was afraid to even say it. They say Screed managed to personally secure transit for almost 100,000 Wookiee slaves. Grant had heard the rumors. What happened to them? No one knows. Sold on the black market. I said no one knows, Zarin scowled. He seemed genuinely upset. Grant could understand why. Terranald Screed was being held up as the utter exemplar of everything the New Order wanted its officers to be. If any of these corruption allegations were proven, it would create a crisis of conscience in the Imperial Navy. That might have been why it was allowed to go on as a secret instead of a scandal. Have there been any inquiries into Screed's actions, formal or otherwise? Not that I know of, said Zarin. It's also been said that Screed's been constructing his own private penthouse in Imperial City. I don't need to tell you how much that would cost. So the signs are all there, Grant muttered. Zarin's eyes shifted up. What are you planning? Octavian, are you going to try and blackmail your way back into the fight. You won't get far without proof, and nobody's been able to find anything so far. Whatever Scree's doing, he knows how to cover his tracks. Grant said nothing more. He just leaned back in his chair and took another gulp of wine, emptying the glass. Well, whatever you're doing, you didn't hear any of this from me, grunted Zarin. Grant simply nodded. He had a feeling even Zarin would object to what he was about to do. Ethics aside, it was extremely risky. But in the end, without risk there was no reward, and without reward he'd spend the rest of his career rotting in Farstein. If he could trade in his Vice Admiral's badge for something a little higher, well, that was worth getting Scree's dirt on his hands. They stood in one line a dozen long, backs to the bulkhead, facing the firing squad. Most of them were dressed in the crumpled jumpsuits of N'Zoth's manual labor crews, and several had their white faces smudged with bruises. The lieutenant who'd undertaken their arrest for sabotage had assured General Dodonna that the wounded Yvetha had been forcibly restrained after resisting arrest, but he didn't quite believe that. Some of the captive Yvetha still possessed the long dew claws they'd been born with. One swipe of the long claws jutting out from their wrists could slice a man's throat easily. None of his military police had been killed effecting arrest, which implied that the Yvetha had been stunned, cuffed, and then beaten. As lax as discipline went, it was a fairly minor one. The military police had been eager to deal a little revenge with their fists. The prisoners had been caught in the B pylon of Black 15 not 10 minutes after their bomb burst an airlock and sucked 24 human crewmen into the void. Dodonna had seen the recording of the terrorist cell's leader proudly admitting that his people had planted the bomb, and he had no reason to doubt the veracity of his statement. The Yvetha always seemed to take great pleasure in being martyred. Still, Dodonna didn't like it. Striking prisoners in anger was unbecoming an officer, no matter how justified it might seem. He didn't like the violence the Yvetha were making his people stoop to. He wondered, not for the first time, if this damned planet and its miserable natives were really worth the effort of subjugation. He stood on the catwalk overlooking the prisoners. They had their hands bound behind them, and they faced the clone trooper firing squad without flinching. Dodonna called down, at ready. 12 DC-17 blaster rifles snapped upward, barrels parallel to the deck. Dodonna squinted down at the terrorist leader at the center of the line. His battered Yvethan face was twisted in a contemptuous scowl. "Weapons aim," Dodonna shouted. The clone trooper shifted. One man adjusted the scope on his rifle. "Fire!" 12 blasters fired at once, one shot each. 12 Yvetha crumpled to the deck, pouring smoke from their narrow chests. "At ease," he shouted. The clone troops dropped their rifles to their sides and stood as still as shut-down droids. He'd heard the Yvetha called clones that behind their backs. They considered them as identical and mindless as a mass of machines, without honor or dignity, which would have bothered Dodonna less if so many of his fellow Imperial officers didn't share similar views. "Remove the bodies," he ordered, and the troops snapped into motion. He didn't stay long enough to watch the cleanup. Commanding the executions had twisted his guts enough, even though this was the 5th time he'd done it in as many months. The bodies would be cremated and returned to the Yvetha in what was meant as a courtesy, and probably taken as an insult, but he figured it would be even worse to simply space the bodies. He couldn't bring himself to order such naked disrespect, though he knew if he did, many of his men would be happy to carry it out. After commanding that grisly spectacle, Dodonna retreated to his private quarters. He was very much in need of a drink. When he got there, he was surprised to find a personal message from Nisil Nam. The captain had docked Starman for repair and resupply not an hour before, and wanted to know if Dodonna was free for dinner. It was just the kind of distraction he'd been looking for. The station's officers' club was undamaged from the recent attacks, and they ate there. They sat at a private table close to the broad viewport overlooking the dense, luminous stars of the Cornash cluster. Even after 6 months there, the view still seemed exotic and strange. It was the only thing he might conceivably miss about this place, assuming the Empire ever assigned him something better. As they worked their way through a bottle of raw Tierian wine and medium-rare Corellian steak, the Serene captain asked, "Have you heard about the attack, on Ord Merit. No. He frowned. I've been busy. When did it happen? Earlier today. There's been no official news release, but word's been getting through the fleet. I'm surprised you haven't heard. Like I said, I've been busy. What kind of attack? He had a feeling he already knew who was responsible. They wasted the whole supply depot and destroyed a half-dozen ships in orbit, including unarmed carriers. Nisil scowled. They're really getting nasty. It's Sign and Slake, isn't it? Who else is hitting big targets in the core? I don't understand why nobody can stop them. Dodonna shook his head. Volunteering for the job, General. Nisil raised a bushy eyebrow. I have my post. Dodonna took a sip of wine. I know a lot of officers would be glad to see you put on the offensive. Myself included. Dodonna sighed. I don't want to be fighting wars again. I understand that, General, but everyone knows you are good at it. Don't remind me. Dodonna had been slowly forcing himself to accept that the judicial forces he'd always wanted to serve weren't coming back. This new empire seemed perpetually stuck on war footing but was incapable of taking out a single hornet's nest no matter how much it stung. Have you talked with Admiral Screed about the problem? Nisil asked. I tried a little when he was here, Dodonna said. The Admiral had left for Annex's one standard day earlier. He insists the situation is in hand and offered no further details. He tried to play it as need to know, but I'm pretty sure he just doesn't know. I was guessing it would be something like that. A glib remark like that might end a captain in trouble, but Dodonna and Nisil Nam had known each other long enough to be honest. Did Admiral Screed drop in on you while he was here? I recommended that he should. I haven't talked to Screed since before his promotion. Nisil shook his head. A shame. Dodonna took another gulp of wine. Well, I'm sure he's very busy nowadays, what with the home fleet and all. Too busy for an old conehead like me. Stop that. Dodonna scowled. He hated hearing his officers refer to Saurians that way. Nisil, using the term, however sarcastically, felt even worse. It doesn't matter, Nisil shrugged. I'd rather tangle with some boneheaded human supremacist than September. Let's live fire. You know I've had your back, Dodonna said. It sounded weak as he said it. I've put you in for promotions again and again, but I'm not what the Empire is looking for in senior command nowadays. Nisil smiled. It was very bitter. Dodonna considered his words carefully. If it were anyone besides Nisil, he wouldn't say them at all. Captain Nam, have you considered an alternate line of work? One with more career advancement opportunities. Like what? I signed on to be a judicial, but there's no judicials now, no police, just the military. What about Saria's local law enforcement? Nisil finished off his wine glass. I've thought about it. A little. You have your wives there. And your children. You just had a new one, didn't you? Been killed. Have you ever thought about going back to Commoner, joining the local police there? Dodonna couldn't keep his face straight. Nisil gave a bitter chuckle and said, We've seen too much of the universe, Jan, both of us. Home seems smaller to us now. I don't have a family to go back to. You do? Nisil reached for the wine bottle and poured himself a little more. Are you trying to get me to resign, General? Dodonna didn't know if he was or not. You're a fine officer. You deserve to serve an organization that puts your talents to use. Anything else is shortchanging you and the people you work for. Nisil sighed and took a gulp of wine. Well, stop worrying about me, General. I'm stubborn, you know that. I'll stick around for a little while. And who knows, maybe things will change. Dodonna took his own glass and drank. Any change in the Empire nowadays was going to have to come straight from the top. Everyone below the Emperor was too frozen by fear and reverence to initiate major changes on their own. Palpatine still seemed like he was making changes, but none of his recent ones had been to Dodonna's liking. It seemed to him then that Jaravith Sign was the least of the Empire's problems. Admiral Terranol Scree's personal quarters on Annexes took up an entire 5-story building and, by Octavian Grant's estimates, some 30 rooms, though he only got to see a portion of one level as Scree's Twi'lek servant led him from the front entrance to the sitting room overlooking the kilometer-long field used for military promenades. If these were Scree's quarters here, Grant could only imagine what his rumored penthouse on Imperial Center was like. The Twi'lek servant, a pale-skinned teenager who gave his name simply as Bach, served Grant some fine tea and a plate of breads and cheeses, then excused himself and said the Admiral would appear shortly. Grant wondered if Bach was merely a servant or a full-blown slave plucked from some royal den on Rylith. Clearly the Twi'lek, or his master, had a different sense of time than Grant. The Vice Admiral remained in his seat, slowly sipping tea and nibbling his food until he'd worked through half the plate and 2/3 of the tea. If he drank any more, he'd have to find his way to a refresher, so he restrained himself and let his attention drift to the promenade below. There was no one marching at this time, but he could vividly remember the times he had. He'd stood in lines of cadets when he entered the Judicial Academy and with lines of graduates when he got his first uniform. He felt so proud on both occasions, and more, he felt confident in achieving any goal, overcoming any obstacle. The stupidity of youth. Still, as he looked down on the promenade, he felt pangs of nostalgia. It had been a simpler time by far. When Screed arrived, he banished Grant's melancholy. The Vice Admiral stood and shook Screed's hand. He'd seen the man plenty of times in holos and several times from afar at official gatherings, but they'd never spoken one-on-one. He found himself slightly intimidated by Screed's scarred face and mechanical eye. His own gaze kept slipping away from it, down to the embossed walking stick the Admiral leaned on. He was glad when they both sat down. Then he only had one thing to awkwardly avoid with his eyes instead of two. "Thank you for coming all the way to Annexes," Screed began. "It must have been a long trip." "Thank you for seeing me, Admiral. I'm always glad to be back here." Grant smiled politely, though in truth Annexes had a little too many memories lurking around. "Well, if you've requested this audience, I'm sure you had something in mind." "I do, Admiral. I'm sure you know what it is." "I certainly have an idea." "Sir, you know that I want to see Jareth Sign and Zazrider Slake defeated more than anyone in this Navy. I can't help you from Farsteen, but if I'm here, I can put all my knowledge and skills into defeating them." Screed drummed 3 fingers on the arm of his chair. "As I understand it, Vice Admiral, your past encounters with Sign did not end well for you." "I admit that, sir, but I would argue that in the case of Bavanire, there were extenuating circumstances. I know about what happened on Valediction. Some things scraped in Screed's throat. Mutiny is very ugly business." "I'm glad you, at least, got the full story, sir. I argued to at least inform the other senior fleet commanders that a Star Destroyer had been captured by the enemy, but I was overruled. If word had been put out, it's possible the attack in N'Zoth could have been stopped. I would also point out, sir, that I was the one to subdue Bavanire initially. I killed Gregor Sign in combat, and I'm sure his daughter hasn't forgotten that." Scree said nothing, just looked at him, as if asking, "Is that all?" "Also, sir, judging by reports from N'Zoth and Ord Merit, it seems your current strategy for countering Sign and Slake has been lacking. Tell me, Admiral, has a task force been put together to hunt them down?" Screed didn't bother to ask which reports Grant had been reading. He said, "A task force has not yet been put together." Grant didn't bother to ask why not. It opened the door for excuses. He said, "Sir, I believe, very strongly, that a task force needs to be created for the express purpose of hunting down Jareth Sign wherever she may be in the galaxy. And you want to be in charge of it. All I wish is to serve in an advisory capacity." It was a lie. They both knew it, but he thought some show of humility was obligatory in this kind of negotiation. "I have more experience fighting Sign, good or bad, than any other officer in the fleet. I'm a resource, sir, and it seems a great shame to waste your resources against an enemy like Sign. I don't doubt your sincere desire to defeat her. I'm still not convinced you're the man for the job." Grant could have asked if anyone else was being considered for the job, but he didn't want to know. He didn't want to end up pitting his own career against hypothetical Imperial luminaries like Adar Talon or Hurst Ramodi. His record was good, but not that good. That left him to play the card he knew he'd have to play. He took a deep breath, steeled himself, and said, "There was actually one other matter I came here to discuss with you, Admiral. An unrelated one. Sir, have you ever heard of the Tarkus system?" Scree's brows drew together. "Perhaps you should refresh my memory." "There's no reason for you to know it, sir. It's an uninhabited system on the edge of the Rendelian sector." "Then why are you bringing it up?" Scree snapped. "You see, sir, this system has no habitable planets, but it does have an asteroid belt. Until very recently, it was believed that there were no valuable minerals in this belt." "And has that changed, Vice Admiral?" "In fact, it has, sir. We recently discovered an illegal mining operation managed by the Hutts. They found sizable trallium deposits." "I trust you've dealt with the miners." Grant leaned forward. He held Scree's eyes, the real one and the mechanical. "At the moment, sir, the operation is in a state of limbo." "Meaning what?" "Trallium is difficult to mine, and the deposits are scattered over hundreds of thousands of asteroids. The Hut's employees have all of these deposits charted, as well as the infrastructure to extract it." "Are you telling me you halted the operation without removing the miners?" "Actually, sir, I convinced the miners to change employers. They have, effectively though unofficially, become government contractors. The extraction process continues as we speak." "Who are these miners currently working for, Vice Admiral? Your government or you personally?" "I don't have the authority to legally subsume the operation into the Empire. At the moment, the miners report to me, personally, and the profits from the operation. I've been putting them into an account that can be easily merged with another or change owners." Scree shook his head. "And how long did you plan to keep soaking up money instead of sending it where it belongs?" "Until everything could be processed through official channels, of course." Grant held his palms out. "If I'd intended to keep it forever, I wouldn't be telling you now." "Why are you telling me this instead of Tarkin?" Grand Moff Tarkin didn't have an aura of corruption hanging over his head, of course, but Grant said, "I figured this would be more under your purview, sir. And to be perfectly honest, I wanted to make sure that money got there it belonged. Everyone knows that the financial situation in the outer sectors is porous. Not that I'd accuse Grand Moff Tarkin of anything, of course. Some of these other Moffs, well, I find they've risen fast on suspect credentials. I've never been comfortable with the current command structure. To be honest, I think placing sector fleets under the control of detached civilians has made our military less efficient and our sector governments more prone to corruption." That was a common opinion among naval officers, especially ones who'd come up through the judicial system. If Scree chose to take it at face value, he could. "Suppose I take over, managing your assets," Scree said. "I suppose you'd want something in return." "I only want to do my duty to the Empire. Frankly, sir, I'd rather have this business with the trallium out of my hands." It was even true. He was uncomfortable playing privateer. He'd much rather earn his rank and privileges by settling matters with sign, but he'd taken the opportunity that arose. "Your selflessness is quite admirable," Scree said. The sarcasm in his voice stung. "Sir, I came to you because I trusted you to do the right thing for our interests, and the interests of the Empire." Scree's eyes were probing, judging. "Vice Admiral, how long are you scheduled to be on Annexus?" 2 more days, sir." "I'll consider what you've said and talk to you again before then." Grant felt a little tension go out. He hadn't expected things to be settled in one conversation. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a data card, and set it on the table between them. "What is this?" Scree frowned. "Preliminary financial data on the operations in the Tarkus system. For your consideration." Scree didn't pick it up. "Thank you, Vice Admiral. I'll be sure to give it a thorough review." "I'm glad." Scree snapped his fingers loudly, and his Twi'lek servant appeared out of nowhere. The pale, gangly youth bowed and said in his high-pitched voice, "What is your bidding, Master?" "Please escort Vice Admiral Grant out, Bot." "As you command," the Twi'lek grinned, bearing jacket, pointy teeth. Grant tried not to wince. Bach led him through the same winding halls, past the same luxurious rooms. As they reached the door, Grant asked, "How many servants does Admiral Screed have, if I may ask?" "Servants." Bach blinked red eyes, then grinned again. "Oh, the Admiral had quite a few servants. Here and elsewhere. But I'm his favorite, you know. I always know exactly what he wants." "I'm sure." Grant tried to hide his distaste. "Thank your master for the tea and food." "Of course." Bach bowed deeply. Grant couldn't help but feel the creature was mocking him. "I look forward to seeing you again, Vice Admiral." Grant kept the scowl off his face until he left the building and started across the broad green lawn toward his waiting speeder. The meeting itself had gone as well as he could have expected, but he couldn't feel confident. If anything, he felt helpless. All he could do now was wait for other men to decide his fate. Chapter 12. In the end, the leaders of the Whiplash group weren't beings we knew well. We had the same goals, and we helped each other along, but for the most part our lives were discreet. Given the work we did, that discretion was necessary, but sometimes it feels like we were cheated out of knowing some truly special beings. Pole House had a lot of different contacts in Imperial City from all different walks of life, but not many of them would have been privy to the location of a secret Inquisitorius base. Still, Jax Pavan had asked. Whiplash had saved a lot of people from the Empire over the past 2 years, but multiple Jedi Masters would be a particular feather in their metaphorical cap. That was what Pole House tried to tell himself, at least, as he waited on Monument Plaza for his contact to show. It was just after noon and that pre-dawn wake-up was finally starting to take its toll, but he kept pacing around the statue of a Chancellor Raiden, just as he'd told Keela he would when he'd asked the Toydarian to set him up with one of her Black Sun contacts. Monument Plaza had undergone a major refit since the change in government. The broad space, a favorite of tourists and locals alike, had once been filled with statues of various Republic luminaries, but most of those had been removed and replaced with newly minted heroes of the New Order, most of them martyred soldiers from the Clone Wars. The centerpiece, of course, was the 100-meter-high statue of Emperor Palpatine, dressed in those new ceremonial robes he liked, both arms lifted up toward the sky. His head was tilted back, but you could make out the sagging and scars on the huge face. Palpatine didn't want people to forget the supposed Jedi coup attempt that had left him horribly scarred. Chancellor Palpatine had been elegant-looking, for an older human. As Emperor, he looked like a shriveled monster out of somebody's nightmares, and he seemed to bear that deformity as a badge of honor. Aside from being an eyesore, the Palpatine statue was heavily guarded at the base, which was why House was circling the statue of Raiden on the far edge of the plaza. It was one of the shortest statues still standing, and one of the only ones left honoring a Republic politician. The Chagrian had been Chancellor almost 2 centuries earlier, and House had no idea why his image was still permissible. Maybe Palpatine was throwing a bone to his Chagrian supporter, Masa Meta, or maybe Raiden had had an autocratic streak. Whatever the reason, history didn't matter right now. All that mattered was the man House was set to meet. Everyone knew Black Sun had the best intel network short of the Empire itself, and there was a good chance they'd help the Empire secretly move material into the deep core themselves. Palpatine and the criminal underworld seemed joined at the hip. Meeting with Black Sun agents were rare, even for House. When he first showed up at the plaza, he'd naturally been on edge. He'd also been up early, and when the thrill wore off, he started to get tired. After who knew how many loops around the statue, he stopped to lean his rear against the guardrail. He crossed his arms over his chest and risked closing his eyes. He breathed slowly, steadily. His head tidled forward. The chatter of so many tourists and passing pedestrians seemed to meld into one bland blur of sound. Then someone said, "Is it just me, or is one of his horns cracked?" House's eyes snapped open. His body jerked upright. In front of him was a red-furred Deveronian girl, barely an adolescent by her species standards. "What do you think?" she asked. She had a sly grin on her face. "The right horn looks broken to me." As he'd been instructed to do by Keela, House titled his head back, shaded his eyes from the noonday sun with one hand, and peered up at the statue. Neither of the Chagrian stone horns were damaged at all, but he said, "I think you're wrong. I think it's the left one." The Devaronian girl wagged her head and grinned. "I think your eyesight's bad, old man." "That's a distinct possibility," Hal said, "but I'm pretty sure neither of them are really cracked." "Of course not. I was just testing you. You're not what I expected." The girl gave a "what can I say" shrug. "If you want to talk, let's talk. We stand out. We'll make it quick. Besides, nobody's paying attention to us anyway. What do you want?" "Information." The girl rolled her eyes. "What kind of information?" "I need to know about Imperial activity in the deep core. Specifically, the Inquisitorius." "You're asking a lot. The Inquisitorius has a base somewhere past the Empress Teta system. I need to know where, plus any other information I can get about it." This girl was clearly a messenger, not a full-blown agent, but there was still a chance of getting what he needed by tonight. "What are you offering in return? One of your storehouses got raided recently. A Vigo lost his love slave and, more importantly, his entire store of spice. I can't give you the people responsible." She raised a brow. She was acting more mature and more devious than a girl her age had any right to. "If your Vigo wants to clear his name with his higher-ups, he's going to have to through me." "Crawl Calvis has already been dealt with," the girl said. Something about her innocent face and dangerous tone made Hal shudder. "His replacement, then? I'm sure your people want retribution. I can't give it to you. I know the names of the main perpetrator and all his associates." The girl looked thoughtful again. House was effectively ending Jax Pavan's career on Coruscant, and for that matter a lot of other planets. Black Sun had a very long reach. Still, Pavan had Whiplash to protect him and hopefully would get a bunch of Jedi friends soon. It was a fair enough trade. "Can you tell us where to find them?" she asked. "I'll give you his last known location." The girl looked reluctant. He pressed, "I have my own sources, very good ones. I'm a very well-connected person." The girl rolled her eyes. "I know who you are, Prefect House." He bit back a curse. He told Keela to set up an anonymous meeting. Black Sun had probably slipped the Toydarian a few extra credits for his name. He just prayed Keela hadn't told him anything more than that. He tried to play it confident. "Then you know I can get you what you want if you get me what I want." "I'll look into it," the girl said simply. "When can I get an answer? I'm on a tight schedule." "I think we can get you one tonight." "Good. When and where?" The girl looked around Monument Plaza, as though considering another statue for the next meet-up, but in the end she said, "Let's meet at the Colonnades." That was another busy district, full of tourists taking in the newly remodeled step fountains as well as locals enjoying the various restaurants on either side of the long central promenade. "Okay," he said, "which fountain?" "How about the one furthest east, with the blue lights? Show up at 2200 hours. Done. Should I expect you or someone else?" The Devaronian girl gave him a sly grin, and he started to wonder whether this child was a full-blown Black Sun operative after all. Without responding, she turned around and sauntered off through the crowd. Hal sunk back against the guard rail, sighed, and wondered if he should go back to his flat and grab a few hours' sleep. His gut told him it was going to be a busy night. No one knew how many chambers Imperial Palace had except for Darth Sidious himself. There were at least 24 different rooms used for exercise and sparring by Inquisitors, clone soldiers, stormtrooper recruits, ISB agents, palace security, and the Emperor's personal Crimson Guard. There was only one used by Darth Vader himself. He had spent many sessions in the circular chamber, combating captured separatist battle droids and mechanical beasts of Imperial creation. It had taken him a long time to get used to the heavy half-machine body the Emperor had built around the corpse of Anakin Skywalker, but gradually he'd become confident in his own abilities. He never allowed anyone else to use the chamber until now. He stood to one side, watching the small, lithe, nimble Arcanian girl drop to her knees, roll between the legs of two Tagco Z-83 battle droids, and snapped back up in time to deflect their blast with her lightsaber. One red laser whipped back and left a smoking hole in the chamber wall. The other bounced right into the armored face of the droid that had fired it. The droid barely budged and kept firing. Hannah Ding somersaulted back, evading the next round of lasers. She regained her footing, squared herself to face both droids, and began to slowly advance on them, batting back lasers all the while. Vader could feel the girl blazing in the Force, the concentration, the craving to win the match, the even greater need to prove herself both to herself and to Vader. The girl was frightened and desperate, but she lacked the anger that led so many beings to the dark side. Her race was famous for both his reason and his ego. He wondered whether she would even transcend those traits and become something unique. Even if she didn't, Vader could use her. Still, he hoped to breed an apprentice as capable and loyal as Cuthera and Draenane were for Jarek. When she was almost within Saber's reach of the droids, they began sidestepping away from each other in order to attack Ding from either flank. The Arcanian quickly jumped into the air toward one droid. It tried to track her, but his range of motion was limited. Ding dropped down on the droid from directly above and stabbed her saber blade directly through his mechanical head. She crouched there for one long second, boots on his shoulders, fishtailing the blade inside the droid's guts. Then the second one opened fire. Ding tumbled off the dead droid's shoulders and fell behind it. That might have been what saved her. The dead droid wavered on his feet for several seconds while the live one pounded his torso with laser blasts. When the first droid finally fell back, crashing hard against the hard floor, Ding leaped to the air again. Vader could see the smoke twirling off her robe, could feel the pain of scorch marks where laser blasts had cut through her robe and skimmed her shoulder and thigh. For a second he experienced her determination, as clear as his own, as she slammed horizontally into the droid, boots first, and plunged her lightsaber into his chest. The force of impact alone wouldn't have been enough to topple the droid, but the thrust of her saber must have several integral components inside. The droid toppled onto his back, taking Ding with it. Just as before, she swung her blade back and forth inside his torso, then pulled out and cut off the droid's head and arms with 3 swift strikes. She even did it without scarring the floor beneath. It was over. Ding panted and knocked a wave of pale hair out of face. The sweat on her forehead and neck glistened in the overhead lights. She looked at him across the chamber and said, "It is done, Lord Vader." He lurched forward. His lightsaber sprung to life in his hands. Ding was shocked and confused, but he was far enough away that she was able to ignite her own saber before he reached her. He swung hard again and again, knocking her back a step every time. The girl panted and groaned as she struggled to block every attack. She didn't even attempt to strike back at Vader. He could feel fear radiating off her, not fear of failure or disgrace, but the primal fear of death. He hit her again and again until her shoulders hit the wall and she bounced a step forward in surprise. Only then did he pull his sword far back enough to give the girl an opening. Ding took it. She thrust her saber horizontally forward, right at his chest plate. It took just a flick of the wrist to deflect her attack and send her lightsaber spinning out of her hand, then a touch of the Force to throw her back and pin her against the wall. The girl still struggled, still raged at him. She had the presence of mind to reach out with the Force to grab her fallen lightsaber, and enough natural skill to actually pull it toward her. Vader overpowered her easily. The lightsaber flew into his free hand. Still the girl struggled, angry and determined, to grab it from him. "Enough," he said, and let her fall hard onto the floor. The pain seemed to knock her out of her state of rage. She stared up at Darth Vader, no longer angry but no longer afraid either. She seemed proud and defiant, and that gave Vader more hope for her than anything he'd seen thus far. "Your performance today was acceptable." He shut off his lightsaber and hooked it on his belt. He kept Ding's in his left hand. The girl knew better than to ask questions. She lurched forward onto one knee and bowed her head, but her sense of pride did not diminish. "Lord Vader," she said, "may I give my report now?" He forced her to fight the combat droids before telling him the results of her assignment at the ISB office that morning. She'd come back so swelled with that typical Arcanian pride that he decided to humble her first. She wasn't humbled now, but she had earned her pride, which was the best outcome of all. "Speak," he said. Without lifting her head, she said, "My lord, I went to the ISB office to review their material regarding the Whiplash organization." "And what did you find?" "Many things, my lord. I'm sure you already know most of them, but one new artifact may be useful." "To the point, good. What did you find?" "Until recently, the ISB had a paid informer within the police department in the Zekri sector." "Go on," he said. Zekri sector had always been a hotbed of criminal activity, and, unsurprisingly, dissident activity as well. The informant was a Bothan named Caliber Drush. He was a direct subordinate of the department's prefect. In his last report, Drush said he suspected his superior of involvement with Whiplash. The prefect's name is Polhouse. "I know the man," Vader said. On the outside, the prefect was disheveled and aloof, but only on the outside. Vader distrusted him for that reason, but he'd never had cause to suspect House of active treason. "My lord, shortly after this report, Drush disappeared in the lower levels. He was reported killed in an accident by Prefect House, but there were no other witnesses to the event." "Most interesting. What has the ISB done with this information?" "They've increased surveillance on House, my lord, but as yet they haven't inserted another operative into his department." "Are you suggesting more aggressive methods of investigation are necessary?" "I believe it's the best lead we have to finding Whiplash and Jax Pavan." "Is that the only lead you have found?" He sensed the fear again, the doubt. "I think it is the best, my lord. ISB hasn't heard anything concrete about Whiplash since the incident in the Bothan system a month ago." "Stand, Miss Dink." She rose steadily, and when she picked up her head, she didn't flinch from his mirror-black gaze. She might make a worthy apprentice yet, but she needed to be tested more. Thankfully, he had a healthy supply of battle droids waiting to spar. Before he could say anything, he heard the vibration of the chamber's alarm bell. Without saying a word, he turned on Dink, stalked over to the door, and opened it. Nara Lazin was standing there when it opened. Unlike Dink, she shrunk a little from his presence, though she tried to hide it. "Why have you interrupted me?" he asked. "My lord," Lazin said, "a visitor has arrived. He wishes to speak with you." "A visitor? What visitor is that?" "I was not given his name, sir. I only know that he was sent to your personal waiting room on the Emperor's orders." He felt nothing through the Force. That could have meant the visitor was lying, or that Darth Sidious was playing yet another of his petty power games. "How did you know the Emperor sent him?" "He came escorted by the Crimson Guard, sir." "So it was a game then. I will see him momentarily." Dismissed. "Yes, my lord." Lazin was in the middle of a bow when Vader turned away, and the door whipped shut behind him. Across the chamber, Hannah Dink stood where he left her. She was still flushed and breathing hard, but her body was straight and she didn't flinch from his attention. "You may clean yourself and rest, Inquisitor Dink," he said. "But be ready for action when I call you next." "Thank you, Lord Vader." She didn't bow. He liked that. When he went back to the door and stepped out into the hallway, Lazin was gone, and that pleased him too. Then Darth Vader marched for his waiting room, knowing that whoever he found there wouldn't please him at all. When he arrived, however, he was neither pleased nor displeased. He was simply surprised by the being standing before him. The Fallen stood almost as tall as Vader himself, an elegant violet and gold robe spilled down from his broad green shoulders. He wore his black hair pulled back in a top knot over an otherwise bald head. His smile was wide, but his eyes were dark and probing. Without bowing, the man said, "Greetings, Lord Vader. It is an honor to meet you face to face. You may call me Zizzer." Vader remembered the name immediately. He was at once curious and insulted that the Emperor would send a common mobster to his personal chamber. "I have heard of you," He told the falling. Why do you wish to see me? I had actually come to deliver my news to the Emperor himself. It was he who sent me to you? Not that I object, of course. I've heard much about you. Why? He repeated. Zizzer's smile didn't falter. As you may know, Lord Vader, my organization suffered a small setback recently. Your drug supplies were liquidated and your Vigo humiliated, Vader said plainly. Humiliated and replaced by someone far more competent. That explained the smile. I have heard that the incident at your storehouse was perpetrated by a Jedi. Have you come to confirm that? Not exactly, Zizzer allowed. However, I think what I have is even better. Then say what you've come to say. Zizzer laughed politely, as though Vader's impatience was some genteel joke. Today someone reached out to my organization promising to give me the identity and location of the people responsible for the incident, in exchange for the location of an Inquisitorius base in the deep core. And why did he ask you for that information? Zizzer shrugged easily. It is well known that my organization knows many things. As to why he wanted it, well, I can't say. And do you have the name of this would-be informant? Well, that is the interesting part, Zizzer said. It was, in fact, a Zabrak by the name of Polhouse. I am familiar the police prefect. Then perhaps you also knew that he paid one of my associates a good deal of money to make an old maglev train disappear. Or perhaps not. I understand that was a more recent development. About a month ago, I think. Around the same time Whiplash activity in Imperial City seemed to cease. Pieces fell into place quickly. ISB has suspected Whiplash of using a maglev train as a mobile headquarters. House must have killed his Lieutenant Drush and disposed of the maglev train after the failed attempt on the Emperor's life. If Polhouse was leading Whiplash now, why would he volunteer to give up Jax Pavan? To gain something greater. Vader had already come to suspect that Pavan was no longer on Coruscant. This confirmed it. Why did he want to know the location of the Inquisitorius base? Whiplash itself didn't have the capacity to destroy it. However, if Jax Pavan somehow learned that captive masters were being taken to the planet, or even suspected, he would do everything in his power to save his fellow Jedi. For what it's worth, Zizzer said, I already have a strong suspicion as to who raided our storehouse. Do you? Asked Vader, genuinely curious. I have crossed paths with a certain Jedi several times. His name is Jax Pavan. Vader tried to cover his surprise by asking, why did you not inform the Empire of this? I thought it would be useful to have a Jedi in my pocket. Unfortunately, things didn't work out, Zizzer said casually. Vader was shocked by such a brazen admission. It would almost be as a death sentence. The fact that Zizzer could say as much here, in the heart of Imperial Palace, before the Emperor's personal executor, meant that he was either very arrogant or he already had the Emperor's favor. It was probably both. Between Jarek and Zizzer, Vader was getting sick of rivals. Do you believe this Polhouse has a connection to Jax Pavan? Vader asked. I can't say, but frankly the whole situation smells strange to me. Therefore, I decided to bring it to the Emperor's attention. I'm sure the Emperor is most grateful. Mind you, we haven't told Polhouse anything yet. Zizzer was never going to confirm or deny that he knew about Prakith, and there was no point in trying to force it. Darth Vader asked, when will you meet House again? I didn't meet him personally, but he's scheduled to see one of my agents at 2200 tonight, at the colonnades. He'll be at the fountain on the eastern end of the promenade, with the blue lights. I assume you'll want to talk to him yourself. Vader regarded the falling carefully, taking in his sleek robes, his polite smile, his dark eyes. If he didn't know better, he'd take Zizzer for a very ruthless and egotistical businessman. In a sense, he was exactly that. Why did you throw away your chance at revenge on Pavan? To be frank, I doubt he's on Coruscant anymore, Zizzer gave a little sigh. So instead, I trust you to deliver my revenge for me. Your trust is most welcome, Vader lied. He would be watching Zizzer now, and Zizzer would be watching him, and they both knew it. Consider this a show of my loyalty, Zizzer said. I hope the Emperor appreciates it. I will see that he does. Then that's all I ask. Zizzer glanced toward the doors but didn't move. Is there anything else you wish to speak about, Lord Vader, or is our business done? It is complete. Ah, I'm glad to hear that. I will show myself out. Zizzer glided across the carpet and stepped through the doors. Vader watched them close behind him, then tried to put the Vigo out of his mind. Zizzer might be a problem in the future, but his current one was High Inquisitor Jarek. Without knowing it, one rival might have handed him the advantage over the other. Everything depended on what happened when night fell. He hoped Hannah Ding would prove worthy of the responsibility he was about to give her. After the meeting at Monument Plaza, Polehouse went back to his flat, checked the comm system, then treated himself to a meager 3 hours of sleep. Then he got back up and went to a restaurant where he downed 3 straight calves as the sun set and waited for Shilmafine to show. The meeting had been his idea. He didn't know what was going to happen tonight, and he wanted to fill her in on what he did know about Sign, Slake, Yemen, Pavan, and everything else before he went. Well, almost everything. He wasn't going to tell her about the potential alliance with Bel Iblis yet. He hadn't told anyone, and he hadn't met with any of the Senator's people either. He wanted to make sure the other new alliance worked out before then. Are you sure you want to be wired for your meeting, Pole? She'll ask as she started on a soft drink. I need to be alert. And 3 calves isn't a lot. It's not like I'm taking stems. You don't trust Black Sun. If he did, he wouldn't have packed 2 guns, 1 blast tech service pistol at his hip, 1 small Zerka holdout strapped to his forearm. Would you? You realize that, even if this does go through, Pavan and his people can't ever come back to Coruscant. I know, but it'll be worth it. Having Jax Pavan off planet would save him a lot of stress too, though he didn't tell Shill that. Have you told him about this yet? I haven't talked to him since this morning. Well, she sighed, even if this doesn't come through, at least the meeting at Cyrillion's been set up. Do you know if Yemen is going himself? That's the point, isn't it? I just wonder whether Sign and Slake are going to bring their whole fleets or not. That's for them to know and us to find out. Eventually. Shill rarely acted like someone involved in ultra-risky seditious activity against the government. It was one of the things he liked about her. Being around her calmed his own natural edginess and paranoia. Tonight, though, he was going to have to depend on those qualities. So he said, I can't stay much longer. I want to show up at the colonnades early and check the place out. Okay. She'll put down her drink. I'll come with you. Out of the question. This is too risky. Which is why you might need a backup. When he heard backup, he thought of his armed police deputies. Shilmafine was no fighter, and they both knew it. You might need an extra set of eyes, she clarified. I can't sit myself in one of the restaurants that look down on the promenade. I'll blend in with everybody else. We can't keep an open comm link, and I'll warn you if I see anything suspicious. An extra set of eyes would be useful, but he didn't like the idea of dragging her into danger. Pole, let me help you on this, please. She reached across the table and put a hand over his. You take too much on yourself sometimes. He felt a spike of guilt for keeping Bel Iblis a secret. You have to make sure to stay far away. And you have to hide the fact that you're watching me. Pole, the colonnades will be full of people. I'll blend in fine. All right, he sighed. But if anything looks bad, don't try to help me. Get out. Get out fast and call Pavan and Yemen. She'll had the access codes to his flat in the Whiplash comm system, though she'd never used them. She was the only one he trusted them with. You can count on it, she said. A little seriousness slipped into her voice finally. There was little more to say. House finished his last calf, and together they exited the cafe. They took a moment to make sure their comlinks were set to the same frequency, then took separate speeder cabs to the colonnades. He did his trip in 2 legs with 2 different cabs, just to be safe. The colonnades ran for a full kilometer, east to west. The main promenade was marked by a variety of elaborate step fountains, each one lit with a different color. The biggest ones were in the center and drew the most tourists, but at 2,200 hours there were plenty of people moving around the blue-lit fountain at the eastern edge. House was all right with that. He didn't want to meet a Black Sun agent in private, where anything might happen. He had the cab drop him off at the west end of the promenade, and he walked slowly, casually, to the opposite side, pretending to look at the fountains but actually looking at the people. At night it was harder to get a fast read on beings unless they got close. After he passed the largest fountain in the middle, he flicked on the comlink attached to his jacket lapel and said quietly, "Are you there?" A second later, Shill's voice buzzed in his ear. "Enjoying a lovely dinner for one at the Rodian restaurant on level 2. I don't see you." "I got off on the west side. I'll be at the rendezvous point shortly." "Understood. I'll keep my eyes open." When House reached the blue fountains, he walked in a loose circle around its perimeter. After the Daveronian girl that afternoon, he had no idea what kind of agent Black Sun would send this time. His gut told him it would be someone different. He made 3 loops around the fountain and allowed himself a few glances up at the Rodian restaurant. There were a dozen tables strung along the place's balcony, and in the poor light he couldn't tell which one had shield. At around 2,215, he sat down on a bench facing both the fountain and the restaurant. Black Sun agents showed up when they wanted to, not when they said they would, but if it reached 2,230 and no one showed, he was going to walk away. He was about to tell Shield that when someone sat down beside him. It was another adolescent humanoid girl. This one seemed on the older end of it. She had long yellow hair, pale skin, and pale eyes. "Arcanian, then?" "Should you be with someone, young lady?" he asked her. "I'm with you, aren't I?" "I'm way too old for you." "That's okay. What I'm here for will only take a minute." He raised an eyebrow. "Do you know who I am?" "Prefect Pole House," she said without smiling. She wasn't putting on a coy act like the other girl, and he preferred it that way. "Well, I can guess who sent you, then." Her mouth slanted in what was almost a wry smile. It quickly disappeared. "I have what you want. Do you have what I want?" "I can't give you the names and last location of the people involved in the storehouse raid. Their leader." "Name him?" "Down to business, this one." He took a breath and said, "A Jedi named Jax Pavan." The Arcanian girl leaned closer. "And how do you know Jax Pavan?" For a second he wanted to tell her everything. He fought the urge and said, "I'm a cop. I know a lot of things, including how to contact Black Sun. Like I said, I know a lot of things. Can you give me what I want?" "Yes, but I was instructed to learn more from you first." Who else helped Jax Pavan? He wasn't prepared to give everything away, not without getting something in return, but somehow his lips moved and his voice said, "Dinder, a Sulliston, and a Zabrak from Dathomir." "Her name?" The girl leaned closer still. He tore his eyes away from hers and looked in the direction of the Rodian cafe. She was hearing this. She had to be wondering what had gotten into him. "I need to know where the Inquisitorius base is," he said firmly, but part of him still wanted to tell her the rest. Something was wrong. Something was messing with his mind. It was almost as if that girl was a Pole. Shill's voice crackled in his ear. 2 squads of troopers, black armor. "They're heading your way." He jumped to his feet and told her, "Get out. Now." The Arcanian girl jumped up too. Her hand went inside her jacket. So did his. House drew a half-second faster. He fired his blast tech from the hip, not good for aiming, but at this range it was hard to miss. He winged the Arcanian just as she brought her weapon out. He watched a metal cylinder drop and skitter across the flagstones. House started running. Dozens of small-sized streets and alleys led into the promenade, and he sprinted for the closest one. He heard shouts of people as he passed, and beneath that the clattering of boots. "Shill, where are you?" he called as he turned down a side alley and scampered down a narrow stairwell. "Pole, they're coming for me. You have to run. Grab a speeder, anything, get out." "Pole, I..." He heard the sharp tang of blaster fire, Shill's shortened cry, the clatter of his comlink hitting pavement. He stumbled and almost fell to the bottom of the stairs. They shot Shill. She could be dead. No, it was worse than that. The imps would want them both alive. House panted, swore, keeled over with a hand on the railing, suddenly aware of how breathless he was. If he stayed in better shape, he might have. No, there was no way he could have helped Shield. He couldn't help her now either. The imps would torture her, use their inquisitors to pry into her brain, learn everything about Jax Pavan, about Cerulean, about his comm system. Everything except Garm Bel Iblis. Hal swore again and hit the wall with his fist. He had to escape. He had to get back to his flat and warn Yemen and Pavan, assuming the imps hadn't raided that place already. But no, his security system was still in place. He'd have gotten a message if it went off. He had to get to his flat and warn them. If he didn't, everything was lost. Everything. He heard voices behind him, clattering feet. He somehow found the breath to start running around. He ran down the alley, around the corner, down the new lane, all the way to the end. He half fell against the railing of the catwalk that ran along the side of a row of buildings. Beyond the catwalk was a long, long fall into the dark. Black-clad troopers appeared at the far end of the alley behind him. He raised his gun and fired 2 shots, then ran down the catwalk. He knew he wouldn't get far before the clones got onto the catwalk too, but he couldn't spot any new alley to turn down. Then a body fell from the sky and slammed down on the catwalk in front of him. He saw the white gold hair, the pale skin. Then he saw the red burst of her lightsaber coming to life. He raised his blast tech, hoping for one impossible shot, but the Arcanian girl whipped her blade out and severed his gun barrel. He heard boots clatter on the catwalk behind him. He didn't even bother to look back. He let the smoking ruin of his gun fall from his hand. Surrender, the girl said, and held out her lightsaber. They would get everything he knew already from S.H.I.E.L.D. Everything except Bel Iblis. That alone was worth protecting. For a second, he wished he could come up with some clever farewell line, some parting volley for this damned Inquisitor girl who'd ruined everything he'd ever worked and fought for, but he wasn't that witty. He simply hurled himself over the catwalk railing and into the void. He fell. Wind stung his face, furrowed his hair, ballooned his long coat. Every Coruscanti wondered, at some point in their lives, what it would be like to fall into the endless chasms between skyscrapers. They said you passed out before you hit the ground. He was going to find out for sure. If he could have drawn breath, he'd have laughed. And then he stopped. He hung there in the void, arms spread wide, limp coattails dangling downward toward the black. And then, steadily, his entire body rotated to face the rising skyscrapers, the brilliant lights, the catwalk from which the gold-haired Arcanian girl leaned, one hand outstretched. She started reeling him in slowly. As she pulled him closer, he saw the black-armored clone troopers ready their rifles. They were going to stun him as he hung there in midair, then haul him off to their secret torture chamber and pry out every last secret before they killed him. He shook his right arm and let the little Zerka hold-out pistol fall into his palm. He was still far enough away that the girl and her soldiers probably didn't recognize it. He took a deep breath. The Zerka only had one setting, kill. It was all he needed. He'd have rather found out what was at the bottom of those chasms, but at least he could spite the imps this way. There wasn't time to hesitate. Necessity overtook fear. Polehouse pressed the Zerka's cold, hard tip against his temple. He saw shock dawn on the girl's face right before he squeezed the trigger. Chapter 13. Before we met Hett and Scout, Jax had pretty much convinced himself he was the last Jedi left in the galaxy. He'd adjusted to that thought. That was why he was trying to train Sasha and Magash. When a bunch more Jedi stumbled into our lives out of nowhere, he adjusted with ease. I think it helped that neither Scout nor Hett were looking for a leadership position. They were floating in space on the edge of the Metellus system, both ships coupled together. They didn't know where to go and didn't know how long they'd have to wait until they did, which meant they had to do something to fill the anxious, empty hours. Jax Pavan decided to try teaching. Everyone was gathered in Laranth's main hold. Jax sat cross-legged on a crate again. Magash, Sasha, and Scout sat on the deck in the cleared-out middle of the room. Din and I-5 leaned against one bulkhead, watching the show with curiosity. A'Sharad Hett leaned silently against the opposite one, exuding impatience through the Force. Jax tried to dampen that emotion. He needed his 3 students, if he could call them that, to concentrate. "Okay," he said, "Magash, I want you to hold an image in your mind. Can you do that?" "I can." The Zabrak woman sat in a Dathomary mediation pose with her legs crossed and eyes closed, her back stiff, and hands resting palms up atop her knees. "Think about that one thing and nothing else. Can you do that?" "I am." "Okay. Sasha, can you tell me what Magash is picturing?" The tall human woman was trying to mimic Magash's pose, but somehow it looked unnatural on her. While Magash's face was calm, Sasha's was scrunched up in concentration. "I think I see a creature. An animal," she said. "What kind of animal?" "No neck, long arms, what do you call them?" "A rancor." "I see a rancor." "Is she right, Magash?" "She is," the Zabrak said without opening her eyes. Sasha's popped open. She exhaled and said, "Okay, wow. I didn't think I could do that. It just sort of came to me." "Very good," Jack smiled slightly. "Now, I want you to picture something yourself. Really concentrate on it. Scout, I want you to read Sasha's mind." "I'll try," the girl said. She was sitting on the hard deck with her legs tucked beneath her and her folded hands in her lap, the standard Jedi meditation pose without showing discomfort. "Okay," Sasha said as she closed her eyes. "I'm thinking of something." "Think only of it," Jax reminded her. "I am." "Scout." The girl closed her eyes and took on a thoughtful expression. Her lips parted slightly, but she didn't speak. She kept on claiming that her Force powers were weak, that she'd barely avoided being washed out to the Agri Corps, but he didn't believe that. If she'd escaped an Imperial attack and made it all the way from Lukaszek to Metellus, Scout was more gifted than she realized. "A Hydra spanner," she said at last. Sasha opened her eyes and smiled. "Nice one." "Okay," Jack said. "Let's try something else. I want you to think of a word. A single one. Scout, do you have something?" The girl hadn't even opened her eyes. "Yes," she said. "Okay. Magash, I want you to try and read it." Magash was still in her meditation pose too. The Zabrak woman was perfectly still for almost 30 seconds before she said, "Candle." Scout smiled. "Got it in one." "Excellent." Magash tried to send something Sasha's way. Still frozen in place, Magash said, "Ready." Sasha closed her eyes and concentrated. Jax watched her carefully. His fingers twitched as she held her knees and her breathing was too deep. She was pressing herself too hard. After a long, awkward minute, Sasha said, "Lightning." Magash opened her eyes and shook her head. "River." "Not even close," Sasha sighed. "I knew I wouldn't get that. I'm good with spatial stuff. Always have been. But words, not my thing." Behind Jax, Din said, "Captain, why did we take on an illiterate pilot?" "I'm not illiterate," Sasha said. "I've just never had Force skills, that go that way." "It's all right," Jax assured her. "We just need to find your natural strengths and improve on them." "Well, they'd better improve fast," Sasha flexed her shoulders. "When we find out where that base is, we won't have time to mess around." At Bavanir, Kina Ha was able to bridge minds like nothing I've ever felt, Scout said. "All the Jedi there, it was like we were thinking and feeling as one." "Do you mean she strengthened your natural connection?" Magash asked. "Strengthen is putting it mildly." Scout looked at Hett. "You felt it too, didn't you?" "I felt her touch," the taciturn Jedi Master said. "I didn't let myself get pulled all the way. I couldn't." "Oh, that's right. You were still fighting on Valediction." Magash shifted her attention to Din and I-5. "Does anyone else wish to try?" "Me?" I-5 tilted his head. "Really? I've got to admit, I'm kind of curious," Sasha muttered. Jax looked at Hett. You're the master, which means you're the strongest one here? Do you want to try? Hett seemed to consider for a moment, then shook his head. You know him much better than I do. You should try it. Jax looked at I-5. Something in the droid's near-human face looked almost pleading. Okay, we can try. Jax had no idea what he was getting into, but he supposed it wouldn't hurt. I-5, I want to try and read you. Can you focus on one thing, and one thing only? A word or an image? The droid asked. Let's try image. All right, I-5 said, and that was it. He didn't close his eyes like the others or betray hard concentration. He simply looked at Jax, blank-faced, expectant. It was a reminder of how different I-5 was from the rest of them, and that was a bad start. Still, Jax closed his eyes and tried to focus on I-5's force presence. It felt just as it had for the past few months, unique but dim. When he tried to focus on it, it became almost slippery, like a juiced-up ball that jumped from his palm whenever he tried to squeeze it. I'm sorry, Jax shook his head. I don't know if I can do this. Maybe Master Hett should try, I-5 suggested. I suppose it's worth the effort, Hett admitted. But something like this is. A buzzing sound filled the hold. Jax immediately jumped off his crate and hurried for the cockpit. By the time he got there, Scout and Hett were close behind him. The three Jedi crowded over the communication station as Jax flipped on the receiver. No hollow image sprung to life in front of them. Jax leaned close to the console and said, Is anyone there? Jax Pavan. Is that you? A woman's voice said. Yes. Who is this and why can't I see you? This is Shil Mafine. I'm calling from Pole House Comm System. I can't seem to get the holo working. Aside from Pole House himself, Mafine was the only original member of Coruscant's Whiplash still left. We read you loud and clear, Shil. Where's Prefect House? There was an emergency at the police office. Pole told me to call you. Did he find out what we need to know? Jax felt his chest tighten. Hett and Scout tensed beside him. He did, Mafine said. The base is at Prakketh. Prakketh, Jax repeated. He knew it was a deep core world, but he had no idea where. He'd have to check the navigation charts. They are holding your Jedi in a ship orbiting the inner moon. You said inner moon? Correct. That's right? Great. Thanks, Shil. Tell Prefect House I knew I could count on him. There was a pause, longer than he was expecting, before Mafine said, I will. Good luck. There was a single click as the line closed. Jax exhaled and pushed himself back from the console. He looked behind him to see the entire crew packed into the cockpit. You heard what she said, he told them. We're going to Prakketh. Now. The moment the transmission ended, Shil Mafine fell back onto the torture bed. The Togruta's red skin glistened with sweat. Her bloodshot eyes stared at the bright overhead light. Her mouth hung open, and she panted through dry lips. Only the force power of her captors had given her the strength to make the call to Jax Pavan. Darth Vader stood on one side of the bed, Hannah Dink on the other. They stared down at the prone, pathetic form of the Whiplash leader while his service droid picked up the communications console extracted from Pole House apartment and carried it out of the room. It's done, Lord Vader, Dink said. She didn't take her eyes off Mafine. A combination of torture, psychotropic drugs, and raw force power had turned the woman into a broken, mindless puppet. It hadn't taken long for Vader and Dink to extract everything from her, the communication system and house room, Jax Pavan's goal, most importantly of all, the meeting at Cerulean. That alone would please the Emperor very much, but Vader had one last task for her, and that had been to call Jax Pavan and lure him to Prakketh, into a trap. All that was left now was to go to Prakketh and intercept Pavan. The information Mafine had given him was accurate enough. It would, in fact, be quite fortuitous if Pavan and his band managed to board the prison ship and cause a fair amount of havoc before Vader killed him. It would be an embarrassment to High Inquisitor Jarek, while Vader would get the credit for preventing a disaster. Things had fallen into place so perfectly he had to wonder if the Force was helping him after all. He still needed to get the Emperor's permission to go to Prakith, but he would manage that one way or another. He only needed to make sure that no one knew he'd leaked the location of the Inquisitorius base to Jax Pavan. "We will leave shortly for Prakith," he told Ding. "I'm to come with you, my lord." Ding's voice wavered slightly. She was still ashamed of her failure to capture Pole House, as well she should be. "Your mission succeeded in spite of your failure," he told her. "It is your duty to see it through to the end." "Of course, Lord Vader." They both looked down at Shil Mafine, still lying breathless on the torture bed. Her eyelids twitched, her lips opened and closed but made no sound. Without Vader's Force powers to prop her up like a doll, she was barely conscious. "Inquisitor Ding," he said, "kill this woman." Ding flinched but didn't object. She reached for the lightsaber at her belt. "No!" Vader commanded. "Kill her with the Force." Ding's hand fell to her side. He could sense her hesitation. After all this time, her Jedi training had not fully fallen away. She still flinched at the thought of killing an unarmed prisoner, especially if she had to reach out with the Force and will that death. "If you do not kill this woman now," he said, "you will not come with me to Prakith. You will go back to Kuthera and fight others' trainees until you are killed by one who is stronger and angrier and better than you. Do you understand?" "I understand, Lord Vader." Her dry voice cracked. "Then kill her and be done with it." Ding nodded. She hooked her lightsaber to her belt and let her hands fall at her sides. They balled into fists. She closed her eyes, her forehead wrinkled in concentration. Vader could feel the raw power stretching out from her, wrapping itself around Mafine's throat. It would take just a little more effort to snap it, but Ding hesitated. He could feel that too, the tug of conscience, the doubt as to whether she was on the right path after all, the frantic search for any other choice. Darth Vader knew better than anyone that the only way to defeat those things was to pass beyond them, no matter how painful it was. In the end, Hannah Ding had no more choice than Anakin Skywalker. There was a twist, a snap, and the Togruta's head rolled limply to one side. Her mouth hung open and her bloodshot eyes stared blankly at the wall. Her chest no longer moved. "I must see the Emperor. Dispose of the body," Vader told her. She was still staring at the corpse as he walked out of the room. As he made his way through the halls of the palace to the Emperor's lair, he sent his master a declaration through the Force: "We must speak now." The only response was a vague, nebulous, "Come." When he arrived at the vestibule, he marched straight down the red carpet. 2 crimson guards moved to block his path. "The Emperor has told me to come immediately," he said. "Stand aside." He could see nothing through his red masks, feel nothing through the Force, but after only a second both of them stepped aside and let him pass. When he entered the throne room, he understood everything. The sun was coming up over Imperial City, and the Emperor's throne was half silhouetted against the gleam of gold-white morning light. Facing him was a man in black and red robes, with a thin black band wound around his bald head. For perhaps the first time ever, Darth Vader was pleased to see High Inquisitor Jarek. When he reached the Emperor's throne, he dropped to one knee without even acknowledging the other man. "You may rise, Lord Vader," his master said. "I trust the visitor you received yesterday was useful." Vader rose quickly. "Extremely, Master." "Excellent." Darth Sidious's chuckle sounded like cracking Farrakreet. "High Inquisitor Jarek has his own news to share. Which of you would like to go first?" Vader wasn't going to abandon his dignity by begging for the Emperor's approval. He let Jarek step forward and say, "My lord, I am happy to report that the vessel carrying the captured Jedi from Lukaszek has arrived at Prakith. As per your orders, I've instructed Inquisitor Draeneen to keep her vessel in orbit until I arrive." "Excellent." A yellow-toothed grin spread on Sidio's face. "Lord Vader, I trust you, to bring good news." "Very good news, my lord. The last Whiplash leader on Coruscant has been captured and questioned. Unfortunately, she died during interrogation, but we learned much beforehand." "Have you found a trace to your nemesis?" Lord Vader. Have you found Jack's Pavan? He still didn't know if Sidious would sense an outright lie. Thankfully, he didn't have to risk it. I have found better, my lord. Their leader, Thezon Yemen, is going to meet with Jervith Sign and Zosritter Slake at the planet Cerulean in 2 days. Excellent. The Emperor laughed again. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me again. We shall have to move quickly. My lord, I would like to leave for Praketh immediately, Jarek interjected. Jyn Altis needs to be interrogated. I know the man. I can get what we need. The Emperor's yellow eyes flicked to Jarek, but he didn't speak. Vader knew what his master was thinking. The obvious choice would be to send Jarek to Praketh and Vader to Cerulean and see which rival better handled his hard-won prize. But Sidious had not become Emperor by doing the obvious. Vader said, I am quite eager to recapture Thezon Yemen. Those eyes shifted to Vader. Yes, you were very upset when he escaped your grasp last time. He added a little anger to his voice. It will not happen again. Lord Vader, it sounds as though this has become personal to you. I very much want to end it, my lord. Darth Sidious smiled his sickly smile and said, I question your objectivity, Lord Vader. And yours, Lord Jarek. Jarek started, my Emperor, please. Sidious held up one withered hand. Not one word, High Inquisitor. I think perhaps it is not in your best interest to go to Praketh. After all, those creatures you found to restrain the captured Jedi might, disable you even more, wouldn't they? No, I have a better idea. You will leave for Annexes immediately and join the fleet that will go to Cerulean. Is that understood? Jarek clamped his jaw shut and bowed his bald head. As for you, Lord Vader, you will go to Praketh and begin the interrogation of Jyn Altis and Kina Ha. If either of them is killed, you be held accountable. Is that understood? It is, my lord. He inclined his head as well. Then the matter is settled. Go now, both of you. You have important work to do. Jarek and Vader bowed once more. In perfect unison, they turned and walked out of the throne room. They passed into the vestibule and the doors closed behind them. The Crimson Guard stood like statues on either side of the door. As Vader and Jarek walked down the red carpet toward the exit, the High Inquisitor said, Take special care of those prisoners, Lord Vader. Altis is a wily old man, and Kina Ha in particular is most valuable to the Emperor. Just make certain your enemies do not evade you at Cerulean, Lord Jarek. They have a history of escaping traps. You don't have to worry about me, Lord Vader. Not at all. The bitterness in Jarek's voice was plain. As for Vader, he was glad he had a black mask to hide the smile on his tattered, brittle lips. The Emperor didn't decide to build his top-secret fortresses in the deep core for no reason. These places were milking hard to get to, even if you did have star charts based on whiplash intel like Larenth did. You had to plot multiple light-speed jumps around tightly packed stars, nebulae, even black holes. Star systems moved faster here too, creating jump routes that constantly shifted, and if your map wasn't up to date, it was worse than useless. We had to get to Praketh as soon as we could, but even that required a certain degree of planning on Satcha's part. For a while she clustered in the cockpit with Jax, Hett, and I-5. I sort of lingered outside the entrance, not really understanding all the technical talk but not wanting to slip away either, because once we did start our circuitous course to Praketh, we'd need to make a battle plan, and I definitely wanted to be in on that. Battling wasn't my strong point either, but I wanted to know what I was getting myself into. Once Sasha put us through the first jump, Jax decided to gather everyone in the main hold. Almost everyone was already at the cockpit, and when we went to the hold, we found Magash sitting on the floor, looking up at us expectantly, like she'd just been waiting for us to get around to this part. The odd one out was Scout. I figured she would be in the room she shared with Sasha and Magash, and volunteered to go fetch her. Sure enough, there she was, sitting on the top bunk bed. Her feet dangled over the edge. She had her lightsaber in her hands and was staring at his dark mouth. Hey, Scout, I called up. Meeting time. We've got an op to play. She didn't speak. She just nodded dully and kept staring at that lightsaber. "Hey," I said, "you okay up there?" She nodded again and pushed herself off the bunk. She landed right in front of me, feet clapping hard on the deck. She straightened and hooked her lightsaber to her belt with seeming reluctance. "You don't seem to like your weapon much," I observed. "I built it," she said, avoiding my eyes. "It's mine. Of course I like it." "Then you don't like using it," I ventured. She gave a little sigh. "I don't like fighting." "Or killing?" "Well, that makes two of us. 3, probably, if you count I-5. And Jax doesn't really go for it either, not unless he really, really has to." I had to do it once before. Kill, I mean. I haven't done it since. Even when I probably should have. She gave a deep sigh and seemed a whole lot older than she was. I just hope I get it right this time. Whatever right is this time. "Well, don't worry about getting scared or looking like a coward. That's my job." I jabbed a thumb at my chest. "There's only one opening for that position, and I claimed it long before you showed up." She looked at me with the reluctant smile I'd been fishing for. "Magash says you're braver than you think." I wasn't used to those kinds of compliments, especially from Magash, who didn't seem to give any kind freely. It took a little effort to brush that one casually aside and say, Magash hasn't known me that long. Jax and 5, they could tell you stories, believe me. She hugged herself. "You've been together for a long time, haven't you? Sasha and Magash seem like they're newer somehow. Right? And if anything, they're the ones who make me brave, Jax especially." "Attachment makes you strong," Scout said to herself. "Or it makes you crazy, like the Jedi used to say." I shrugged. "But what do I know? I'm just an ex-hack journalist." "It can make you just about anything. But it can make you stronger. I learned that from Altis, and the Mandalorians before that. I have to pay Altis back, dang. I have to. Listen, if you want to talk about owing debts, I-5's more the guy." I scratched the back of my head. Though if you ask me, he takes it a little too far sometimes. That got another reluctant smile. "It's an interesting family you guys have here." Family. I thought that was going a little too far, but I just said, "Well, that family's waiting for you. We have to figure out how to save Altis your family, and we need your help." "That's what I'm here for," Scout said, and allowed another little smile. "Thanks, then." I should have been thanking her. It was nice to get a reminder that I wasn't the only one perpetually in over my head. With nothing else to say, we slipped out of the cabin to do what had to be done. Chapter 14. We were so busy worrying about getting to Prakith and rescuing the captured Jedi that we didn't stop to worry about Cerulean. In fact, I don't think I even heard the planet's name until later. None of us had any idea how important that lonely world would end up being for us all. Except, I guess, for A'Sharad Hett. Sometimes I thought that man could see the future. It would explain why he was so grim all the time. On the morning of his 3rd day on Annexus, while he was preparing to return to Farstein humiliated and empty-handed, Octavian Grant received immediate summons to Admiral Scree's home. He barely remembered to put on his uniform before rushing out the door. When he arrived at Scree's residence, he was once again greeted by the young Twi'lek servant. Bach bowed, smiled that needle-toothed smile, and led him to the same sitting room where Screed had met him previously. The message had seemed urgent, so Grant was unsurprised to find Screed waiting for him. He was, however, taken aback by the second being in the room. He was dressed in red and black robes, bald, with a strand of black cloth over his eyes. Screed rose from his chair to shake Grant's hand. Surprisingly, the other man turned, faced Grant directly, and extended his hand. Grant reached out cautiously and shook it. He had a very bad feeling about this. "Welcome back, Vice Admiral," Screed said as he awkwardly lowered his frail body back into the chair. Grant and the black-robed man sat down as well. "It's a pleasure to be here again," he said evenly. "I'm afraid I haven't met your other guest." "Ah, of course. Vice Admiral Grant. This is High Inquisitor Jarek." Grant froze. If there was any being in the galaxy he did not want to meet right now, it was Jarek. A cold sweat tickled his neck and dread filled his gut. He'd come expecting, or at least hoping, that Screed had taken him up on his offer to hunt sign. Suddenly it seemed possible that he was here to be punished for his activities in the Tarkus system by a man keen to take revenge. But instead Jarek just reached out, picked his teacup off the table between them, and drank. Force magic was the only way to explain how he could move so smoothly despite being blind. Grant barely noticed when Bach appeared in the room carrying another teacup and saucer. "Your drink, Vice Admiral," the Twi'lek said as he placed it on the table. Grant blinked. "Yes, of course. Thank you, Bach. I live to serve," the Twi'lek grinned. Grant glanced at Jarek and was surprised to see the man's head lifted, a look of curious concentration on his face, as though he'd just heard or felt something nobody else had. When Bach left the room, he lowered his head. Grant didn't reach for the teacup. "Admiral Screed, I was under the impression that I was urgently needed. If you could explain." "You're an impatient man," Vice Admiral Screed said as he calmly sipped from his cup. "I don't like being left in the dark, sir." "I suppose that's fair enough." Screed put his cup on the table and folded his hands in his lap. "You'll be interested to know, then, that we recently received a crucial bit of intelligence courtesy of the Inquisitorius." "I see." Grant glanced sidelong at Jarek. "Does it concern Sign?" "We've just learned that Jareth Sign and Zosrider Slake will soon arrive in the Cerulean system to meet one Thizan Yamet, the head of the Whiplash organization. I'm glad you're informed. Do you know where the Cerulean system is?" He racked his mind for an answer. The name was familiar, but nothing else. He ventured, "Is it near the core, sir?" "More or less. It's on the far border of the Cornatch cluster on the edge of the deep core and the unknown regions. Very out of the way, which I'm sure is the point." Either Screed had brought him out here to kill him or to give him what he wanted. He dared voice his hope. "Am I to be sent to Cerulean, sir?" "I have decided to agree to the terms we discussed earlier." Screed smiled thinly. "Vice Admiral Grant, you are hereby appointed commander of a special division of the Home Fleet, tasked with making sure no hostiles escape the Cerulean system." "Thank you so much, sir." The elation inside him was tempered by the other man at the table. Jarek was there silently, drinking his tea, but his presence simply couldn't be a coincidence. "You'll be given Empire Star, one of our newest destroyers, as your flag vessel, as well as a complement of support ships," Screed said. "On your way to Cerulean, you'll be joined by a detachment from Black Sword Command." Grant frowned. "My understanding was that the yards at Black 15 are still in need of repair. Nonetheless, a few ships will be sent to aid you. I'm sending the general in charge of the Enzoth unit with them." "Jan Dodonna." Grant felt everything turn to ashes. "That's correct," Screed said. "You sound displeased." "Not all," Grant lied. "Dodonna is one of the best tacticians in the Empire. I've admired his career greatly." That was true. It was also true that Screed and Dodonna were close friends. Most important, though, was the fact that Dodonna was a renowned field commander. Grant's talent has always laid toward long-term military strategy. If anyone was going to get credit for defeating Sign at Cerulean, it would be Jan Dodonna, not Octavian Grant. Screed had seen to that. "Is something wrong, Vice Admiral?" Jarek spoke up. Grant nearly jumped from his chair. He knew Force users could sense thoughts and emotions, but he had no idea to what extent. He was fairly certain that Jarek's apprentice, Amisa Darius, hadn't been able to directly read his thoughts, but the High Inquisitor was surely more powerful. Grant did his best to smile and said, "I just hope a chain of command can be clearly established beforehand." "Not to worry," Screed said. "I've made it clear that you are in command of all tactical decisions at Cerulean." So Dodonna was Grant's overseer, then, or his babysitter. "In this case," he said, "I look forward to working with the general." "I'm sure you do." Screed glanced at Jarek. "You will also be joined on this mission by the High Inquisitor." "I've been tasked with overseeing this mission by the Emperor himself," Jarek said. "I see," Grant swallowed. In that case, I look forward to working with you as well. Jarek nodded politely. If he wasn't going to mention his dead apprentice, Grant wasn't either. He hoped he could get through the next few days without hearing that witch's name aloud. Do we have a set time for departure? Grant asked Screed. Empire Star set sail at 1,300 hours. Then I'll be there well in advance. I'm glad to hear it. Grant's eyes fell on the cup in front of him. There was still a little steam twirling off the tea's gleaming golden brown surface. He reached forward, picked up the cup, and finally took a sip. He actually felt a little better. Jan Dodonna sat in his office on Black 15, staring at the official written message he just received from Terranov Screed. He didn't know what to think. He wished Screed had contacted him personally, but no, there was just the notice with his mark at the bottom. He was supposed to take a small task force to the Dornick 319 system and meet up with another task force en route to the Cerulean system, which Dodonna had only ever heard of because he tasked himself with memorizing a star chart of the Cornach cluster after being assigned to N'Zoth. That much he could understand, but apparently he was also expected to act as an advisor to Octavian Grant, who'd been assigned the role of wiping out Jervis Sign and Zosrider Slake's fleet as they met the leader of another rebel group at Cerulean. Grant had been brought up through the Judicial Academy, just like Dodonna, and though he'd been several years behind, the Judicials had been a small club and everyone was at least vaguely familiar with everyone else. Grant's reputation, borne out in the handful of times Dodonna had met him, was of an intelligent, aristocratic, aloof, but ambitious man who was more concerned with defeating his enemy and climbing ranks than anything else. Grant had been quite good at that during the Clone Wars and during the cleanup operation against Marifaru. At Pavan, he'd fired on civilian settlements, officially because they'd been housing supplies and rebels loyal to Jervis Sign. Dodonna hadn't followed the situation there closely, but that had never made sense to him. Part of him suspected that Grant had, in fact, deliberately attacked civilian targets in order to force a confrontation. That would have been unthinkable in the old days, but after Camus and Gibbeton and all the rumors attached to the ravaging of those planets, nothing was unthinkable anymore. In the end, though, Sign had humiliated him at Bavanire, and Grant was stunned to see that Screed had assigned him to fight her again. It also stung Dodonna that his friend hadn't given him the assignment directly. He was honest enough to admit that. Being tasked as an advisor simply muddled the chain of command and threw things into confusion. Screed had to have a reason for this queer dual command, but Dodonna couldn't fathom what it could be. Because he needed to know, he patched a call into Annexes. He waited and waited until he finally got an automated reply saying that Admiral Screed was occupied and would return his message as soon as possible. Dodonna didn't even bother leaving a recording. He didn't think he could keep the anger out of his voice. Instead, he called up Starwind, which was currently patrolling the edges of the N'Zoth system. After a moment, Captain Nam's holographic image appeared over his desk. The shrunken form snapped a salute and asked, "What can I do for you, General?" At ease, Captain. Dodonna didn't even bother to pull himself upright in his chair. We've received new orders from Annexes. We've got a combat mission coming up. We, sir. I haven't decided which ships I'm taking, but you're my best captain. I want Starwind with me. Nisil deftly sidestepped the flattery. Where will we be going, sir? We're to go to the Dornick 319 system and meet up with the force from Annexes commanded by Vice Admiral Grant. Then we'll go to the Cerulean system, ambush the Sign and Slake's fleet, and destroy it. Nisil stiffened slightly. We have proof they're there. The intelligence comes from the Inquisitorius. If we go all that way for nothing, well, at least we won't be blamed. I see. When do we depart? 0600 tomorrow morning. Local time. It gave them room to prepare and plan, at least. Understood. Should I continue my patrol as ordered? No. Come back to the station and get ready for resupply. Understood. Is there anything else? Not for now. Dodonna out. He flicked off the holo and sunk deeper in his chair. He closed his eyes, listened to the distant hum of the station's climate control system, and wondered what in the devil he was in for. Chapter 15. While we rode to Prakoth and hacked out the best plan we could with limited time and even more limited knowledge, well, it became pretty clear that every one of us was going to have a role to play. I am not now, and never have been, much of a fighter. For most of my life I duck under the table at the sight of a blaster. But there are times when you've just got to run and gun. The three beings were immensely powerful and considerably dangerous, but they looked small and pathetic on the two-dimensional monitors in the ship's security room. They were each being kept in a separate cell on the prison ship's main block. Their cells were spaced out so that between each one was a chamber containing the strange isolamary creatures imported from the planet Mirror. If the captive Jedi were distressed at being unable to touch the Force, they didn't show it. Kina Ha, tall and pale and ethereal like only Kaminoans could be, sat on the floor of her cell with her legs crossed. Her eyes were closed and she might have been meditating, or even sleeping. Her head wavered very slightly atop her stalk-like neck. Jyn Altis lay on his bunk, staring at the ceiling. Long gray hair, unbound, spread like a halo across his hard pillow. His eyes were open and his folded hands rested on his paunched stomach. Ash Jarvi was on the floor doing push-ups. Before that she'd been doing lunges in her cell's confined space. The auburn-haired woman was no great master like the other two, but she was younger, more athletic, and probably much better in a lightsaber duel. Not that it would come to that. "Have you told them they have arrived at their destination?" Darth Vader asked the woman beside him. "I thought it better to keep them in the dark," Draeneen said. She was a tall woman with pale skin and ice-blue eyes. Waves of dark brown hair fell down her back. Instead of the red and black robes most Inquisitors wore, she was dressed in a less cumbersome jumpsuit that clung tightly to a figure that, Vader had heard, she'd used to her advantage during many interrogations. He did not expect any of current captives to be susceptible, but he had no doubt she tried. "You may begin interrogation whenever you're ready, Lord Vader," she said. "I will begin in my own time." "Of course, my lord. However, I would like to make a few recommendations." He looked at the woman closely. If she was upset that Vader had been tasked to handle the prisoners instead of her master Jarek, she was keeping hidden from her face and the Force. Like the High Inquisitor, Draeneen was very good at concealing her true thoughts. "Make them," he said. "I will take them under consideration." The Kaminoan is very serene. The old man tries to make light of everything. Neither of them are afraid of dying, but if you threaten the woman, you'll get a response. "That was already part of my plan," Vader said with an air of condescension, though in truth he'd given the matter little thought. He didn't even intend to begin work on the prisoners. He was simply biding his time until Pavan arrived. "I would also remind you that the Kaminoan is extremely valuable to the Emperor," she said. "I'm sure he wants her alive." "I know the Emperors will better than you, Inquisitor." "Of course, Lord Vader. I only wanted to reiterate her importance. I do not need any more of your advice. Leave me. As you wish. Do you need anything prepared? Find my assistants. Send the Arcanian to me. Give the other a tour of this ship." Draeneen's red lips pressed together, but she nodded and left the room. The woman had clearly been expecting to conduct full interrogations alongside her master, and was disappointed to be reduced to mere errand girl babysitting Nara Lassen. Vader had no sympathy for her. She was about to get an even greater surprise soon. Vader looked at the screens again. His attention was drawn to Jyn Altis, lying on his bunk. The man had puckered his lips. The security room had no audio feed, but he seemed to be whistling. The Jyn Altis that Anakin Skywalker had met on Jan Fathel had been at once ruggedly aged and preternaturally young. Bitter experience had clashed with high idealism and a childlike sense of wonder. Altis Splinter's sect had practiced a way of the Jedi that was open and welcoming, one that not only tolerated personal love but embraced it as a key to understand the Force. To Skywalker, this Jedi clan had seemed wonderful and so bitterly unfair. For the rest of the war, Skywalker had thought, again and again, about convincing Padme to run off with him, find Altis, and live their lives together, openly, like real beings should. Yet, even to Skywalker, the past had an inexorable pull. He knew he wouldn't escape his life, the people and circumstances that had made him, just by walking away. Anakin Skywalker was dead. His corpse had been burned away in the fires of Mustafar. Still, when Darth Vader looked at Jen Altis, whistling as he waited for death, he did not want to hurt that man. Hannah Ding's entry broke him from his reverie. The Arcanian girl took her place beside him and looked at the images on the security cameras. "These are the ones we have been called upon to break," he said, placing his hands on his belt. Ding stared at them but did not speak. She had been very quiet the entire ride to Pracket. Since killing Shilmafine, the girl had become sullen and resentful. Vader had hoped that the act of cold-blooded murder would push her past her hesitation and regret and deeper down the path of the dark side. Now he was starting to wonder if she was truly deserving of the responsibility he was about to give her. "We have more important matters to attend to first," he told her. "Jax Pavan will arrive here soon." "Do you intend to kill him, my lord?" Ding croaked. Time and again he'd come close. Time and again a part of him had hesitated, and the Jedi had escaped. Pavan was another link to Anakin Skywalker, and a reminder that Vader was not as free of the dead man as he wanted to be. "I must kill him," Vader said, half to himself. "What about the others? I've heard he runs with friends. They are not Jedi. They are of no consequence. Then we're to kill all the intruders, my lord. Does that bother you?" "Of course not," she said, after a tiny pause. "You lie," he said harshly. "You are still weak. You do not deserve to be my apprentice. When this is over, if you survive, I will send you back to Cuthera." "My lord, please," she snapped. "I admit that killing the last prisoner was difficult for me, but that was not weakness of will. I still want to be the best Inquisitor I can. I want to serve the Emperor and you." To his surprise, he sensed conviction behind her words. He still didn't trust them. "Why did you hesitate?" "My lord, I was raised by Jedi. There were parts of their code that stuck. It makes certain things harder. Such as killing an unarmed woman, broken in her bed." Ding swallowed. "Yes, my lord. Even when I was a Padawan, I was never good at fighting dirty, you could say." "No. The Jedi were obsessed with convincing themselves of their own purity. It was their downfall." "I know, sir." Her pale gold eyes went distant with memory. "When I was a student, I fought in a sparring competition once. It was different from what we do under Cuthera." "Of course." He wondered where the girl's babbling was going. "I fought another girl. Scout was weaker in the Force than me. I thought I could beat her easily, but she beat me. She fought dirty, used tricks. She got me in a chokehold, and I wasn't prepared for that. I thought fighting should be proper. When the enemy comes, they will have weapons blazing. Will that be proper enough for you?" Focus came back to her. She nodded vigorously. "You can depend on me. The Jedi, all they did, all they stood for, they're not coming back. I want to be part of what comes after. I will kill Pavan, or whoever else I have to fight. I will kill Jax Pavan. You will have a different task." "I'm ready for it, my lord." "Are you?" He took a step closer, forcing her to look upward at the black curves of his mask. "This task is not what you think it will be. In some ways it will be even harder." To her credit, she didn't flinch. "I'll do anything to prove myself, my lord." He found that he believed in her, so he told her what she had to do. The russet marble of Pracket hung in space, surrounded by the dense and brilliant stars of the deep core. Pracket's inner moon was a dark gray disk against the planet's red profile, and in slow orbit around the moon was the Inquisitor's prison vessel, itself no more than 100 meters nose to stern. From the surface of Pracket's outer moon, the prison ship was just a tiny dark speck. As he sat in the cockpit of his R-41 Star Chaser, he had to squint just to see it. "Are you sure this will work?" He spoke aloud. "The calculations stand. Math is a specialty of mine," said the voice on his headset. He shifted in his pilot seat and glanced behind him. Unlike the Z-95 Headhunter he'd previously flown, the R-41 was big enough to fit cargo in the rear of the cockpit. In this case, the cargo was a white astromech droid that was currently plugged into the starfighter's main computer and speaking to him directly with a very human-sounding voice and human-seeming attitude. It was going to take some getting used to. How much longer until we kick off? He asked. 1 minute and 45.3 seconds, I5YQ says smartly. Hett wished he could communicate directly with the real sentients on Laran. Like his star chaser, the wide-winged interceptor was clinging to the face of Prakat's airless second moon. It wasn't 30 meters away, but he couldn't call it. Any transmission, even focused and short-range, could alert the Imperials to their presence. Likewise, neither of them could fire their engines, and neither he nor Pavan had attempted to reach out with the Force. They had exited from hyperspace at precise coordinates behind Prakat's second moon. After that, they'd landed on the surface and waited as the moon's slow turning revealed the planet, the inner moon, and the Inquisitor ship. As they'd waited, they'd planned. The plan still seemed risky to Hett. There were far too many unknowns for his liking, but there was never going to be an easy way to break into an Imperial prison. 30 seconds, I5 said in his ear. Get ready? I am, Hett breathed, and wrapped both hands around the Starcaser's control yoke. 10 seconds, the droid said. Hett bent his neck back and looked at the planet, the moon, the speck of their target. 5 seconds. He took a deep breath. Go. He fired one short, sharp burst of the Starcaser's repulsors. That was enough to kick them straight off the surface of the low-gravity, airless moon. Then they started drifting through space. It felt like an impossibly slow crawl. Without engines, the ship was deathly silent. The only sound was the rasping of his breath through his helmet's breath mask. I5 said nothing, and he actually wished the droid, or whatever it was, would start chattering. His slow, dark, silent drift through the void was bringing back bad memories. He tried to focus on the inner moon and the Inquisitor ship. Both were growing steadily bigger. As they drifted closer, he waited for some sign that the Imperials had spotted their tiny ship sailing dead and silent through space. No guns turned on them. He felt no cold, inquisitive nudge through the Force. They simply sailed closer and closer until the prison ship nearly filled his viewport. Suddenly, I5 said, now. He fired the precision river thrusters. Inertia pinned him to his chair. The Star Chaser's hull tapped the prison ships, almost gently. They were right next to the emergency airlock portal. It was like hitting the center of the target with a dart thrown 50,000 kilometers away. Impossible as it seemed, they'd done it. That weird droid's calculations were right after all. Hett popped the Starcaser's cockpit open. Its little air inside rushed into the void. Tightly sealed in the vacuum-proof suit he'd borrowed off Laran, Hett unbuckled his crash webbing and started to float. He removed the astromech droid's restraints and pulled it out of the cockpit. A flexi-steel cable bound both of them together, and in turn bound Hett to his ship. He risked a small touch of the Force and pulled himself toward the prison ship's hull, dragging I5 with him. He crossed the 5-meter gap easily, the magnetized soles of his boots clamped down on the hull. I5, too, magnetized itself onto the surface of the ship. Hett walked, and I5 rolled, and they were quickly at the airlock's mouth. Hett crouched and glanced inside the portal at the dark chamber beyond. Then he unclipped both lightsabers from his belt. They ignited. 2 emerald blades sprung out, strangely silent in the vacuum. With 2 quick slashes, he cut open the latches of the airlock's outer door. The hatch swung outward, spilling invisible oxygen into the void. Hett dropped into the gap, pulling the astromech with him. Suddenly, the prison ship's artificial gravity took them, and they both clattered to the hard deck. The air was fast spilling out of the chamber, but it didn't matter. Hett helped I5 upright, and the astromech quickly rolled over to the computer input jack located next to the airlock's inner hatch. While the droid worked, Hett detached the tether from them both and hooked it around one of the steel handles planted in the bulkhead, normally used to tether beings going EV. Once the Star Chaser was securely tied to the ship, he went back to I5, crouched low, and input his vac suit's audio jack directly into the side of the astromech. "What have we got?" Hett asked. "Well, I've accessed the main computer. And I've got a map. There's only one cell block. We should assume they're there. They're Jedi. Can you sense them? I've barely touched the Force since we came in system. I'm not doing it now. It would give us away for sure. Can we get Larenth here too?" "Well, from his console it looks like I can turn off all external sensors on the port side of the ship." "Won't that triple arms?" "Yes, but I think I've taken care of those." "You think?" He never had a conversation with a droid like this one. "There's only one way to find out, isn't there? Any sign they've noticed us?" "None. Make sure you killed their outbound comm system too. We don't want them calling reinforcements from the planet." "Already done." It seemed too easy, but they had only one plan, and no choice but to keep it moving. "Stay plugged into the computer. Let me know if anything changes. I'm going over to the hatch to signal Pavan. I'll beep and flash with the best of them." Hett unplugged the audio jack and walked back to the half-open hatch. He kept his feet on the deck and angled his torso out into the void. Prakith's second moon looked so tiny. He couldn't even see Larenth's dark speck on his dusty surface. But that didn't matter. Trusting they were there, that they could see him through their scopes, A'Sharad Hett ignited both emerald lightsabers and held them in an X shape above his head. It was the signal to come. He watched the moon until he thought he saw one speck pushing off his surface. Then he shut off his lightsabers, went back to I-5, and plugged the audio jack back in. "Anything?" he asked. "Nothing. Is Jax coming?" "He is. And you're sure you've killed the starboard proximity sensors?" "Sure as can be." "Then we wait," he puffed, "and hope nobody looks out a window." Larenth kicked off the surface of Prakith's second moon the same as Hett's Star Chaser had, but it was a much bigger ship and had needed an extra burst of repulsor lift energy. Unlike the Star Chaser, they hadn't been able to perfectly time their kickoff to intercept the prison ship without having to adjust course. Sasha leaned forward in the pilot seat, intently watching the telemetry feed. Sometimes she would fire tiny micro-bursts from Larenth's wingtip thrusters to fix their heading. They weren't going to try firing their thrust engines, and Jax was afraid even the repulsors would register on the prison ship sensors, but it looked like Hett and I-5 had done their job. Sasha was in the pilot spot, Jax beside her, but everyone else was crammed in the cockpit too, anxiously watching the prison ship grow bigger and bigger in their forward viewport. As he leaned over Jax's shoulder, Dender admitted, "This is actually going to work. Perfect plan." Jax sounded to sound braggy, but he'd been as worried as everyone else. "We're on course now," Sasha said, "but I'll have to fire more repulsors when we move into the airlock." "Can you dock with it?" Scout asked. She was hanging off the back of Satch's chair. "Shouldn't be a problem." Sasha glanced at the telemetry readout again. "Okay. Time to move into position. Hold on." She worked the controls again, swinging Larenth on his nose so the airlock on his port side faced the prison ship's hull. The black metal surface of the vessel loomed close, then quickly swung out of view. The inertia of the sudden turn made Jax's stomach lurch inside him, but one turn was all it took. He heard the familiar clanking sound that meant Larenth's airlock was coupling with that of another ship. "Great job, Sasha." Jax sprung from his co-pilot seat but couldn't exit for all the people in way. "Okay, come on, everybody out. Let's move." They all filed into the hold and down the aft service corridor to the airlock. Den got there first, and the squat Celestin quickly worked the controls that opened the airlock. There was a pop of pressure and outward rush of air as Larenth's oxygen rushed to fill the outer chamber of the prison ship's airlock. Waiting for them was one white R2 unit, still plugged into the ship's computer jack, and one big man in a vac suit. As soon as he saw them, A'Sharad Hett removed his helmet and began detaching the clumsy oxygen tank from his suit. "How's it look?" Jax asked him. "We haven't been spotted yet," Hett said. "That can't last much longer." "Then we better get moving." Jax brushed the hair away from his cheek and activated the transponder in his right ear. The others all did the same. I-5, can you hear this? I'm on the short range. The white astromech swiveled his round eye toward him and a familiar voice said in his ear, loud and clear. Can you hear me? We've got it, 5. Den said. Have you found the prisoners? I found the cell block. It's a good place to start. How do we get there? Jax asked. Hang a left out the airlock. Go up 2 levels. Take a right. Then a left. Then a left. How do we go up? Turbolift. He didn't want to get in one of those unless he had to. It was too easy to get trapped inside. Vertical maintenance shaft, 20 meters down this corridor. Where are the Inquisitors? Magash asked. No idea. I can't track people from here. Then we just have to find out. Jax unhooked high lightsaber. Hett and Scout grasped their own weapons. The man firmly, the girl with visible trepidation. Magash took out her telescopic sparring staff but didn't extend it. Sasha had her lightsaber in her hand and a heavy blast tech pistol on her hip. Okay, let's go, Jax said. I-5, you stay plugged into the computer. If something comes up, call us. Roger. He looked at Den. The Celestin wasn't a fighter, but he'd slung a Verpine rifle over his shoulder and had a look of determination in his big black eyes. Den, he said, keep 5 safe. What happens if you need help? Then I'll ask for it. But we can't leave Larenth unguarded. She's our only way out of here. Understood. If they come you? We understand, Jax. I-5 said I'm not defenseless either. Now go. There wasn't much left to say. Jax turned away from his 2 closest friends and watched as I-5 activated the airlock's inner door. There was only a slight change in pressure this time as the heavy hatch swung open. The hallway was dark and empty, which was better than any alternative Jax could think of. He led the way, followed by Magash, then Scout, then Sasha, with Hett covering the rear. They hurried all the way to the end of the hall where, as I-5 had said, a maintenance hatch was marked off by yellow and black warning colors. Right now, those service conduits were the safest place for them to be. Jax hooked his weapon to his belt and used both hands to remove the hatch. He stuck his head inside and saw a long ladder leading upward. The shaft was narrow, barely big enough for a human to fit though, and the walls were tangled with pipelines and equipment. They went up single file in the same order. Jax opened the hatch 2 levels up and cautiously stuck his head out into the new corridor. It stretched out long in either direction, and once more it was empty. This was too easy. Jax pulled himself out. The others followed. Without saying a word, he crept along the right passage. The hallway branched off to the left, again as I-5 had said. He got to the branching point and peered down the new corridor. Empty again. I've got a bad feeling about this, Sasha said. She'd switched out the lightsaber for her pistol and clutched it nervously. Glad I'm not the only one, Scout muttered. I've refrained from using the Force thus far, Magash said. Should I try now? Jax glanced back to Hett. The Jedi Master looked as anxious as everyone else and didn't volunteer advice. Not yet, Jax said. We should try and get farther. Then the hall filled with the sound of clattering boots. It came from the right and from the left. Lightsabers blazed to life. Sasha raised her weapon and fired 2 shots down the hall to the right. A red lightsaber burst out of the gloom and batted them into the wall. There was no sense trying to hide now. Jax opened himself into the Force and felt dark energy rushing on him from all sides, from the right and the left, and 2 Inquisitors charged out of the second hall. One was some Bothan, the other a dark-haired human girl, barely older than Scout. He parried the Bothan and force-shoved the girl into the wall. Before the Bothan could get off another attack, Sasha shot him once in the head. The Inquisitor reared back, crumpled. Jax shot the woman a look of thanks. She responded with a proud grin. Then the other Inquisitors caught up with them. Hett charged to meet the ones coming from the left, a dark-skinned human male in whirling robes and a tall woman in a tight black jumpsuit. The woman was fast, She got one jab past Hett's twirling twin blades, piercing his vac suit but not his body. Sasha adjusted her aim and started firing at Hett's attackers, but the narrow space of the corridor became a blur of blades flashing green and red, and there was no sure shot. Magash moved to block the ones from the right, a Nikto and a Chagrian. Seeing that she lacked a lightsaber, they charged in readily. Magash extended both ends of her sparring pike and raised it ahead of her. She blocked an attack by the Nikto who, surprised, left himself open for a hard jab in the torso. Jax could hear ribs crack. The Nikto fell, but the Chagrian kept coming. Jax was trying to watch everyone at once, and when the dark-haired girl charged him, he wasn't ready. He barely dodged her first swing. He moved to counterattack, but she parried easily. He tried a lunging thrust, but the girl dodged, and he lost balance, leaving himself open for a killing blow. That was when Scout charged in. She threw herself at the other girl, batting her back against the wall. The red saber met her attack every time, but the girl didn't seem to be able to get through Scout's defenses either. Jack spared a second to reach out through the force, to feel the light and dark clashing around him on all sides. Then he felt something that made his body freeze. After Cantorin Station, he'd hoped, prayed he'd never feel it again, all the while knowing he would. He looked down the right passage. The Nikto was struggling to stand. Magash had her Chagrian opponent backed against the wall. Past them, in the gloom at the end of the corridor, he could see the red-white spear of the lightsaber and its crimson gleam curving along broad shoulder pads, a triangular breathing mask, and bulbous blank eyes. Darth Vader walked down the corridor, slowly, purposefully. With the flick of a hand, he pulled Magash apart from the Chagrian. The Zabrak woman squirmed, pinned against the opposite wall, helpless as Vader strode toward her with saber in hand. Jack shouted Vader's name and rushed to save her. When the call came, I wasn't surprised. Like I said, nothing we did ever went to plan. I was squatting next to I-5 and re-examining the Verpine rifle when Satch's voice suddenly squawked in my ear. Dan. 5. Are you there? What is it, Sasha? I-5 said quickly. We're pinned down on the second level. Inquisitors. Understood, I said. How long can you hold out? Don't know. What Vader? Vader's here. And of course it went from bad to worse. We're on our way. Just hold on. Jax is all Kriv. I heard the sound of a blaster going off, and the thrum of a swiping lightsaber, and the connection died. I tried to tell myself that was a good thing, that Sasha lived long enough to shut off her link instead of being cut in two by some crazy wannabe Sith fanatic. Then grim realization settled in my gut. Up to us to save the day, eh? Isn't it always? I-5 said. First I need to change chassis. Yeah, sure. A Nemesis. HRD. I want to try out those new subroutines. Hell of a time to test them. I went over to the R2 unit and opened his dome. I'd swapped out I-5's computing core between chassis a dozen times, but it still felt weird as I pulled out the spherical white computer core, dashed inside the ship, and implanted it inside the skull of the human-looking droid body that sat slumped like a doll, the main hold. When the core was inside, I closed the skull and fingered the emergency on-off switch located on the HRD's back, right above the hips. The HRD didn't flash or light up like the R2-5's old protocol droid body would have. It simply opened its eyes and turned it to look at me. You okay? I asked. You good to go? Every time I did it, I was afraid I was going to muck something up and damage his memory core, and accidentally erase the I-5 I'd known for years. Good to go, I-5 said, and he got to his feet as quickly and nimbly as a real human would have. No matter how much I worried, it always seemed like all you had to do was pop the brain in, flip the switch, and he'd instantly be fresh and functioning. If only our meaty bodies worked as well. As I-5 grabbed a blaster and the other Verpine rifle, I said, it's going to take us time to get up there. We might as well try the lift now, he said. Yeah, I guess. The rifle in my arms felt heavy and awkward. I hated fighting, always had. I-5 knew that better than anyone. We hurried out of the ship and into the airlock chamber. I-5 stopped suddenly and looked down at the astromech sitting empty and inert beside the computer jack. "Come, we have to go," I told him. "I have an idea," he said. "It'll take just a sec." A'Sharad Hett ducked beneath his attacker's horizontal swing and slammed his shoulder into the man's gut. He kept charging, knocking his opponent of his feet and into the wall. The man's breath pumped out of him. Hett jumped back one step, giving him enough space to swing his father's lightsaber upward. It sheared through the bulkhead and through the man. He dropped in two scorched halves to the deck. Hett didn't watch them fall. He barely had time to pivot and block the downward swing of his female attacker. He caught her red saber with both of his own and pushed her back. She stumbled 2 steps and her shoulders hit the wall. In these narrow corridors, there was almost no room to maneuver. She started to throw herself at him again when Sasha came running in from the side. Sasha had no Jedi training, and it showed. Her first thrust was clumsy, and the woman easily parried it. Sasha overbalanced and tipped forward. The woman swept out with one long leg and sent Sasha falling hard onto the deck. It was enough. Hett lashed out from the side. The woman deflected one lightsaber, but not the other. It swept high toward her face. Her head jerked back, but not far enough. She screamed and clutched the side of her face with one hand. She still held her lightsaber up with the other. Then Sasha, still on the ground, grabbed her lightsaber. One broad swipe took the woman just below the knees. The woman fell face down on the floor as Sasha bounced up, grabbing the woman's weapon on the way. Hett steadied her with the touch of the Force. They didn't say a thing to each other, just bounded forward to help the others. Jax was battling someone at the dark end of the corridor. He couldn't tell who. All he saw were flashes of red and green. Magash was battling the Chagrian and the Nikto, and Sasha rushed to help. Hett heard the sound of more sabers clashing and looked down the leftward branch to see Scout fighting a dark-haired human girl her own age. The two seemed at a deadlock, blocking each other's blows and never risking a strong attack. Hett rushed in. The Inquisitor saw him coming and jumped back. He struck out with both blades. The first sizzled against her red lightsaber. The second cut low and sliced the cylinder just above the mouth. The red energy beam disappeared instantly, and she dropped the sparking, smoking weapon. She tried to retreat, but her back instantly hit the wall. She stared up at Hett in terror. His sabers flashed outward, crossing like scissor blades. Her head plopped to the floor, rolled once, and was still. It lay face down, but Scout still stared at it. Her blue saber sizzled in her hands. She didn't even blink. "Scout," he snapped. Her eyes jumped to him. They were wide, fearful, just like the dead girl's had been. "It's them or us," he snarled. "The cells are down that hall. Go, now." Scout didn't speak, didn't nod, didn't blink. She just turned and started running down the hall. Hett rushed back to the main corridor. He got there just in time to see Sasha awkwardly trying to defend herself from her Nikto attacker using 2 sabers at once. The woman had too much zeal and not enough training. She was going to get herself killed. Hett rushed forward. The Nikto saw him and, like the girl, tried to fall back instead of fight them both at once. He hopped back a step and turned. Right into the swing of Magash's pike. Something cracked. His body dropped like a dead sack of meat. "Good timing," Sasha panted. "We need to help." A red blade swiped out from behind Magash, severing her right arm at the shoulder. The Zabrak woman shouted and fell. The Chagrian jumped over her falling body and threw himself with fierce abandon at Hett. His single blade was a red flurry, and Hett found himself holding up both sabers in desperate defense. Then, as quickly as it began, a red lightsaber speared out of the Chagrian's chest. Sasha pulled it out before he dropped to the ground. Maybe she had potential after all. Their section of the hallway was suddenly quiet. Hett and Sasha panted for breath. Magash moaned as she leaned her good shoulder against the wall. By some miracle of stubborn willpower, she was still on her feet. And down the hallway, Pavan was still holding his own against his enemy. Din and I-5 are on the way, Sasha steadied Magash. They'll take you back to the ship. I can stand, Magash panted. Hett grabbed Sasha by the shoulder. I sent Scout ahead. Help her? Now. The woman nodded and quickly disappeared down the branching hallway. Magash let her back press flat against the wall and muttered some Dathomary incantation against pain. And Hett jumped over the Nikto's body and ran down the hall to help Pavan. He could sense it through the Force now, Jax's incredible determination, and the incredible dark power he was fighting. An Inquisitor he was battling was clearly more powerful than the rest, but somehow Jax was holding his own. When he reached the end of the corridor, he skidded to a halt. Pavan and his enemy stepped apart and looked in unison at the new arrival. Cast in a green glow was a young face framed by long hair and drenched in sweat. Cast in red was a horrible black mask Hett had heard of, even seen in holo broadcasts, but had never imagined facing himself. You, Hett rasped. And, impossibly, with the same shock of recognition, Darth Vader said, You? By the time Sasha caught up with her, Scout had thrust her lightsaber into the door to the cell block and was cutting a smoldering circular portal through the layered metal. Sasha thrust her own weapon in to help, and it was only after they'd cut a full circle and force-pushed the cut portion to the ground that Scout realized the woman was using a red lightsaber. Picked it up back there, Sasha said easily as she hooked it on her belt next to her other saber. Let's go. Scout and Sasha stepped gingerly through the portal. The cell block was just another long black corridor, only this time there were heavy a dozen doors at regular intervals along the right wall, stretching all the way to a dead end. There didn't seem to be any guards, and Scout wondered just how many crew, Inquisitor or otherwise, were on this ship. It wasn't a big vessel, but she'd expected more. When she got close to the first door, the Force vanished. Behind her, Sasha gasped. Scout asked, You felt it too? Yeah. It was there. I was touching it. Scout took 2 steps back. She reached out and felt them in the distance. Jax, Magash, Hett, the enemy they fought. 2 steps forward, and they were gone again. They're pushing back the Force somehow, Sasha said. How is that possible? How should I know? You're the Jedi, not me. Scout wasn't half the Jedi she wanted to be, but now wasn't the time for that. Come on, she said. Let's cut open some doors. Maybe we'll find out how they're blocking the Force, Sasha suggested as she turned on her blue lightsaber. Scout wasn't sure she wanted to find out. It made sense though, and in a way it gave her hope. If they were blocking out the Force here, it meant they had Jedi in the cells. The doors to the cells weren't as thick as the ones to the detention block. Sasha went up to the first one and made 4 slashes, 2 down, 2 across, making a broad square hole. Instead of using the Force to knock the cutout portion to the ground, she gave it a good kick. There weren't people in the cell. Scout didn't know what she was looking at. There were trees placed right next to an empty bunk. Clinging to the trees were a pair of long, yellow, lizard-like animals. One of them picked up his head and looked at the intruders with 4 tiny black eyes. Is that what's pushing back the Force? Sasha asked. I don't know, Scout said, then added, but it's as good a guess as any. Let's check the next one. Scout did the honors that time, 4 more cuts and a good kick. When they peered into the cell, Scout went dizzy with relief. Kina was stretching out her long thin legs and rising to her feet. The ancient Canon had never been one to betray surprise, or excitement, or any of the other strong emotions that overtook young mortals like Scout, but she said in that smooth, elegant voice of hers, It is a relief to see you, Scout. You have no idea, Scout found herself grinning. Are Jen and Ash here? I believe so. Sasha interjected, How are they pushing back the Force? No time for that, Scout said, and dashed over to the next door. She cut open that one, but inside she found another strange tree, and another pair of yellow lizard-like animals staring stupidly at her. By that time, Kina was stepping out of her cell as Sasha was working on the next door. Scout hurried to her side as she was kicking it open. Ash Jarvie nearly knocked her off her feet. The older woman wrapped both arms around Scout's shoulders, planted a kiss on her forehead, and said, "I knew you made it out. I knew it." Scout had had more direct training under Ash than anyone else in Alta's group, and she quickly come to mean as much to her as Master Maruk had in the temple, but they weren't ready for a happy reunion just yet. "Where's Jin?" she asked. "Is he here?" Sasha had already skipped down 2 cells. By the time Scout, Ash, and Kinaha got there, Master Altas was already crawling through the smoking hole in the door and into the main hall. He looked thinner than she remembered. A grizzly white beard had grown on his face, but he still had the same generous smile and the same wise and understanding gaze. "Incredible," he said. "Absolutely incredible. How did you track us?" Ash pressed. "Where are we?" "Hold on," Sasha shouted. All eyes went to her. "Hi, Sasha Swiftbird. Nice to meet you. Listen, we've got to get out of here. Fast." "She's right," Scout told Altus. "We've still got people fighting Inquisitors." "Do you have a ship?" Ash asked. "We do. Now come on." Scout turned for the exit and froze. 3 figures stood before the cut-open wreckage of the blast doors, all in Inquisitor robes. One was a Sarkin, another a human male, and the third, at the center. Pale yellow curls fell from her head onto her black-clothed shoulders. Her skin was gray-white and her eyes were the color of her hair. Her head had a haughty tilt and her lips were pressed tightly together. Scout remembered all of it from another place, another life, and she never thought she'd see it again. "You?" Scout's jaw dropped. And with a mirror look of disbelief on her face, Hannah Ding said, "You?" Chapter 16. Traveling with Jax was an education. I'd done my share of trekking around the galaxy, touring big-name planets like Coruscant and Kuat and scoping out worthless fringe places like Drongar, but I'd never even heard of Prakith or Cerulean until we set our ship to go there. I certainly had no idea those lonely, forgotten planets would be the setting for a turning point in all our lives. Cerulean may have been remote, and it may have lacked resources or habitable moons, but the gas giant was not lacking in splendor. Its face was a constantly shifting swirl of red, brown, and orange gases, and its orbit was girdled by a broad collection of rings, curiously angled in a diagonal slant in relation to the planet's axis. Beyond the rings were a dozen small moons, and beyond the moons, clusters of bright stars and luminous gases that painted the void bright in the Cornash cluster. Jervith Sign sat in her cabin aboard Valediction, watching the planet's splendor through the viewport and trying to overcome her fatigue. Jadesi was a marvel and a treasure and a vision of a totally new kind of life, but she could also be a burden, especially when she insisted on crying for the ship's entire night cycle and only fell asleep as the mock daytime lights were coming on. Jadesi was sleeping soundly in her crib finally. Sign, dressed in only a navy blue robe, was sitting at the dining table and working on her second cup of caf. The first one gave her a quick jolt that faded just as fast. This second cup felt like it would last her longer. She needed to be alert today. The Zan Yemen was about to arrive, and the war against the Empire was about to enter an exciting new stage. Despite that, Sign couldn't feel excited. Sleep deprivation was only part of it. Yemen was like Slake, a Republic patriot who wanted to restore democracy to the galaxy. That was well and good for the rest of the galaxy, but Sign had no more love for the Republic than for the Empire. If restoring the Republic also meant that Bavenire would be independent and the scattered Bavenire refugees could return home, so much the better, but that was a long way off. Even united, all their rebel bands could do was deal a little more pain to the Emperor. Even after she'd met A'Sharad, it had been the hope for revenge that got her out of bed every morning. It had been her hunger, her focus, eclipsing all else. Then Jadesi had happened, and suddenly avenging her father and her world had seemed less important. For the first time in a many years she had a future, and she still wasn't sure what to do with it. When she heard a chime at her door, her first thought was that it would send Jadesi wailing again. She jumped from her chair, dashed over to the door on bare feet, and opened it. Sajin was standing in front of her. Blonde curls spilled over her shoulders and she clasped her datapad to her chest with both hands. She still looked like a university student. Come in, Sign said softly. Sajin followed her inside. The door hissed shut behind them. Sign carefully walked over to the dark bedroom and peered into the crib. Jadesi was still silent and sleeping. With a restrained sigh, she walked back to the main room. Sajin was helping herself to a cup of caf. You look tired, madam. Don't be formal, Sajin, not now. Sign dropped into her chair. Sajin took the opposite one. Sorry. Force of habit. It's all right. You look tired. I am tired. Jadesi kept you up all night. She nodded. A'Sharad is better with her, actually. He can make her sleep. Sajin laughed. It was a light, tinkling giggle, young and innocent. Not for the first time, Sign had to remind herself that they were the same age. I never thought I'd see you as a mother, Sajin said. Sign had never thought she'd be one. She'd never considered motherhood at all, just like she'd never considered aired love at all. Like A'Sharad, she'd been raised from a young age to be something very different. And like him, she'd hit adulthood before things ran totally off the rails. When you first brought the Jedi aboard, Sajin continued, I thought it was a mistake. Everyone did. And when he started slipping into your cabin when you thought nobody was looking, Sajin looked down into her cup. A weak smile curved her lips. Well, I guess it worked out for the best after all. I never planned it, Sign said. Any of it. I know. You never paid much attention to boys, Sajin smirked. I always thought I'd have a different path. You've taken one. But what you have here, Sajin looked around the cabin. It was a tidy, neat place. It felt like home. It's normal, Sign finished for her. It's what real people living a real life would have. You deserve a little real life. We all do. We won't get it. Especially not with Yemen coming. The fight's going to get fiercer. Are you ready for that, Sajin? The other woman nodded, but Sign could sense her hesitation, her fear. Sajin was no soldier. No one had ever expected her to be. Despite that, she stuck with Sign through it all, not out of patriotism but friendship. She was probably the bravest one in the whole fleet. Sign looked toward the darkness of the bedroom. I don't want Jadesi to live the life I have, no matter what happens to me in the end. Jervith, you shouldn't. Make sure of that. She spun back to her friend and put steel in her voice. Protect her. Keep her safe. Don't let her get dragged into my fight. Sajin's eyes were sad, but she nodded. Thank you, Sajin. Sign breathed. Grim silence filled the room. Sign took her cup, sipped it. Sajin did the same. Eventually, the blonde woman said, Yemen is supposed to arrive in 2 hours. What uniform will you be wearing? Sajin asked. It took Sign a moment to remember. She still had the dress uniform of the Pavan Defense Forces, though she hadn't worn it since joining her father at a conference with Mareth Varu over 3 years ago. It was similar enough to the normal brown uniform her crew wore. The main additions were gold epaulets and embroidered gold piping along the collar, cuffs, and flanks. I suppose I can dress up for the new visitor, she admitted. Good, Sajin smiled. I always thought it suited you. After they finished their cups, Sajin left Sign to get dressed. She removed her robe and went into the closet. She pulled out the undershirt, the trousers, the boots, the jacket, and put them on one by one. Amazingly, Jadesi slept through it all. In the end, she stood in front of the body-length mirror and examined herself. Her black boots were polished, her jacket wrinkle-free. The gold-braided epaulets balanced perfectly on her shoulders, and her black hair was pulled off her face and tied at the nape of her neck, so that one tail fell from her collar to halfway down her back. She felt a strange twinge of regret that A'Sharad had never seen her in full dress regalia. He had once, while blushing uncharacteristically through his tattoos, admitted a fondness for women in uniform. When he got back, she would make sure to rectify that. She checked on Jadesi one last time, then went to the bridge to prepare for Yemen's arrival. Volton was already there, overseeing final checks. He was also in his dress uniform, which shouldn't have surprised her. How goes the day, Andreen? She asked him. Slake's transferring now. The old man gestured out the forward viewport. Scarlet Thranta's small crimson form sat off their port bow, while Freedom Song drifted ahead of them, closer to the disk of Cerulean's rings. As she watched, a small shuttle dropped away from Freedom Song and vectored toward their ship. "Any news on Yemen?" she asked. "Nothing yet. He's set to arrive any time now. We're monitoring all interest vectors closely." Given their location, tucked between uncharted space and the densely packed stars of the Cornash cluster, there were only a handful of known routes in and out of the Cerulean system. The fleet had placed sensor buoys near all the points where a ship could be expected to revert to real space. When Yemen, or anyone else, arrived in system, they get a fair warning. "Have you checked in with Avid recently?" Leveler is holding position. He reports all systems are normal. "Excellent. I'll go down and meet Slake." "Very good, madam." She made her way out of the bridge and into the turbolift. As the capsule hummed into motion, she took her comlink out of her pocket and called Sajin. "What is it, madam?" the woman said. "I'm going to meet Slake and Yemen now. Please go to my quarters and keep an eye on Jadesi." "Understood." Sign flicked off her comlink and stuck it in her pocket. A half-minute later, the turbolift doors opened, and she wound her way through the halls toward the flight deck. Valediction's crew was almost entirely made up of personnel from her previous flagship, Iconoclast. The old dreadnought had a much smaller required crew complement than the Star Destroyer, and they'd only been able to add a limited number of Bavaniri refugees and defecting clone troops to their ranks. Without Valediction's brand-new automated systems, they never have been able to operate the ship at all. The destroyer was still effectively running on a skeleton staff, and Sign did not pass a single crewman until she reached the hangar. Slake had already marched down the ramp of his shuttle to meet a Bavaniri on her guard. The big, bearded man was dressed in the red and black robes he'd worn when they first met. "Ah, Madam Sign," he boomed when he saw her. "You look positively dashing into that uniform. I'm so sorry I haven't seen it before." "I haven't worn it in some time," she said as she stepped up to greet him. "Well, no matter." He waved a hand. "Anything from Yemen?" "He's set to arrive any time now. I can't wait to get started." Slake balled one hand into a fist and punched his other palm. "This is going to be a turnaround, madam. It all changes today." They had a long way to go to victory, both of them, but his optimism was infectious. Sign allowed a slim smile and said, "Do you have ideas on what you want to do with Whiplash, Captain?" "Oh, I have plenty of ideas. What you pulled at N'Zoth is just the beginning. With Whiplash nabbing intel and slicing codes, we can launch raids on some real high-priority targets. I'm thinking along the lines of Kuat, Bilbringi, Annexus. Assaulting the citadel of the core worlds was a little much." She said, "Maybe one day, but we'll need more allies before that." "With Whiplash making connections, we stand a good chance of getting them. That's what's going to overthrow the Empire, madam. Not a bunch of brave little factions all fighting local wars. We have to bind together, all of us. It's the only way we'll rebuild the Republic." Her smile wilted. Slake quickly added, "It's the only way any of us will get what we want." "I hope you're right, Captain." "Of course I'm right," Slake grinned. "I didn't brawl through the Clone Wars just to." Sign's comlink buzzed. She plucked it from her uniform and said, "Sign here?" "Report." "Madam, a shuttle has arrived," the Voltan said. "It's Yemen." "Very good. Have a fighter patrol escort him to the hangar." Sign pocketed the comlink and told Slake, "He's on his way." "So I heard." Slake adjusted his robes. "Well, madam, how do I look? I want to make a good first impression." He held out his arms and kicked into a surprisingly graceful pirouette. Robes fanned around him as he executed a complete spin and came around to face her again. It took effort to keep her face straight. "You make an impression as always, Captain." "Glad to hear it." Slake tugged at his robes one more time. "All right then, let's go meet our new best friend." Sign and Slake stepped to the head of the troop column and watched as a single small Corellian freighter soared into the Star Destroyer's hangar. It sat down next to Slake's shuttle and lowered his landing ramp. Sign knew little about these on Yemen. By his name, he was a Syrian, and he's supposed to be quite charismatic. In her head, she had a vague idea of a big, booming man like Zazrid or Slake, only with a cone-shaped head. The one that came down the ramp was, indeed, a big man. His double-brained Syrian skull made him even taller than Slake. Everything else was different. His movements were purposeful and slow. When he introduced himself, it was with a deep, soothing voice. Rather than exuding Slake's feisty energy or Sign's own cold determination, the Izan Yemen created an aura of trust and safety. "It's a pleasure to meet you both," he said after shaking hands. "I had no idea you'd amassed such a fighting force." They gathered almost their entire fleet in a chain above Cyrillion's canted rings. Sign and Slake had agreed it was the best way to show Yemen they trusted him, and to display their strength. "We've been hitting the Empire hard," Slake said. "I've noticed, and so have many others," Yemen said. "I like to think we can do much for each other." "Oh, I don't doubt that for a second," Slake grinned and put his hands on his hips. "Well, do you want to stand around all day gawking? Or do you want to sit down and figure out how we can make Palpatine's life a living hell?" Yemen smiled gently. "Whatever you like." They started down the corridor back to the lift tube, this time escorted by the full honor guard. Slake, Sign, and Yemen walked in a single file, and when they entered the lift, she found herself squeezed between two men more than half a meter taller than her. She was not normally self-conscious about her height, but she was glad when they exited into another hallway. When they reached the conference room, a Voltan was there. Sign had agreed to his request to sit in on the meeting, though she wondered how much he, or she, would have to say. She rather expected the conversation to be dominated by Slake and Yemen waxing ambitious about how they were going to restore the Republic. To her pleasant surprise, the dialogue was much more practical. Yemen laid out the details of Whiplash's intel and people-moving network. Slake gave a verbal rundown of their fleet, equipment, and crew. A Voltan outlined a handful of Imperial facilities he believed their fleet could destroy. As usual, his estimates were conservative. After everyone had presented their ideas, Yemen folded his hands on top of the table and said, "It appears our organizations have very different objectives." Slake was surprised. "What do you mean different?" "We've got the exact same goal, getting rid of Palpy's nightmare machine. Whiplash has always been about small things. Transporting refugees, networking resistance cells on different worlds, sharing key intelligence. When we've tried to be more aggressive, it has cost us dearly. But we have to be aggressive." Slake pounded the table. "We're not going to bring the Republic back by asking nicely. We have to smash the enemy." "I know." Yemen smiled gently. "And I think our organizations can help each other very much. We just have to remember that we're separate parts of the same whole." "Separate, but complementary," Sign said. "We each do things the other can't." "Exactly?" Yemen nodded. "It's going to be an interesting relationship." Slake looked mollified. "Well, okay then. That's good. We can make things work. I mean, Sign here, she used to be a dirty September. She wants an independent Bavanire, not a republic. But you know what? We made it work. And you and us, Master Yemen, we can make it work too." Yemen's lips curled in amusement. "I look forward to the endeavor." A Voltan cleared his throat. "Now that that's settled, perhaps we should start talking about specific plans." That's right. It always comes down to the details." Slake hit the table again. "Now, I think our main goal should be checking out new imp installations in the deep core. Master Yemen, if we could get..." A Voltan's comlink buzzed. A spike of dread shot up Sign's body as he took it out and said, "This is the captain." "Report." Sign sat right next to him and could hear the tinny voice. "Captain, another buoy just went off. We have multiple contacts, inbound." Sign and a Voltan jumped out of their chairs. The captain said, "Do you have identification?" "We're working on it." "Sir, they dropped close to the planet. Looks like almost a dozen ships." Suddenly the deck shifted. Sign felt the tightness of G-forces squeeze her chest, but they disappeared in an instant. Yemen looked confused, but Slake knew exactly what that meant. "Oh," he groaned, "oh fear effect. Captain, they've put up an interdiction field." The voice on the comlink turned shrill. "We're getting a hail." Sign leaned over and said, "Patch it into the conference room. Now." "One moment, madam." There was a click, and then a voice filled the air. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a crisp, aristocratic, not deep or outwardly menacing, but it sent a shudder through her body and filled her heart with rage. It said, "Rebel Fleet, this is an Imperial task force under the command of Vice Admiral Octavian Grant. Surrender or be destroyed." Jan Dodonna stood on the bridge of Empire Star and watched the gases of cerulean swirl like flames across the face of the planet ahead. He could see, too, the dark specks of the enemy fleet, their ion engines now aglow. "They're attempting to take cover on the far side of the planet's rings," he observed. "It's the only option they have," said Vice Admiral Grant. The two officers stood near the tactical holo but faced the forward viewport. The bright stars of the Cornatch cluster were being fast eclipsed by the gas giant's colorful face. Several ships from their task force slipped ahead of Empire Star's vanguard, the Carrack-class light cruisers Integrity and Perseverance, plus the Venator-class destroyer and Pavan. The ships that had come with Dodonna from Black 15, including Captain Nam Starwind, hung behind the flagship to protect the task force's interdictor, Closed Fist. Dodonna was quietly glad that his own ships would not be making the first assault. Sign and Slake were clearly getting ready for a long defensive slog. "Any response to our hails?" Grant asked the comm station. "Negative, sir." "Perhaps Sign doesn't want to show her hand," Grant muttered, half to himself. The Vice Admiral sounded disappointed. The aft doors to the bridge slid open, and a man in billowing red and black robes walked straight across the deck toward Grant and Dodonna. The general had only briefly met High Inquisitor Jarek after coming aboard, and he had no idea what to make of the man. Dodonna had fought with a number of Jedi during the Clone Wars, and found them by and large admirable. He understood that this Jarek was a Jedi Master who had elected to side with Palpatine instead of the Jedi Council after the coup attempt. Beyond that, the workings of the Inquisitorius were as opaque to him as the original Jedi Orders had been. What was most unnerving was the way the man looked at you, despite having his sightless eyes covered by that strip of black cloth. Apparently he used the Force as a replacement for eyesight, but Dodonna had no idea how far that sight extended. Jarek could find him easily enough, but could he see the planet in the distance, or the ships moving for cover behind Cerulean's broad slanting ring? Force users could be very useful, but also too damned unpredictable. "Good of you to join us, Master Jarek," Grant said without taking his eyes off the viewport. "I would not miss this," the Inquisitor said. "Lord Jarek," Dodonna said, "I understand that this fleet worked with Jedi in the past. Can you sense them now?" Jarek seemed to be looking at the tactical holo. He didn't tilt his head or show any sign that he'd heard. Dodonna's eyes flicked to Grant, who seemed to be purposely ignoring the Inquisitor. Then Jarek said, "I sense no Jedi here." "Well, that's a relief," Dodonna said. Though he'd never admitted it aloud, he thought the full-scale purge of the Order was overkill. He had no desire to kill Jedi, and frankly, no desire to fight them either. "I sense fear in that fleet panic." A smile slanted on Jarek's face. "I sense much anger, Vice Admiral." "All to be expected." "And you, Admiral, you want to end this badly. It's very personal between you and Sign, isn't it?" Grant's face twitched in annoyance. "I won't deny that. No wonder you went to such lengths to win Admiral Scree's favor." Grant shot him a look half surprised, half angry. Dodonna frowned in confusion. He still had no idea how Grant had won approval for this mission after his past failures, but apparently Grant and Jarek did. Apparently, it was something Grant wanted kept quiet. Before Dodonna could follow that line of thought further, the Admiral called, "Come, tell our vanguard force to move forward. Tell them they're going above the ring to attack." "Understood, sir." Tell Enforcer and Indomitable to move forward also. They're going under. Yes, sir. Barring Empire Star and the Interdictor, that was the whole of the fleet they'd brought from Coruscant. Dodonna had brought 3 more Star Destroyers from N'Zoth, a formidable fighting force in itself, but he wondered if that would be enough. Do you want to repeat a call to surrender? He asked Grant. It wouldn't do any good. They'll never lay down arms. It didn't sound like Grant wanted them to. Perhaps we can try again after the initial assault, Dodonna offered. Despite having a smaller fleet, Sign and Slake would defend their position fiercely. Many good Imperial soldiers would be lost. Perhaps Slake might surrender. But Sign, a tight, twisted smile appeared on his face. Sign is going to fight to the death. Jaravith Sign arrived on Valediction's bridge to hear klaxons wailing. Volton, Yemen, and Slake were right behind her, and all 4 of them hurried to the tactical station. Madam, sirs. The ship's first officer snapped to salute. As per your orders, we've taken cover behind the planet's rings. Have they started moving yet? Asked Slake. He gestured to the holo. As you can see, they're sending in their vanguard force. 2 light cruisers and a destroyer coming around the top, another cruiser and destroyer under the bottom. Lieutenant, where's your comm station? Slake asked. I need a direct line to Freedom Song. Right this way, sir. As the officer led Slake off, Sign, the Volton, and Yemen examined the display. 5 ships held back from attacking and sat instead in Cyrillion's mid-range orbit. 2 Victory-class destroyers, 1 Venator-class, an Interdictor, and a brand-new Imperial-class Star Destroyer. Sign had never faced one of those 1,600-meter behemoths in battle before, and had never wanted to until now. At this moment, all she wanted was to reach out and crush Admiral Grant's flagship with her bare hands. They're sending their smaller ships through first, Volton observed. When they try to pass around the rings, we'll be able to box them in. We can try, Sign nodded. What about Leveler? Avid stays where he is right now. We'll bring him out when we need him. When, not if. Some of those ships would slip past the ring, and they both knew it. Yemen cleared his throat and said, I am not an expert in fleet combat, but shouldn't our goal be to destroy the Interdictor? We're not capable of that right now. Sign shook her head. We'll have to draw them into lower orbit and pick off what ships we can. The odds of them taking out all of Grant's fleet 1 by 1 were astronomical. They didn't have Jedi magic, Mandalorian mercenaries, or mutinous clone commandos to help them this time. She hadn't called Sajin yet. She hadn't checked on her child. No matter what happened to her fleet, she had to find a way to get both of them out of here. Nothing mattered more than Jadesi. But the Imperial ships were getting close, and there was no time for anything except a fight. Slake bounced back from the comm station and said, I've sent Freedom Song and both gunships up top. Bright Dawn and Ploriad Bakken are going below. We'll take Valediction to join them, Sign said. What about the carrier? Fat Bastard is pumping out her snub fighters. I'm hoping some of them can slip through the rings and hit the imps in the backside. We're going to have to hit them from all sides, Volton said. Then that's what we'll do, Sign said. Andrean, launch all our fighters. Very good, madam. Volton went to deliver orders. Slake went back to the comm station. Sign watched the fleet break apart on the tactical holo, while the Imperial ships inched closer. The 2 destroyers were already launching their fighter complements. I'm sorry it happened like this, Yemen said from the other side of the station. It's entirely possible the Imperials followed me here. We can assign blame later. Right now we fight, she told him. Dizan Yemen had the air of a peacemaker, not a warrior, but he nodded understanding. Valediction dove and veered away from the planet's gravitational pull. The forward viewport shifted from a show of swirling gases to luminous stars to sparkling rings made of floating ice particles and rocks. Through the ring's veil, Sign could see 1 Star Destroyer and 1 Carrack-class cruiser approaching head-on. A swarm of fighters burst ahead. Dozens of different starfighter types from both Valediction and Freedom Song slipped beneath the ring's edge to meet the Imperial fighter screen, or tried to nimbly slip through the ice and rock particles. Tiny explosions began to dot Cyrillion's rings, but Sign couldn't tell if the fighters were blasting their way through or colliding with drifting rock. A Voltan called for Valediction to turn her broadside to face the incoming ships. The view from the bridge shifted again, sliding to face a band of stars squeezed between silver rings on one side and the flame-colored planet on the other. Sign turned her attention to He Tactical Holo. Bright Dawn and Ploriad Bodkin were holding off of Valediction's stern and bow respectively, giving the destroyer a clear range of fire. The bridge vibrated as Valediction brought her full batteries to bear. Waves of green turbolaser fire washed across space. Despite her skeleton crew, Valediction's gunnery computer was able to synchronize barrages perfectly, and the approaching destroyer was too big a target to miss. The Venator's forward shields were on full, and she managed to absorb volley after volley of turbolaser blasts. Her support cruiser used her massive hull for cover and began moving past her. Sign told the tactical lieutenant, "Tell Bodkin and 2 fighter squads to intercept that carrier cruiser. Bright Dawn needs to move forward and attack the destroyer's flank. She'll have to take a lot of fire, madam. She'll give a lot too. Do it." "Yes, madam." Sign watched the tactical holo as Bright Dawn started a white arc toward the enemy destroyer. Ploriad Bodkin moved forward to engage his enemy counterpart, and the destroyer had slipped most of his body past the veil of Cyrillion's rings. Valediction's bridge shook as her shields absorbed the first volley of turbolaser fire. She kept firing broadside volleys that flashed and danced green lightning over the destroyer's forward shields. It couldn't take much more. Sign stalked away from the tactical station toward the forward viewport. The command deck jutted slightly forward from the main command tower, and the viewport afforded a narrow look at the ship's flanks. When the deck shook again, she steadied herself with a hand against cold transparent steel and watched another of Valediction's volleys arc toward the destroyer. She got there just in time. The shield's flare died. Green plasma chewed through the ship's bow. The destroyer's engine flares weakened as it tried to reverse course. Smaller explosions began to dot the surface, marking shots landed by the swarming starfighters. By that point, Bright Dawn was coming around the destroyer's flank. Clinging close to the planetary rings, she delivered her own volley onto the destroyer's starboard side. Laser fire scattered across dying energy shields, and the destroyer struggled to realign its guns and return fire. Then there was a burst of fire, and the destroyer's twin command towers vanished. A cheer went up across the bridge as his engines died, and it began to be drawn toward the gas giant. The joy was short-lived. Something exploded beyond the destroyer's dead hull, and then something else. Sign hurried back to the tactical holo to see empty space where both carrier cruisers had been fighting it out. Slate was already there. His broad face was twisted in an angry scowl. "We lost Bodkin." "I'm sorry," she said honestly. She knew how much that ship had meant to him. Slate forced a toothy grin. It was worth it to take down that destroyer, wasn't it? Indeed. She gave her own tight-lipped smile. "Unfortunately," Yemen said, "things aren't going as well elsewhere." She shifted her attention to the battle taking place over the ring's upper edge. One carrier cruiser was drifting in space, but the other Imperial ships had crested the ring and were diving deeper into the gas giant's gravity well. The destroyer was exchanging heavy fire with Freedom Song while both gunships were trying to hold back the carrier cruiser, even as enemy fighters threatened to overwhelm them. "The other destroyers are holding position in mid-orbit," Yemen pointed out. "Then we help them. Now." Slake shouted to a Voltan, "Captain, we've got to fall back." "Do it, Andrine," Sign said. Valediction's engine strained as she readjusted her heading. She was deeply affected by the gas giant's powerful gravity, and it took effort to climb outward to the ring's far edge. Bright Dawn and the starfighters were smaller and nimbler. They cut above the ring's glimmering face toward the distant firestorm. A Voltan came over to the tactical station and told Sign, "Now may be the time to summon Leveler. We can only use that trick once." We may need it now. We can't afford to lose Freedom Song. You're damned right we can't. Slake interjected. If we're going to use Leveler, we have to lure that destroyer closer to the planet, she told him. Good thing we've got bait. I'll put the call in now. Slake hurried over to the comm station. It was then that Sign noticed Yemen watching her with a confused frown on his face. A surprise, she said simply. Then I pray it's a good one. Empire Star continued to hold her position in Cerulean's middle orbit. From what Dodonna could tell as he watched the fight, half through the viewport and half on the tactical screen, Admiral Grant didn't seem to particularly care about losing Enforcer and his support cruiser. His fleet was much larger than Sign's, and it seemed like he was willing to suffer a lot of damage in order to grind down her resistance. Pavan was having a much better time of it. The destroyer had crested the rings and was now allowing itself to be pulled toward the swirling gas giant. The cruiser Grant identified as Slake's flagship, Freedom Song, was in retreat and Valediction was struggling to help. Dodonna looked out the viewport just in time to see one of Slake's gunships vanish in a burst of flame. The other turned and ran even as Integrity pounded his aft shields and 2 full squadrons of brand new TIE fighters continued pursuit. Pavan may need help, Dodonna told Grant. Valediction barely took any damage fighting Enforcer. You're quite right, Grant said thoughtfully. Perhaps you should fly in yourself to deliver the killing blow, Jarek suggested. Grant fought a scowl. That would be unwise at this time. But that is what you want. Dodonna was getting the impression that Jarek enjoyed toying with Grant, though he had no idea why. They had a battle to fight and normally he wouldn't care. But Jarek's earlier taunt about Screed lingered in his thoughts. It hinted at something he didn't like. We could send Starwind or Spearhead, Dodonna suggested. A victory class versus a victory class. You have a point, General, Grant nodded and told the tactical officer. Order Starwind to advance. Tell her to prepare to go over the top. Yes, Admiral. Dodonna hoped Captain Nam would get to the fight just as it was ending, in time to crush Sign Bud after the most dangerous brawling was over. He watched the glow of Starwind's 3 blue-white engines as it advanced toward the planet. Far beyond the outer line of destroyers, Pavan was plunging deeper still toward the gas giant's swirling surface. Freedom Song seemed determined to keep fleeing the destroyer even if it had to plunge into Cerulean's stormy upper layer. That kind of pressure would crush a Recusant-class cruiser as well as Pavan. Neither vessel was designed for normal atmosphere, let alone the high-pressure systems of a gas giant. Freedom Song seemed to have plunged as far as it could go. Like an animal with its back to the wall, it pivoted to face its attacker. Pavan unleashed a burst from its forward batteries. Valediction wasn't close enough to help. It wouldn't be long now. Then something emerged from churning storms. At first it seemed like one gray fleck against so much red and orange. Dodonna stepped closer, right up to the viewport, to get a better look. It burst from Cerulean's upper atmosphere like a spearhead. Trails of scarlet gas unfurled off the vessel as it charged toward Pavan's exposed starboard flank, with all guns blazing. Few ships could withstand the high pressure of a gas giant's atmosphere, but Leveler was a landing craft, designed to operate on the most hostile planets imaginable. Pavan, caught by surprise, didn't have a chance. Leveler's blast tore through the destroyer's weak starboard shields and ravaged its flank. Pavan's engine started to fail. Freedom Song pulled closer and began pounding its stern. A gunship and a frigate arrived to help finish it off. Behind him he heard Grant snap, "Pull Integrity back. Pull it back." Someone said, "Admiral, they're giving chase." Dodonna, though, couldn't take his eyes off Pavan's fiery death. When the destroyer's engines totally died, it tumbled into the gas giant's atmosphere and disappeared. The gunship and frigate gave chase to Integrity. Within minutes, the support cruiser, too, was dead. Seething silence fell over the bridge. Dodonna was almost afraid to look at Grant. The Admiral remained by the tactical station, hands balled to fists at his side as he stared at the hologram with his jaw clenched tightly shut. This time, not even Jarek looked amused. "Admiral," someone said, "Starwind requests instruction." Grant didn't respond. Before the lieutenant could ask again, Dodonna said. Tell Captain Nam to hold position. Yes, General. From the communication station, an officer said, Admiral, we're being hailed by valediction. Grant took a deep breath and said, lower the jamming field. Put her on. Dodonna only knew Sign by name and was surprised to see a young woman on the holo that sprang up in front of Grant. Her round white face seemed set in a scowl above a uniform decorated with bright trim and epaulets. If this was her last fight, she was going down in style. You put in a strong effort, Admiral, she said. If you want to waste any more ships, we'll be happy to help. You're still outgunned and outnumbered, Grant said. We always have been, Sign said without smiling. Miss Sign, you are not leaving Cerulean alive. You know that. If you, Slake, and Thezon Human personally surrender, I am willing to let the rest of your people go. You've already tried something like this before. It didn't work then, did it? You have no place to run this time. If you want to come and get me, Admiral, you know where to find me, Sign said, and her holo shrunk to nothing. Jaravit Sign stepped away from the communication station and let out a breath she hadn't known she'd been holding. You've made him mad now, the Voltan muttered. She couldn't tell if he approved or not. Slake said, Madam, I'd like to get to Freedom Song while the battle's in a lull. My people need me. Of course. She looked up at the big, bold captain, and she knew she probably wouldn't see him again. Slake may have been thinking the same thing. With uncharacteristic gravity, the big man snapped a crisp, formal salute. The small woman returned it. It's been a pleasure, madam, and an honor, Slake said, then hurried off the bridge, trailing his cloak behind him. What happens now? Yemen asked once Slake was gone. Sign let her gaze drift to the viewport. Cerulean's rings glimmered in front of them, and Kornat's bright stars twinkled in the distance, but between those she could see the gray shapes of Grant's 5-star destroyers. We wait, she said. He'll come for us soon enough. Chapter 17. I am, generally, a suspicious guy. Maybe even paranoid. Given the life we were living, the battle we were fighting, I dare say it came naturally. The mission to Prakith should have raised some red flag with me, but it didn't. Maybe it was because things just happened too fast. I don't know, but it never occurred to me that this whole thing might be a trap. They rushed forward through the narrow confines of the detention block, one Sarkin and one human, both with scarlet sabers in their hands. At the far end, Scout stood in the middle of the circle, surrounded by Kinaha, Master Altis, Ash, and Sasha. All of them were locked away from the Force. Without it, neither Kinaha nor Altis were very capable of fighting. Who wants an extra? Sasha called as she unclipped the Inquisitor lightsaber from her belt. Right here, Ash held out a hand. Sasha lobbed her the cylinder, and she caught it easily. Red light sprung from her fist. Sasha had good senses and fast reflexes. Ash was the best duelist in Altis clan. Scout stood there, between the two old Jedi Masters, and watched the women run to meet the enemy. Ash caught the Sarkin's red blade on her own. Sasha started with a mad thrust that threw her and the human Inquisitor both off balance. Sabers clashes and sparked, but it all seemed unreal. Everything seemed unreal. Scout couldn't feel any of them in the Force. Ash and Sasha, both Inquisitors, they were like puppets moving on strings. And from the opposite end of the hall, Hannah Ding stared at her. Scout had been sure Hannah was dead as we and Lena and all the other Padawans who'd been in the temple during the Jedi Order's last awful night. But Scout had survived. She'd fled. She'd sneaked out the back way and hitched a ride with Kinaha all the way to Mandalore. And Hannah had always been a prideful girl. It had made her strong and rigid and weak. She'd been one of the most talented Padawans, but no one had liked her. Scout hadn't. She was always arrogant, cold, lonely. The time she'd beaten Hannah with a dirty trick at the dueling contest had been the highlight of her mediocre career as a Jedi Padawan. And now, Hannah Dink was a servant of the Empire. Scout couldn't touch her through the Force just like she couldn't touch anyone else. She could only lock eyes with the girl across the distance through the clash and flash of lightsabers. Altus placed a hand on her shoulder. He knew her fear of fighting, of killing. She'd done it once on Mandalore, cut a man in two. She'd watched one half of him fall on top of the other. She could still see it if she closed her eyes and remembered. Even when she fought the other Inquisitor in the corridor, a girl barely older than her, she'd been too scared to strike the killing blow. Instead, she'd had to watch in horror as A'Sharad Hett struck it for her. She was sick of having other people save her. Scout's lightsaber sprung to life. She croaked, "I have to do it." "Scout, I have to do it myself." She stepped forward. So did Hannah. Between them, two fights still raged. Sasha was trying to back her enemy toward the cut-open door to Kina Hassel. Ash was trying to land a quick thrust through the Sarkhan's defense. Scout maneuvered around Ash. Hannah stepped around Sasha as her opponent backed into the wreckage of the door and tumbled back first into the cell. Sasha quickly drew her pistol and fired, but Scout hardly noticed. She and Hannah fell against each other. Sabers crackled, red against blue. Hannah swung, she parried. She tried to thrust back, but the Arcanian skirted away. Hannah backed toward the door. Scout followed, staying just out of reach of a saber thrust. "I didn't know you survived," she said. She didn't know what else to say. "Likewise," Hannah breathed. "You joined the Inquisitors. You hunt Jedi." "Scout, you don't understand. You kill other Jedi." The dead came to her in a rush. We and Lena, Arlig and Z, that Jedi on Lukasek whose name she'd never know. "Scout, wait." She lunged without willing it. Hannah parried the blow and tried to wrestle her blade up for a strike, but Scout batted that back. "I never killed any Jedi," Hannah protested. "I didn't." Scout struck, knocked Hannah a step back. She swung again. This time Hannah parried and managed an attack of her own, but Scout blocked it. Their lightsabers pressed together, sizzled. She stared into Hannah's pale eyes and saw the same girl she sparred against years ago. Hannah attempted a counterattack, but Scout parried it easily, then jabbed her saber tip forward. It pierced Hannah's left shoulder. Still holding her saber up with her right hand, the girl groaned and stumbled back until her calves pressed against the ruin of the cell block's blast doors. Scout took one step forward, then another, and then the force came back. For a long moment she felt dizzy with the inrush of sensation. The Jedi behind her were still shrouded, but she could stretch herself through the corridors ahead and feel Jax, Magash, and Het. She could feel Hannah Ding blocking her way, anger, pain, fear, desperation, the desire to escape, and the knowledge that escape was impossible. And for a moment she thought she could feel, just barely, the lingering force essence of those good Jedi she'd known who'd fallen to the Empire's blades. "Scout." Altus had bellowed her name, louder than she'd ever heard him before. She turned to see him standing just meters behind her. Ash and Sasha and Kina all stood behind him. The other Inquisitors has fallen. Then she realized she'd hefted her blade with both hands above her head. Rage had taken her, dark rage, and before she even understood what had happened. Scout lowered her weapon, slowly, and looked at Hannah Ding trembling in front of her. Strong and rigid and weak and lonely, she hadn't changed after all. Ding turned off her lightsaber and tossed it at Scout's feet. She said, "Enough. I surrender." "Good," Sasha said. "Then let's just act." Scout turned around to see Ash wrestling a blaster pistol out of Sasha's hand. The red-haired woman stuffed it in her belt and said, "Not now. Let's just go." "Wait," Hannah said. Hard stares swung at her. She held up both hands. "Please? I can't do this anymore. Take me with you." "This we don't have time for," said Sasha. "Ash, just stun her." "I can help you," Hannah said. "Please. I came here with Darth Vader." "Vader." Scout gasped. Then Jax and. "This is a trap," Hannah sputtered. "We captured the Whiplash leaders, made them tell you to come here." "You mean she'll?" Satch's voice was hollow. "House. They're dead." Hannah choked. "And they know about Cerulean." The Empire knows. They're springing their trap right now. It was too much. Shock eclipsed anger, and Scout couldn't even move. We need to leave now, Alta said behind her. And we take her too. And then there was no time for anger, or shock, or questions, or anything else. They ran. 3 men stood in the darkness at the end of the corridor, each one washed in the glow of his lightsaber. Jax Pavan, cast in green, panted and blinked sweat from his face. He didn't know how long he desperately fought back his enemy's attacks alone. He didn't know how he'd survived the fight. A'Sharad Hett stood with 2 spears of emerald light held vertically in front of him. The light softened the harshness of his tattoo-lined face but didn't hide the anger and confusion in his eyes. The man who had once been Anakin Skywalker stood in a wash of red. It gleamed on the curves of his black armor and disappeared in the black folds of his cape. His mask was turned to face Hett. They all stood a saber thrust length from each other. None of them moved. You're outnumbered now, Jax told Vader. Do you really think your one sword can handle 3 of ours? Vader didn't respond. He just kept staring at Hett. Jax wanted to draw this pause out as long as he could. Every second pulled vital breath into his lungs and strengthened his aching body. It's over, Vader, he said. Our people are in the cell block, freeing your prisoners. We're going to get out of here. And then we'll never see you again. Vader's head swiveled to face him. Do you really think you can escape me, Pavan? The Sith Lord sounded winded. Good. I've done it plenty of times before. And I have found you again every time, said Vader. He swiveled his head back toward Hett. You I did not expect, A'Sharad. Hett flinched. Who are you? Were you a Jedi? Vader stared and didn't answer. Jax couldn't remember what kind of relationship Hett and Anakin had posed, but it had clearly been something. Vader looked back to Jax. You always find new ways to surprise me, Pavan. You're to be congratulated. I don't know who you were, Hett said, but I know what you are now. You have no idea what I've become. Neither of you do. You are both too afraid to embrace the dark side of the Force. Fear has nothing to do with it, Jax said. You've changed since we last met, Pavan. You seem smaller. What happened to the dark knowledge in your head? His glance flicked at him, questioning. Jax hadn't explained to him about Darth Ramage's holocron, the forbidden knowledge he'd taken to use at Canterbury Station and then had flushed from his mind by the Dathomiri witches. He certainly wasn't going to explain now. I had it removed, Jax said simply, hoping to draw this pause out as long as possible. Vader laughed a booming, bitter laugh. You are afraid, Pavan. And you, A'Sharad. He swiveled back to stare at Hett. Jax felt tendrils of Force energy reaching out, probing the Jedi Master's obdurate mind. Hett flinched at the intrusion but stood firm and batted it back. With muted awe, Darth Vader said, You are not afraid. No, said Hett, I'm not. Then he charged. Vader caught Hett's first blow with his lightsaber and nimbly dodged the other. Hett struck again. This time Vader blocked his right saber and grabbed his left hand by the wrist, squeezing it so hard the Master let out a cry of pain. Still clinging to your father's weapon, A'Sharad. Vader growled. You've come this far, and you are still a child. Who are you? Hett snarled. Jax lunged in from the side. Vader angled his lightsaber to catch it, then force-shoved Hett backward. The big man landed hard on the deck while Vader struck a series of blows against Jax's green blade. Jax parried one attack, then another, then a third. He ducked low and swiped at the control panel on Vader's chest, but the Sith evaded with surprising agility. Enough, Pavan, Vader grated. Jax looked over his shoulder. Hett was struggling to his feet. He still clutched the lightsaber in either first. Beyond him, further down the hall, where the lighting was better, he saw humanoid forms moving, running. He felt 3 brilliant new minds in the Force, minds he had never known before. He looked back at Vader and bore his teeth in a proud, angry grin. Looks like we beat you again? Before Vader could respond, Hett threw himself forward. Twin sabers beat down on Vader's one. The Sith Lord staggered back under the savage attack. Jax could feel the raw, pure anger burning off Hett in the Force. An awful, feral scream burned from the Jedi Master's throat. Then Vader twisted to the side, letting Hett's blows glance off his blade. Hett's momentum carried him forward. Vader's free hand grabbed his left forearm and snapped it backward. Jax could hear his elbow shatter. Vader's other elbow snapped up and jabbed into Hett's face. The Master's head fell back. Vader tossed him aside like a doll. His twin lightsabers went rolling down the hall. Before Jax could do anything else, an invisible hand grabbed him by the neck and pulled him off the floor. The vice squeezed his trachea. One hand went to his neck on instinct, but the other still held his lightsaber. Vader suspended him in the air, well out of striking range, but he couldn't bring himself to drop his weapon. He knew that if he did, he would surrender to the Black and never return. "You are weak, Pavan," Vader growled. "You have only survived this far through luck. Now your luck has finally run out." The cartilage in his throat was snapping. He could feel it. Pain stabbed tiny needles through his neck. Darkness blurred his vision. Behind him, a voice called, "Jax." He realized it was Din's voice. Then, a moment later, he heard the sharp tang of rifle fire. Vader raised his saber, deflected two blasts into the wall. Jax felt the grip on his throat loosen. Another volley followed, and another. Two people were firing at Vader. The Sith let out a cry of frustration and let Jax fall. He batted back rifle shots with his saber and caught two more in the palm of his free hand. "Jax," Din called, "move. Now." He heard the high electronic wail of an astromech droid. He picked his head off the deck to see I-5's white R2 chassis racing toward him as fast as his wheels could go. Din shouted, "Jax, run." The R2 swerved around Hett and raced right past Jax. "Run!" Din screamed. Jax didn't look back. He pushed himself off the ground and lunged forward right before a massive explosion shook the corridor. All the lights went out but the far end, where Vader had been, where I-5 had just raced, now roared with the fire and smoke of an explosion. Jax stared at the fireball. He couldn't see Vader. He could feel him in the Force, hurt and angry, but he couldn't find I-5 at all. "Oh, 5, he groaned. After all they'd gone through together, after all I-5 and his father had been through, it shouldn't have ended like this. Suddenly Din was there, grabbing his arm. "Carkit, come on, Jax." Hett staggered to his feet. One mangled arm hung at his side. His good one still clung to a lightsaber. "Where is it?" Hett cried over the inferno. "My father's saber. Where is it?" Jax looked down at his own lightsaber. Somehow he'd never let it go. "Where is it?" Hett was almost shrieking. "It's my father's. Where is it?" "I see it." Din stabbed a finger at the dark. He pulled Jax forward. Hett followed. With his Celestin eyes, Din managed to spot and pluck one metal cylinder off the floor. Hett wasn't in any shape to hold it, so he stuffed it in a pocket and kept dragging Jax forward. Vader and his fire kept burning behind them. Din led them into a lift tube. Jax and Hett both nearly collapsed. Only the lift's walls kept them upright. Jax felt physical anguish rippling off of Hett in the Force. Jax's physical pain was comparatively minor. It was everything else that hurt. "Oh, Dan," he rasped. Every word scraped painfully from his throat. "I'm so sorry." "It's okay, Jax." The Celestin squeezed his arm. "We're all okay." I-5, Jax squeezed his eyes shut before the tears could run out. He couldn't say any more. It was so awful and so inevitable. That droid had been blindly loyal to him since the day they'd met. Time and again I-5 had risked his life for the son of his old owner, his best friend. Now he'd chosen to make the final sacrifice. The lift door slid open. Jax opened his eyes, turned his head, and saw I-5 standing outside the lift. Din helped Hett stagger into the hall, where Sasha and a red-haired woman with a lightsaber on her belt helped him to the ship. Jax just stared at the oh-so-human face of the HRD droid until it clicked. I set the astromech on remote control, I5 said. His hands were on his hips, his tone was impatient. It's a shame, you know. That body was pretty useful. Oh, Jax breathed. Oh, don't do that to me again. A tiny smile curved I5's lips. Miss me, would you? Don't even start. Then Den popped in beside the droid and said, Get in Larenth, or we leave without you. All three of them ran. What I want to say is that we all piled into the ship, flew off to some beautiful resort planet, and basked in the glow of a successful mission, but that's not what happened. We were in pretty bad shape. Through some act of ridiculous willpower, Mag-Ash got from the second deck to the ship under her own power, after which Ash laid her out in her bunk and slapped back to patches on the stump of her arm. Hett still had his limb, but it had been twisted so bad it hurt just to look at it. Kina Ha, our spindly Imperial Commando newcomer, did some force magic healing to reduce the pain, and Altus, our scruffy old human one, put together a sling from some cloth and wire framing he found in the supply room. Jax was shaken and his throat was bruised so bad it hurt to talk, but otherwise he was okay. I was okay. I5 and Scout and Sasha were okay. Sasha was the one who flew us out of there. She broke us off from the prison ship and kicked us into lightspeed. We didn't have a chance to recover Het Star Chaser, and he couldn't have flown it anyway. Once the cockpit viewport was flashing all the whites and blues of hyperspace, those of us who could gathered in the main hold. We had a lot to talk about. Hannah Dink sat in the center of the room. The rest of us were ringed around her like guards, which we basically were. The Arcanian girl sat slumped on the floor. After being given a fast body surge, she lost the black and red Inquisitor's cloak and had on only a sleeveless black tunic underneath that contrasted sharply with the paleness of her shoulders, hair, and face. Jax led the questioning. He stood in front of her with his arms crossed sternly over his chest. I sat on a crate behind his right, I5 on his left. Sasha watched sullenly from a spot against the wall. Altus and Kina Ha stood behind the girl, their eyes bored into her back. Het sat between them, silent and glowering, his arm in a sling. And Scout was cross-legged in front of Dink. Without words being said, she'd taken responsibility for the captured girl. Everyone understood that. Explain it again? Jax's voice scraped, and I could tell it hurt just to speak. You came to Prakith with Darth Vader. This was all a trap, Dink said. And I helped him. Polehouse is dead, I said. I hadn't liked or even really trusted the sloppy, shifty Zabrak when he was alive. I was surprised by how his death affected me. I was sad, yes, but more than that I was angry. Vader and I, Asby, suspected Polehouse was part of Whiplash, she continued. They had for a long time. How did House die? I5 asked. The girl eyed him without speaking. I5 confused her and she didn't want to show it. It was exactly the same way Het and Scout had first reacted to him. How did he die? I echoed. Dink sighed. House was asking around for the location of the base on Prakith. Someone tipped off Darth Vader. He figured it was you. Jax tensed. I could see the surprise on his face, the anger. He was already blaming himself. What happened next? I asked. We went to a rest house, she said. Me and a group of soldiers. 501st. He spotted the trap. He ran. We chased him. She swallowed. I cornered him. So he jumped. Jumped? Jax asked. Off the side of a building. The room went silent. I tried to image if I'd have had the bravery to do that. I bet everyone else did too. What about Shilmafine? Jax asked. His tone was even and cold. It wasn't just the damaged throat. Something in his last fight with Vader had made him harder. They captured her. The 501st. And Vader, Dink's shoulder shook. She called us and told us about Prakith, Jax said. Vader made her do it. Dink swallowed again. Then he killed her. This time everyone exhaled. Alta said, You mentioned Cerulean. What is that? It's where Whiplash's leader is meeting with Jervith Sign and Zosrider Slake. Het spoke up. Are they meeting now? Hett nodded grimly. I tried sending a signal to warn them, Sasha said. No response, so I set a course. They might have fled already, I offered weakly. They might have been destroyed, or there might be a jamming field over the whole system. We have no idea. Which means we're jumping in blind. Looks like, Sasha exhaled. We were with Slake and Cyan at Pavan, Alta said. I want to do anything we can to help them now. I asked, what can we do? We're just one little ship. Nobody had an answer. His good hand squeezed into a fist as he said, we have to go there. We have to. Something sad filled Alta's face as he put a hand on Hett's shoulder. He knew something we didn't. Ding asked, what about me? No one had an answer for that either. We all knew what the options were, trust her, tie her up and stick her in a closet, or throw her out an airlock. None of us were bloody enough for the last option, but just then it did appeal to me. I couldn't tell what Jax and the others were getting from her in the Force, but I didn't trust her. I couldn't say why, it was what my gut was telling me. I recommend Ms. Ding be placed under observation, Kinaha said. Is there a safe, private room for her? So it was going to be option number 2. I-5 said, we have an empty storage chamber beneath the main hold. Put her there, Hett said. Keep her there. Ding didn't plead for a more lenient sentence. She had to know she wouldn't get one. Sasha, I-5, Jack said, take care of it. Now. Gladly, boss, Sasha said darkly. She certainly didn't seem taken by our new friend. I-5 and Sasha moved for her, but Ding stood up on her own accord. They took her firmly by the shoulders and led her down the maintenance corridor, toward the hatch in the floor that accessed the storage chamber. As soon as she was gone, I asked, can we trust her? I expected a fast response. Instead, I got a room full of Jedi staring at each other, like nobody was sure who should go first. What? I asked. Isn't the Force supposed to tell you this stuff? She's afraid, Scout said. She's confused. Well, so am I. Can we trust her? She's not telling the truth, Alta said. I sensed she was holding back something. Kinaha agreed. But as to what precisely, I am not sure. We'll have to interrogate her more, Hett said. One by one if we have to, until we get a decision. And if we can't trust her, I asked, what then? The only choice would be option number 3. Everyone knew it. I didn't expect any of the Jedi to actually speak it aloud. Then Hett said, we'll have to kill her. Everyone stared at him. Scout's mouth jawed open and closed several times until she said, we can't do that. It's not right. She's just a Padawan. She was just a Padawan, Hett scowled. None of us are what we used to be anymore. For all you know, she killed House and Mafine. He shifted his dark gaze to Jax. Something passed between them. I had no idea what, but neither of them could look away. It was like they were daring each other to make the first remark, to blow open whatever secret they'd come to share. But when it was clear that wasn't going to happen, I said, we need to get ready for Cerulean. We don't know what will happen there, Scout said. Then we get ready for anything. I looked at Jax. I waited for him to respond, to break whatever connection held him and Hett transfixed. Jax, I said softly, what should we do? He blinked, shook his head, and finally looked at me. Like you said, let's get ready for anything. Chapter 18. For those of us who fought the Empire, there was a shared realization that lurked in the back of our minds. It was something hardly anyone dared to speak out loud because it was too awful to face. The simple fact was that we were fighting a losing battle against impossible odds. In opposing Palpatine, we were setting ourselves on a path of pointless struggle and certain death. In the end, though, I think it was that unspoken realization that bound so many people together and made the rebellion possible. The enemy frigate's shields crumbled under a continuing hail of turbolaser fire from Spearhead's port batteries. A volley of concussion missiles tore through its engine compartment and ignited its power core. The frigate flared and was gone. Jan Dodonna would have felt better above that, but Freedom Song and Leveler had planted themselves off Spearhead's starboard bow and were overwhelming the destroyer's defenses. Starwind, meanwhile, was exchanging a broadside volley with Valediction, and neither ship seemed to have the advantage. The bulk of Slake's main carrier, chewed up by Starwind's batteries, now drifted into Cerulion's rings to be chewed up further before falling into the planet, but destroying Valediction was the goal that superseded all others, and it didn't look like Captain Nam going to pull it off. Grant watched the tactical holo with his lips pressed tightly together. Jarek hovered behind him, watching the holo as well, though Dodonna had no idea how the blind Inquisitor was really experiencing the battle. He might have been savoring all that pain and death. "We're running low on ships, Admiral," Dodonna said. "If we're going to move in, we should do it now." "I don't believe Spearhead is going to last much longer," Jarek said. He didn't need the Force to tell him that. The ship was getting overwhelmed, and if it went down, 3 heavy capital ships would be free to pound Captain Nam's vessel into dust. "At least pull back Starwind," he said. "She might be able to draw sign out from the—" Spearhead's marker flashed red and yellow. Dodonna turned to the viewport just in time to see her bow get torn to shreds by Freedom Song and Leveler. Her stern and command tower began to be pulled toward the planet, even as she desperately fired her engines in an attempt to escape. "Pull Starwind back," Grant ordered. Dodonna breathed a sigh of relief. Valediction didn't chase Niso Nam as his vessel pulled back to midorbit to join the 3 remaining capital ships. 4 destroyers, including an interdictor, should have been enough to take the enemy fleet, but Sign and Slake had been fighting a ferocious battle, luring Grant's forces behind the veil of Cerulion's rings ship by ship and destroying. "Enough of this," Grant breathed. "We're regrouping for a full attack." It seemed to be the only option they had left. Dodonna asked, "Do you plan on bringing Closed Fist with us?" "The interdictor stays," Grant said. "The 3 of us are going in beneath the rings." He tapped his fingers nervously on the edge of the tactical console, then added, "But not yet." "Are we waiting for something?" Dodonna frowned. There weren't any reinforcements on the way from Enzath, though if he called they could be at Cerulean in under 6 hours. Without answering, Grant stalked over to the communication station. Dodonna watched him go. "The Emperor won't be pleased if they escape," Jarek said. "With any of us." Dodonna didn't even know what he was doing here. He didn't want his career to end with this fiasco. "The Emperor is in a foul mood already," Jarek continued. "Grant's failure will not help." "Already?" Dodonna frowned. "Can you sense the Emperor's moods?" Jarek didn't respond. Dodonna wasn't sure he wanted to know anyway. Sign had no qualms about letting Starwind slip away. The brawl with the destroyer had damaged their port shields heavily, and they also needed to launch repair crews to collect the escape pods from Fat Bastard before they were pulled into the gas giant or cracked open by the stone and ice fragments in Cerulion's rings. Leveler and Freedom Song moved closer to help. Sign walked to the communication station and placed a call to the other capital ship captains. "We seem to be holding our own well," Avid Madra's shrunken blue holo image said. "Thanks to your surprise, Captain," Slate grinned from Freedom Song's bridge. "You know, gent and lady, we just might pull this off after all." "It's been very costly," Sign reminded them. "Not as costly as it's been for Grant." "How long until the next attack?" Madras asked. "Not long, unless he's waiting for reinforcements. What do you think, madam? Have we finally pissed Grant off enough to get him in here?" "I sincerely hope so," Sign said. His remaining 3 Star Destroyers would make for an ugly fight, but she wanted to face him in battle more than anything. She was amazed the fight had drawn on this long, and was even starting to hope she might live to see A'Sharad again. But the thought of A'Sharad brought her down from the adrenaline high of battle and reminded her of the one thing more important than revenge on Octavian Grant. She excused herself from the conversation and stepped into a quiet alcove at the back of the bridge. She quickly placed a call to Sajin on her personal comlink. "Madam, are you there?" "I'm here, Sajin. Are you with Jadesi?" "Yes." "She's been wailing like an animal, but what can you expect, with the ship getting all knocked around?" She sounded breathless, scared. Sign knew the feeling. Sajin, we have a lull right now, but I think Grant is going to attack again soon. Personally, I need you to be ready. Me? I want you to be ready to take Jadesi and leave the ship. There was a long pause. Where can we go? I don't know, but I'll designate a shuttle for you. Something that can hide in Cerulean's upper atmosphere if it has to. Are you sure we won't be safer on Valediction? I'm not sure of anything right now, but I want you to be ready to protect my daughter. I'll do anything. You know that. But Jerevith, what about you? She looked back at her bridge, her loyal crew ready to sacrifice themselves, and wondered if they should mean as much to her as her child. They didn't, and never would, but just as Jadesi was her daughter, she was Gregor Sines. I have a duty here, she said. But if the time comes, I'll do everything I can to be with you. She clicked off the comlink and exhaled. She didn't want to die on this bridge. She would do anything she could to avoid it, but she knew she might not have much choice in the end. Like father, like child, A'Sharad would understand that, wherever he was. The moment Larent dropped out of hyperspace, he knew they were in trouble. There were too many stars, and Cerulean was too far away. A'Sharad Hett was in the co-pilot seat next to Sasha. His mangled arm was still bound against his chest and the painkillers made his head swim with every sharp motion. But he still lunged forward against his crash webbing and tried to make out what was happening in the far distance where Cerulean's broad rings spun on their diagonal axis around the flame-colored world. They must have an interdiction filled up, Pavan said behind him. The cockpit was absolutely crammed with people. I-5, Den, Altus, and Ash were all stuffed into the space behind Hett's chair. Checking scanners now, Sasha reported. But I bet you're right. I'm trying to comm system, Hett said, though he could only do so much with one hand. I'm getting nothing. We're still being jammed. What about main sensors? Altus asked. Can we find out what's happening at the planet? Hold on, I'm getting something now. Sasha chewed her lip. I'm reading capital ships. Big one. Definitely a brawl going on out there. What ships? Hett pressed. I'm getting one group with an interdictor and 3 destroyers. 1 Venator class, 1 Vicstar, one of those new Empires. What else? There's another group. It looks like they're pinned down in Cerulean's lower orbit. I'm getting an assault carrier. Madrisk had muttered under his breath. Some kind of Techo Union battleship. Slake. And another destroyer, Vitry class. That's her? He pounded the console with his good fist. That's fine. Can we get there faster? Jax asked. We're already at full sublight. We won't hit the planet's orbit for another hour, Sasha said. What'll we do when we get there? Den asked. Nobody had an answer for that, but it didn't matter. Forward was the only direction they could go. They crossed beneath the curve of Cerulean's rings in one straight line, Empire Star in the center, a sail on its port flank, Starwind on starboard. The enemy fleet was there to meet them. Valediction hung slightly back, while Leveler and Freedom Song lurched forward along with the 2 remaining support ships, 1 gunship and 1 museum piece, a Corellian corvette painted in old judicial scarlet. Standing on Empire Star's bridge between Dodana and Jarek, Admiral Grant ordered, Starwind and a sail, move forward on Freedom Song. That will put a sail in front of our firing axis, Dodana reminded him. And block us from signs? Grant nodded. The man seemed intent on drawing out a confrontation, and Dodana knew there was nothing he could do to stop him. He glanced at Jarek, wondering if the High Inquisitor's force powers were making much needed sense out of this brawl, but the Bind Man's expression was both frustrated and distant, as though he was distracted by something much further away. As ordered, the other 2 destroyers pressed forward. Dodana watched the battle begin through the forward viewport, now filled with the swelling gaseous swirls of Cerulean's outer atmosphere. A sail cut sharply across Empire Star's bow while Starwind began firing on Freedom Song with his forward batteries. Leveler adjusted heading and began to attack a sail, while the 2 smaller support ships dropped back to Valediction. Turbolaser fire lit up Slake's front and port side shields. The ship stopped its charge and tried to pivot so it could deliver broadside volleys at both ships, while Leveler settled on Assel's tail. The destroyer was taking fire on both its fore and aft shields, which meant it wasn't going to last long. Neither was Slake. Even as Freedom Song attempted to deliver broadsides against 2 targets at once, its shields started to overload. Starwind fired a volley of concussion missiles whose red trails slipped past the flickering particle shields and impacted. Geysers of flame tore open the hull. A sail shunted power to her aft shields to deflect Leveler, while increasing forward fire. Then Freedom Song's engine module exploded. Heads of fire seemed to race up the spine of the ship, consuming whole module after module, until they'd wrapped the bow in a dazzling spiral of flame. Dodonna's breath caught as he watched the blaze consume Slake's flagship until there was only scorched metal left. Cheers went off across the bridge, but Empire Star's captain shouted them down. Even as Freedom Song's black smoldering husk began to fall toward Cerulean, Valediction was surging forward. At last, Dodonna heard Grant snarl behind him. At last. As Sign watched Freedom Song burn, she felt like all her hopes were burning with it. She thought, going to meet Grant's charge, that Freedom Song, Valediction, and Leveler could tackle each of Grant's 3 capital ships one by one. She hadn't been expecting the sudden turn of the Venator-class destroyer and the 2-to-1 crushing of Freedom Song. Now Slake was dead. The last 2 ships he commanded, Black Dancer and Scarlet Thranta, charged on the Venator without being ordered. Madrisk was already pounding the ships aft. Slake's 2 little escort ships, hungry for revenge as she was, began attacking his bridge. Guns, Sign ordered, open fire. Valediction shuddered as her forward batteries unleashed wave after wave of green energy on the destroyer's starboard side. It shunted its shields to meet the barrage, but they were already straining under Leveler's attack. A series of explosions tore through the hull, and Black Dancer landed a well-placed concussion missile barrage that impacted on the ship's dual command towers, tearing them open and spilling fire and debris into space. The flaming destroyer's engines failed, and it began to tumble toward the planet in Freedom Song's wake. That brought a half-hearted cheer from Sign's crew, ended immediately when the other Victory-class destroyer began firing broadsides against their port shields. Pull forward, Sign ordered. After Grant. After him. It was 2 capital ships against 2. Valediction and Starwind were the same class of ship, and, statistically, even matches. Grant's Empire Star was twice as big and 3 times and well armed as Leveler, but it didn't matter. She's fought this far against impossible odds, and Octavian Grant was in her sights. Not even a Voltan was urging caution now. As they pressed forward, surging past the dead destroyer, Black Dancer fell back to engage the other Victory class. With their leader gone, Slake's people seemed to have lost all fear of death. The gunship unloaded her entire payload of missiles on the destroyer's forward shields, followed by a wave of laser blasts. The shields absorbed the projectiles but not the energy weapons, and plasma bursts tore through the ship's side and ignited the magazines of its port weapon batteries. Twisted metal, flame, and unlucky crewmen gushed out into space even as the forward gun batteries kept firing. Black Dancer's shields finally collapsed, and the gunship vanished in a burst of white-hot light. The crippled destroyer struggled to keep up. Valediction, Leveler, and brave little Scarlet Thranta pressed ahead toward the waiting gray diamond of Grant's flagship. Nisil Nam's blue holo flickered over the Communicadion's console as he said, "Engines at 75% general. We're falling out of firing range." "Keep up the best you can," Dodonna told him. "We're going to need you." "Nisil, can you hold out against Sign?" Even through the static he sounded weary. "We'll do our best," Dodonna said. "Keep fighting, Captain. That's an order." "Anything for you, General," Nisil Nam said, and the holo flickered off. Dodonna looked around the bridge. You could see the tension in everyone's faces as they watched Sign's 2 ships looming up ahead. If they were anything like Dodonna, they were probably trying to understand how an easy route had turned into a brutal fight to survive. Grant was down by helm control, crouching low to give orders to the lieutenants in the crew pit. Then he stood up, and moved over to another station with ease and languor, like they weren't about to grapple with his nemesis with odds against them. Dodonna was starting to wonder if the man hadn't simply gone mad. As for Jarek, he was still standing by the tactical console, forehead wrinkled in consternation. Dodonna walked over to the Inquisitor and said, "Can you do anything to help us, Lord Jarek?" "Anything at all." Jarek tilted his head to face him, to look at him with those sightless eyes. "There are Jedi here." "With sign?" "You said there weren't." "They're out there." Jarek stabbed a finger toward the back of the bridge. "You mean they're somewhere else in the system?" "Yes. And I think they are just the ones I'm looking for." Without further explanation, Jarek stalked, probably to order the launch of some fighter expedition. Grant, meanwhile, was over at the comm station and didn't seem to care what Jarek was doing on his ship. Up ahead, Valediction and Leveler had passed out from beneath the veil of Cyrillion's rings and were almost in firing range. Dodonna was starting to think he was the one going mad. Then the deck lurched as Empire's star began to pivot away from the planet. The viewport panned away from Sign's ships, from Starwind, from the swirling planet and its shimmering rings. "Admiral, what are we doing?" Grant staggered back to the comm station. "We're letting Sign chase us," Grant said. He almost sounded happy. "Is the interdictor going to fight with us?" Grant shook his head. "Trust me, General." The man really had gone mad. If they charged forward, brought Sign to a halt and given Nisil a chance to take her from behind, they might have chanced, but the interdictor couldn't brawl as well as a Vic Star, even a damaged one. "Admiral," the tactical officer reported, "she's coming after us. All 3 ships." "Very good. Come, tell Closed Fist to drop her interdiction field." "What?" Dodonna gaped. "We're escaping." Grant just looked at him and smiled. "The drag field's gone." Sasha bleated. Hett lurched forward in his seat. "Can we jump to the planet?" "I can try a micro jump, I think." "Why did they drop it?" Jax asked behind them. "Is Grant running?" It seemed impossible, but Hett couldn't see any other option. By some miracle combination of luck and tactical brilliance, Sign had winnowed Grant's fleet down to 2 destroyers, one of them crippled and slow. Now both Leveler and Valediction stood ready to tackle his flagship head-on. "Got it," Sasha cried. The stars in their viewport stretched long, turned the world white, then turned back to stars a half-second later. The fiery marble of Cyrillion exploded in front of them, as did Grant's massive star destroyer. When Hett tried to work the comm system again, Jax gasped. He looked up just in time to see 4 more star destroyers wink into real space, 3 venators and 1 smaller, broader vessel with a bow split open like the mandibles of an insect. He'd only seen that kind of ship once before, at Pavan. Then Sasha said, "Incoming fighters." The voice said crisp and clear over Empire Star's bridge loudspeaker, "This is Captain Griff of the Star Destroyer Majesty, reporting as ordered." "Very good, Captain," Grant said loud enough for the whole deck to hear. "I'm glad you could make it." "What are your orders, Admiral?" "What do you think?" Grant smiled. "Destroy them all." "With pleasure, sure." As soon as the connection clicked off, Dodonna spun on Grant. "Who is that?" "One of my officers from the Rendelian Sector Fleet," Grant said. "Why didn't you call him before?" "I didn't need him before." Dodonna's mind spun through all those dead ships, all those thousands of dead crewmen. All of this, just to draw out Sign. "She used her trick too soon, General. I kept mine for last." In an instant, it was over. Bitter certainty washed over Jareth's Sign and laid bare her mistake. They always said she was cold, but she wasn't. She let white-hot anger, the need for revenge, overtake her better judgment. Now 4 new star destroyers were rushing to overtake her. Grant's flagship swung to face her, and the final destroyer was limping up from behind, cutting off the only place she could run. In that moment, as she stood on the bridge amidst the panicked crew, the wailing alarms, she knew that everything she had done had come to nothing. And then she remembered what she should have never forgotten in the heat of anger. "Sergeant," she barked into her comlink. Are you there? Sergeant. I'm with Jadesi, she replied. What happened? Get to the shuttle. Now. Sergeant didn't ask questions, didn't hesitate. Cyan could hear her daughter wailing as the other women took her out of her crib. It was probably the last sound she'd ever hear Jadesi make. What about you? Sergeant asked. She wanted to sprint for the bridge as fast as she could, but she couldn't ask Sergeant to wait. The interdiction field is down. Get the shuttle and run. Go to Dorning space. I'll find you if I can. I'll do it. And Jerevith Sergeant's voice cracked. After all the years they shared, there was too much to say. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you for everything. Cyan turned off the comlink. Then she turned to see Thizon Yemen standing 2 meters away from her, staring at her. His expression was strangely calm, even as the battle raged around them, even as death crept ever closer. I have people I need to protect, Cyan said defensively. If you didn't, you wouldn't be here, Yemen said calmly. None of us would. You're not afraid. Are you? Fear was one of those things her father had taught her to lock away so it couldn't mess with the rest of her. She'd gotten pretty good at it, but not perfect. Yes, she admitted. I am. But you will fight, even knowing the odds. I always have. He gave a soothing smile. Then you're in good company. The 4 new destroyers were charging in fast from the port side. They'd be within firing range of Leveler in minutes. Up ahead, Empire Star was turning to show her broadsides. And Scarlet Thranta was shooting past Valediction's bow, right toward Grant's ship. Cyan hurried over to the comm station and told Wells, get me that ship. Now. She's already hailing you, madam. Audio only. To my comlink, she ordered and fished hers back out. Scarlet Thranta, state your intent. Are you running? Doesn't look like we'll make it, said the corvette's captain. Cyan couldn't remember his name. State your intent. This was Slake's first command back when he was a judicial. We figure it deserves a send-off he'd be proud of. The red glow of his thrust engines blazed in front of Empire Star. The destroyer was already unloading his batteries, but the corvette was a small and nimble target. We'll slow him down for you, madam. Scarlet Thranta, out. The line went dead. Cyan stared ahead. Everyone did. The whole bridge watched in silence as Scarlet Thranta slammed right into Empire Star's forward shields. The force of impact tore through the energy barrier and sheared the corvette to pieces. Debris shot like bullets and ripped holes through the destroyer's bow. Cheers went up. Cyan almost joined them, but Will's hand grabbed her forearm. Madam, he said, a call from Madras. Put him on. The captain appeared as a flickering holo above Will's console. He snapped a salute and said, looks like they just gave you an opening, madam. An opening for revenge. An opening for escape. She had to take it either way. The confusion alone should be enough for Sajin and Jadesi to escape. We'll try to hold off the other destroyers, he said, and they both knew what it meant. She said, die well, Avid. He nodded. There wasn't anything else to say. The holo flickered off. She turned to command the helm to fire all forward thrusters, but a Voltan was already on it. She looked over her shoulder and saw Thizon Yemen, standing tall in the center of the bridge, an island of calm and even confidence. She understood how this man had gotten so many beings to follow him. Just maybe they would follow him still. She could hear the distant engines groan as Valediction shot forward. If he'd had anything in his stomach, A'Sharad Hett would have thrown it up already. Sasha was hurling Larenth into a mad series of twists and spirals to avoid the TIE fighters that had come roaring at them. Den was practically hugging the back of her pilot's chair, and Jax gripped the back of Hett's with both hands. Hett barely noticed any of it. He was leaning over the comm system, trying desperately to hail Valediction. Jerevith, are you there? He shouted, Valediction, respond. The ship rocked. Sasha swore and said, that one got through our shields. Did it damage any systems? Jax asked. I don't know, she grimaced and jerked the control yoke. I'm kinda too busy to check. Behind them Altis muttered, I can feel him. He knows we're here. Bleeded Den. Jarek. They said he was coming for us at Pracketh. A pair of Y-wings from one of the rebel ships whipped past and picked off one of the ties. Larenth pulled a sharp turn, forcing the other tie to slow. One of the Y-wings clipped its solar panel with its turret gun and sent the crippled fighter spiraling into deep space. We have to get closer. Hett snapped. If we get closer, we're going to pick up more fighters. Den said. No! We need to get closer. Hett pounded the comm system with his fist. Valediction. Valediction. Suddenly a scratched voice said, That you, sir? It was a voice he'd heard 1,000,000 times, a clone's voice. Wells, is she there? One sec. A wash of static drowned out Wells. Hett punched the console again, so hard his hand hurt, and told Sasha just a little more. Suddenly a tiny blue light sprung up in front of him. He found himself staring at a flickering, distortion-marred image of a young woman with a stern pale face above an embroidered uniform collar and a pair of epaulets. A sad smile softened that face, and she said, Hello, A'Sharad. Red lights flashed and alarms wailed as damage reports bounced back and forth across the bridge. Jan Dodonna held tight onto the tactical console as the ship shuddered once more. Through the forward viewport, he could see Leveler charge to meet Griff's ships. The hail of turbo laser fire from all 4 vessels quickly overwhelmed it. Leveler was attempting a suicidal ram of the lead destroyer when its engines exploded and a fireball consumed the entire ship. Nobody on the bridge cheered or even noticed. We lost the forward missile magazine. Someone shouted. More hull breaches. Somebody else said. 80% of the atmospheric shields are holding. Seal off all compartments for the hangar. The ship's captain ordered. Engines, report. Still functioning, sir. Dodonna spun on Admiral Grant, who stood in the center of the bridge with his hands clenched at his sides, staring at the approaching white wedge of valediction. Admiral, he said, we have to fall back. Now. Not again, Grant snarled. Not again. He grabbed the Admiral by one shoulder and shook him. We can't defend like this. We have to pull back. Then someone from the comm station called, Admiral. It's Captain Nam. Jervith. Hett jerked forward as far as his crash webbing would allow. You have to get out. Now. Grant is on that ship. I can't take him. She insisted. Valediction was charging the big Star Destroyer, now smoldering from hangar to bow. The new destroyers were cutting in toward her flank, but they slowed to maneuver around Leveler's fiery wreckage. If Sign could break Grant's ship, they could escape into hyperspace. All of them. And he knew how much she wanted to destroy Octavian Grant. A'Sharad. She said. Run. Go to door. There was a surge of static, blurring her image and obscuring her words. No! Hett shouted and punched the console yet again. Come back. And Sajin. Sign was saying. Whatever happens to me, you have to. Another burst of static. He said, Jervith, listen to me. Don't stay on the bridge. Get to the escape pods. We'll pick you up. Her image resolved again. Just hold on, A'Sharad. We'll be clear in a minute. What happened to Jadesi? Where's our daughter? I sent. The connection broke again. Hett snarled at Sasha. Take us in. Closer. Lots of hot light out there, she grimaced. A storm of green turbolaser blasts that was starting between Valediction and Grant's ship. I don't care if we get burned. Take us closer. He hit the comm system again. Look. Jack stabbed a finger between them. Hett looked out the viewport and saw a second Vixstar surging up from behind Valediction. Sign hung over the comm console, repeated A'Sharad's name, praying the signal would come back and his holo-image would flicker to life in front of her again. Instead, she felt a Voltan's hand press on her shoulder. She looked back and saw a grim face. They're coming up from behind us, he said. The last destroyer. She'd forgotten about it entirely. She looked across the bridge at the tactical display. One red wedge was almost upon theirs. Spread our shields out, she said. Block their fire. Madam, they haven't opened guns. Cold realization took her. Before she could say anything, a blue holo jumped to life above the console once more. Jervith, his broken image said, get to an escape pod. Now. Oh, A'Sharad, she breathed. I am so sorry. Hurry. I loved you so much. Her chest felt tight and her vision blurred. She felt cold water run down one cheek. Take care of our daughter. The bridge shook. The holo died. Someone cried, they're coming in on our starboard side. All guns fire. A Voltan called. It wouldn't do any good. Sign placed both hands on the shoulders of her comm officer, bent low, and told Wells, thank you for your service, Lieutenant. Wells looked at her, blinked the dark eyes that shared by a million men but still his own, and said, thank you for the opportunity, madam. Sign straightened. The bridge shook again. She looked across the chaos to see Thizan Yemen, immovable in the center of the bridge. She blinked, her vision clear, and his eyes met hers. He didn't say anything, didn't even change his expression, but somehow he gave her strength. She turned to the forward viewport and saw Grant's flagship sitting so close, so infuriatingly far away, and wondered what her father's last sight had been before he died. Starman's bow tore into Valediction's starboard side, bursting through shields and shearing through layers of durasteel. Their hulls scraped and tore into one another, until Starwin's tip collided with the forward missile magazine and Valediction's bow. The chain of explosions tore through both ships, igniting more weapon caches, until the firestorm finally reached Valediction's main power core. The resulting fireball swallowed both ships and flared so bright everyone on Empire Star's bridge covered their eyes and turned their heads. Everyone except Vice Admiral Octavian Grant. He stood with one hand pressed against the transparent steel of the forward viewport, squinting stubbornly into the inferno, savoring every flash of light and burst of flame and flailing chunk of twisted, blackened metal. He felt like he had passed through a door and left the rest of his life behind him, all the plotting and tricks, all the tactical gambles, all the failures. They belonged to another man. Staring at her pyre, he realized that Gregor Sign's little waif had been the most capable enemy he'd ever faced. He took his hand off the transparent steel, clacked his heels together, and snapped a salute. He held it for 1 second, 2, 3. Then, solemnly, he lowered his hand to his side. She deserved that much anyway. It took forever for the fire of 2 star destroyers to burn out, but when it dimmed enough so that it no longer stung his eyes, he turned to see the rest of his bridge. General Dodonna was taking his hand away from his face, finally, and peering at the smoldering wreckage with abject horror. High Inquisitor Jarek, who hadn't needed to hide his face at all, wasn't even paying attention to the explosion. He was accosting a tactical lieutenant who looked incredibly confused about some topic Grant neither knew nor cared to know. He turned away from them all, back to face the burning ships, to savor the end of it all. A'Sharad Hett screamed a horrible wordless wail. Jax and I-5 lurched forward to retrain him before his agonized flailing broke something in the cockpit, or worse, mangled his bad arm even more. Hett was a huge man and a Jedi Master besides, so I shrunk like the coward I am against the far wall behind Satch's chair. Our pilot was already spinning us away from the planet and setting course for who cared where. As Jax and I-5 hooked arms around Hett's shoulder and pinned him to the chair, I asked her, when do we leave the gravity well? Sasha eyed her console. Right about now. She reached for the level to fire the hyperdrive but froze. I snapped, what's wrong? Nav computers criffing down. Sasha snarled. When they winged us they must have messed up our systems. Who cares? Micro jump. Just get us out of here. I can't, not here. She waved a hand at the tightly packed old stars of the Cornashed cluster. She was right. A blind jump here was liable to get us fried instantly. Beside us, Jax and I-5 had finally managed to subdue the raging Hett. The big man was pressed back in his chair, chest heaving for air, gleaming tear trails running down between the black tattoo lines on his face. I had no idea what kind of anguish he was going through then. I didn't even know he had a wife and child until a minute ago. And right then, sorry to say, I didn't really care. I-5, I said. Can you fix the nav comp? 5 was still leaning over Hett with one arm hooked around his shoulder. When I asked the question, he stared at me, just stared, like I was speaking a totally foreign language, until I remembered his Astromech Incarnation's explosive suicide run at Pracket. Then Master Alta said, I may be able to help. I'd almost forgotten the old guy was there. He squeezed himself between Sasha and Hett's seats, stretched out his arm, and placed his hand on the console, right over Sasha's nav computer. Then he closed his eyes. I stared at him. So did Sasha and Jax and I-5. You've got to be kidding me, I said. Sasha glanced at her sensor console. We've got a bunch of ties coming after us. If your magic trick's gonna work, old man, it's gotta work now. Altus didn't say anything, but I could see his brows scrunched together in concentration. Does that even work? I-5 asked, half in disbelief and half in wonder. How can you use the Force to talk to machines? We looked at Jax for an answer, but he looked as perplexed as we were. Then something chimed on Sasha's console. She whooped and said, Nav comp's back online. Where you want to go? Any place safe, I told her. Master Altus withdrew his hand from the console and stepped to the back of the cockpit. Jax and I-5, they stared at him in awe, but me, I was looking straight ahead when the starlines jumped to infinity and flung us far, far away. Chapter 19. Against all odds we'd survived, but there was no joy in it, no victory. After we fled Cerulean, we found ourselves in a void. All of our friends and allies were dead. We had no home, no refuge, no direction or purpose. The weight of so much nothing felt overwhelming to me then. The Jedi, though, had been through all of that once already. After Cerulean, I think I understood them better than ever before. Once Cerulean was behind them, they had to pick up the pieces. Larenth was a small ship, and the new arrivals made it feel suddenly cramped. The new Jedi gathered in the main hold to speak quietly. Scout was keeping guard outside the hatch to Hannah Ding's makeshift prison cell. Sasha had retreated to her cabin to check on Magash, and Jax decided to pay her a visit first. The Zabrak woman lay face up on the bottom bunk. Sasha was perched on a stool next to her, had just changed her back to bandages, and was fetching a bottle of water. Magash was conscious but clearly weak. Jax crouched next to her bed and touched her good shoulder. Her severed one faced the bulkhead. Hey, Magash, he said, you hear me? Without turning her head, she said, I can't. I want to thank you. She blinked but kept staring at the bunk above her. Thank me for what? For putting up one hell of a fight. What do you think? I failed, she said. I let my guard down and... You didn't fail, Sasha interjected. You took on 2 Inquisitors by yourself. That's a hell of a lot more than I could have done. I failed, Magash rasped. A warrior does not. You saved my life. Sasha jabbed a thumb against her chest. If that's failure, well, I guess I don't mean a lot to you. Magash closed her eyes. I didn't mean it like that. Jack said, Magash, everyone on our team got in and out alive. And we got the prisoners. Yes, some of us got hurt bad, but we honestly came out of that better than I expected. Especially seeing as how the whole damn thing was a trap set by Vader. Magash didn't argue. Her chest rose and fell slowly. She almost looked asleep, but Jax knew she wouldn't drift off like that. The Zabrak woman would cling to consciousness just for the sake of being stubborn. We need to get her to a hospital, Sasha said. She needs blood and fluids, not to mention a new arm. Magash's eyes popped open. No. What do you mean, no? I do not need a new arm. Magash, Jack said, it won't be hard to fix you a new one. Prosthetics these days are. No. She almost snarled. I lost my arm because I failed. I won't cover it up by grafting on some droid appendage. What are you going to do instead? Sasha asked. Just learn to live with one arm. Yes, Magash said firmly. Sasha sighed and looked like she wanted to argue, but Jack steadied her with a hand on her shoulder. We can talk about this later. Right now Magash just needs to rest. What about a hospital? Jack sighed. Right now we're just hanging in space. There's not many places we can go in the Cornash cluster. We'll have to figure out something else. Do you think Magash will be okay for a while? I am recovering already, Magash said. Jax just looked at Sasha. The woman looked hesitant, but nodded. Jax rose to his feet. Okay. I'll let you know when we get a game plan. When he walked back to the hold, he saw Ash Jarvi and Kina Ha, but no Jin Altis. When Jax asked after the man, Ash simply pointed toward the cockpit. He found Altis and I-5 inside. 5 was in the pilot's seat, Altis in the co-pilot's. They'd been facing the bright starfield and seemed to have been talking quietly, but when Jax entered, they immediately went silent. No need to stop on my account, he said. I-5 looked back and said, "Oh, sorry. I didn't know who it was." Jax leaned between them with an arm against each chair. What were you talking about? I-5 looked hesitant. Altis said, I was trying to determine what sort of marvel this man is. Man, not droid. It took a lot of people a long time to start thinking that way about I-5, but Altis had picked it up immediately. Jax liked him already. I-5 is special, Jax agreed. Can you feel him in the Force? I can, Altis nodded. It's a unique sensation, but as strong as many non-Jedi sentients I've met. No Jedi powers for me then, 5 said. What a pity. Jax couldn't tell if he was actually disappointed or just being sarcastic. He asked, Master Altis, I've never heard of anything like I-5 before. Droids don't have midichlorians. They should be able to touch the Force. But 5 has. We both sense it. You're trying to wrap your mind around it, Altis smiled wryly. I haven't made much progress. You have been busy, I-5 chimed. Still, Jax told Altis, I was wondering if you could help. Altis sighed and stretched his long arms. My little trick took you by surprise, didn't it? What did you do? I talked to the nav computer and convinced it to start working again. With the Force. That's right. He talked like it was as simple as picking up rocks. I've never heard of that. I mean, I knew some Jedi in the temple who had a certain, say, mechanical aptitude, but never anyone who could actually talk to machines. There are many ways of using the Force they don't teach in the temple. Altis smiled. I've heard that. You let your Jedi marry and have children. That's right. The smile faded. Does that bother you? No. Jax looked down at his boots. I had a lover. For a time? And she died. The man was too perceptive. It was very hard for me. Perhaps you should talk to Master Hett. I think he needs any help he can get right now. Talking with Hett was going to be difficult, and not just because he, too, had lost a lover. The man had questions about Darth Vader, and right now Jax Pavan was the only Jedi in the galaxy who knew the answer. I-5 asked, where did you learn to interact with machines? An old friend. Altis smiled softly. She's actually much better at it than I am. Jax noted the present tense. Is she a Jedi Master? Yes, but not one who hung around the temple much. She, too, found it constraining. I tried to pass her methods on to my students. Like any Force skill, some were better at it than others. There was one woman in particular who was better than anyone else. Her potential, I thought, was just extraordinary. His voice went soft. But she's gone now. I'm sorry, Jack said. There's been so much loss. Altis sighed. It can be hard to keep going. Where are we going? I-5 interjected. I mean, this view is pretty nice, but we have hurt people. They need medical attention. Jax looked to Altis. I was wondering if you could help us with that, Master. Call me Jen, please, he waved a hand. Scout said your people are scattered all over the galaxy. There must be a place where we can meet up with them and get Magash and Hett the attention they need. My people are always on the move. I don't even know where most of them are. It's safer that way. Still, Altis looked thoughtful. I know where some of them went, and I know a place that can handle our medical needs. Then let's go. I'll need to make a call first. Tell them we're coming. Of course. A little smile came back to his face. They are, in fact, hiding with that old friend I just mentioned. She was never part of my herd exactly, but we never lost touch. I sent some of my people to hide with her. Fantastic, Jack said. Tell us where to go, and we'll set course. Altus took a deep breath and said, Naboo. Jax blinked. I-5 said, Are you criffing kidding me? Not at all, said Altus. I recommend we set course for Naboo right now. Naboo is Palpatine's homeworld, Jax reminded him. Palpatine is on Coruscant now. He hasn't been back to Naboo in years. But that place is full of New Order loyalists. It has to be. Every planet has its zealots, but Naboo also has a culture that values youth, creativity, originality, and those things the Empire wants to stamp out. At the same time, it also has a love of tradition, and the New Order is many things, but not traditional either. Most importantly, Thracia has powerful allies protecting her on Naboo. What kind of allies? Queen Apalena herself. Oh, Jax couldn't think of anything to say. I-5 made a throat-clearing noise and said, Well, let's set course for Naboo, then. And I'll make a call. Altus turned to the Communications console. Give just me a moment to recall Thracia's encryption key. I'm sure I haven't forgotten it. Jack said, By the way, Master. Jen, he said. Yes, sorry? What, as Cerulean you said you could feel whoever was coming after us. Altus' shoulders slumped. Yes, I could. I don't suppose you ever met Master Jarek. He left the Republic before the Clone Wars even started. He was a Jedi. Yes. He's Palpatine's man now. But he spent a short time on Chuantha once. Another unconventional Jedi. I-5 asked. Quite. Altus' face darkened at the memory. He didn't believe in Master Yoda's rules against attachment, which I took for a good sign. Then I realized he didn't believe in a lot of other rules a Jedi should. He didn't stay with us long. Did you warn the Temple about him? Jax asked. Believe it or not, I did. I don't know if they took me seriously. This was right before Jarek left for the unknown regions, so they probably couldn't have done anything if they wanted to. And now he's after us. In addition to Vader, I-5 crossed his arms over his chest. This keeps getting better and better. Don't worry, Thracia can't keep us safe, Altus said, but there was doubt in his eyes. Scout sat directly on top of the hatch. Hannah hadn't tried to push it open and crawl out of the storage room, where they locked her. Scout could feel her presence beneath, closed off but leaking confusion and anger, and that meant Hannah could feel hers too, but neither girl said a thing. She didn't know long she'd been sitting there when Kinaha stepped into the hallway. The Caminon was too tall for Laren, and had to walk the ship with her long neck perpetually bent down. When she lowered herself to sit cross-legged and could finally stretch her neck straight. You've been here for a while? Kinaha said softly. Scout nodded. She didn't think Hannah would be able to hear them if they kept their voices down, but she wasn't entirely sure. You need food, the Caminon said. Liquids. Sleep. All of the above, Scout admitted, but she didn't stand. I will watch over her while you're gone. Thanks, but I'd rather stay here. You feel responsible for bringing her aboard? Pretty much, Scout admitted. You probably didn't need the Force to tell you that. There are a number of Jedi here who can watch her until we reach our destination. Do we have one? Kinaha lowered her voice. We are going to Naboo. The name meant two things. First, it was Palpatine's homeworld. Second, it was a place where some of the Altesian Jedi had scattered after Bavanire. She'd never gotten a chance to know that group well, as they left right after she joined Altus. Jin has a friend there, doesn't he? Thracia Cholim? Kinaha nodded. I've heard of her, Scout frowned. Didn't she leave the Jedi Order? Thracia was always an independent thinker. Like Jin then. Scout smiled a little. It sounds like you know her. I remember her fondly. You like independent Jedi, don't you? When you've lived as long as I have, Scout, every other kind gets a little boring. It seems like those are the only ones left. Jax Pavan feels like the most straight and narrow Jedi I've met since Order 66. She thought of Arligan Z and added, the only one still left anyway. Jin feels the Order brought doom on itself, that it was too rigid and ascetic, that it cut itself off from the true nature of the Force and enslaved itself to a corrupt government. I know. I've heard all that before. Kina Ha didn't ask if she agreed. Scout was glad, because she still didn't know. Are you sure you don't want to break from guard duty, Scout? Not right now. Would you like to talk to the prisoner? Scout blinked. I thought someone else was planning on questioning her. No one else seems to be lined up for the job. Do you want to question her? I mean, if anyone can find out if she's telling the truth, it's you, right? Can't you do one of those mind meld things, like at Bavanire? Only if the other person wills it, and I don't think she would. But you were her friend, correct? Friend was hardly the word Scout would use. For most of her time as a Padawan, Hannah had been a haughty face, a disdainful sneer. Scout would have called her a rival, but Hannah had always been much better than her at pretty much every lesson the masters put them through. We were in the temple together, Scout admitted. I thought she'd been killed like the other Padawans. I could almost, forget all our differences when I thought she was dead. But she's been helping Vader. She's helped him kill people, maybe even Jedi. She does seem to be hiding something. I know. What do you think it is? Kina Ha considered, but in the end she simply said, guesses are dangerous right now. We need certainty. Scout sighed. Then someone has to find out. Yes. I guess that someone has to be me. You don't have to do anything, Scout. Yes, I do. That's why I've been sitting here. I just didn't want to admit it. Scout scooted off the hatch and grabbed his handle. You'll help if I'm in trouble, right? That's why I'm here, Kina Ha said. Scout had no doubt the 1,000-year-old Jedi could handle whatever Force tricks Hannah had learned from Vader. Right now there was no one else, not even Altis or Ash, she wanted watching her back. Scout unlocked the hatch and dropped into the dark. It wasn't far to fall, and it wasn't all dark either. One glow lamp shone in the opposite corner of the small chamber. As Kina Ha closed the hatch over her head, she spotted Hannah Ding sitting next to the lamp with her legs pressed against her chest and her head on her knees. Hannah, she said, it's me. Scout. I know, the girl muttered into her lap. Scout took 2 steps closer, which was enough to put her just outside the reach of a kicked-out leg. She crouched down and said, Hannah, we need to talk. The Arcanian girl lifted her head. Scout couldn't read much from her pale eyes, but she felt her suspicion in the Force. What do you want from me? Hannah asked. I don't want anything from you. Everyone wants something. That may be how it is in the Empire. But that's not how it is with Jedi. Are you a Jedi, Hannah? I never was. And neither were you. That prodded an old wound, maybe intentionally. To Scout's surprise, it didn't really hurt. Over the past 2 years, the constant fight to survive had burned away a lot of her old doubts. She might never be a great wise master like Altis or Kina Ha, but she'd come to understand that a Jedi was less something you were than something you did. Do you want to be a Jedi again, Hannah? Because that's what really matters. Nothing I want matters. Scout licked dry lips and said, You're wrong. It's the only thing that does. Master Yoda once told me that the universe was this dark, cold, awful place, and as Jedi we all have one choice to make. We can be dark and cold and awful, or we can be a little candle holding back the night. We just have to choose. Hannah's eyes narrowed. What happened to you, Scout? You used to be a lot more timid. You know what happened? It happened to you too? No. What happened to me was different. Don't pretend you understand what it's like in there, training with those street rats and thugs in the Inquisitorius. Most of them would never have been led into the temple. Vader and Palpatine, they're just grabbing anyone Force sensitives and making them into glorified cannon fodder. They make you do awful things, terrible things, just to survive. Hannah's voice wavered. Scout knew they were getting to the crux of it. What else did they make you do, Hannah? I told you. They made me help hunt down the Whiplash leaders. You said you chased down Pole House? That's right. Hannah's barrier seemed to get higher, like she was trying to hide something from herself as well as Scout. What happened to Pole House, Hannah? She didn't answer. Those pale eyes were staring into nothing. What happened? Scout tried to send warm feelings to her, encourage and trust. Hannah's whole body trembled, and she said, I chased him. I chased him all the way to this catwalk. We had him cornered. So he just jumped. She'd already said that. She told it to people who had known and trusted House, who grieved his loss. She was still hiding something. What happened then? I grabbed him. With the Force, I grabbed him, and I started pulling him up. Her pale eyes squeezed shut. He took out a gun and shot himself in the head. She lowered his forehead to her knees again. She was still breathing deep. Scout could feel the pain of vivid memory emanating off of her through the Force. And yet, somehow, Scout knew there was more. Scout asked, what happened after that, Hannah? When she didn't reply, Scout said, you captured someone too. Shilmafine, wasn't it? What happened to her? The walls were crumbling inside Hannah. The pain was coming through. Memory was hurting Hannah and it would hurt Scout too, but she had to get to the truth. Hannah, she pressed, what happened to Shilmafine? I killed her, Hannah croaked. Vader tore her mind open. He learned everything and he made her call Pavan and pull him into the trap. Then he made me kill her. I reached out with the Force and crushed her throat. Hannah didn't speak and didn't pick her head up. Her shoulders trembled, but Scout couldn't hear her crying. All she could feel through the Force was a flood of regret. When it became clear there was nothing else Hannah could say, Scout rose to her feet, reached up, and rapped her knuckles on the bottom of the hatch door. Kinaha opened the hatch. Scout jumped out. Once she was out, Kinaha closed and locked the hatch. As Scout watched the elegant Kamino, she remembered the first time they'd met, by chance, in the lower halls of the Jedi Temple during the Order's last awful night. It seemed to Scout then that only chance had saved her from Hannah Ding's fate. When the hatch was locked, Kinaha turned the bottomless black of her eyes on Scout, expectant. Now we know, Scout said. Laranth was a small ship, and there were not many places where a man could be alone with his grief. For A'Sharad Hett, that place was Jax Pavan's personal quarters. He sat on the floor for a long time, back against the wall, staring at opposite bulkhead, feeling nothing. Images ran through his head, the bright fiery death of valediction, the static marred holo of Sign in her dress uniform, the way Jadesi's face scrunched when she cried, and the way Jerevith's relaxed when she laid down beside him. She'd always seemed so small and fragile, was sleeping so different from her waking self. And again, he heard her last words before the static shattered their transmission. I loved you so much. But in the end, all those things were gone, and he was stranded in a place with no past and no future. He found himself drawn toward memories older than Jadesi, than Sign, than ever the Jedi. He thought of the hot twin sons of Tatooine, and the way he'd watched them burn the dunes. He remembered his father, always brave, always noble, always with him. Life had been simpler then. Gradually, he came to stare at the small potted tree sitting in an alcove near Pavan's bed. It was a gnarled, ugly little thing, but somehow he sensed that Pavan treated it with great reverence. He was still staring at that tree when he heard a chime at the door. He waited, and it chimed again. Dimly, without really trying, he could sense Pavan on the other side. Enter, he said at last. The door opened. Jax Pavan stepped inside, and it closed behind him. He stepped into the center of his room and looked down at Hett. Pavan was trying to think of some way to start a conversation. Hett saved him the trouble. Do you know where we're going? He asked. We've set a course. Where? Pavan took a breath and lowered himself cross-legged in front of Hett, blocking his view of the tree. We've set course for Naboo. Palpatine's homeworld. Master Altus has friends there. He guarantees it's safe. Hett found that he didn't care, not really. They would get to Naboo, and then what? Stay or scatter, hide or run, it didn't matter. There was only one fate that awaited them all, and had been ever since Order 66. Sign had been a way to deny the inevitable, that was all. "You're welcome to stay here as long as you like," Pavan said. He was tentatively edging toward the topic of Sign's death. To his credit, he didn't say he was sorry. Because he felt he had to say something, Hett muttered, "Thank you. If you want to talk, well, I've been through what you're going through right now. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And if you want to talk, I'm here." Hett stared at him and didn't speak. Pavan blew out breath. "I adjusted to make sure you knew that. After Larenth died, I ended up in dark places. I think the only thing that pulled me back was my friends, I5 and Din and the rest. I thought I was alone, but I wasn't. Neither are you." Pavan straightened his legs and started to stand. He was halfway erect when Hett asked, "Who is Darth Vader?" Pavan froze for a tiny second. Then he sat back down. He clasped his hands in front of him, twining fingers. "You know who he is," Hett pressed. "He knows both of us. He was a Jedi, wasn't he?" Pavan looked at his hands, nodded. Pavan's mouth cracked open. He licked dry lips, took a breath, and said, "Anakin Skywalker." And for the second time in a day, A'Sharad Hett's world fell down. It all made sense. Hett had come to know Skywalker well during the Clone Wars. Anakin had even revealed things to him that he'd told no one else. At Argoner, he'd told a man in a wrapped Tusken face mask that his mother had been kidnapped, tortured, and killed by a tribe of sand people. He confessed to slaughtering the entire tribe in revenge, including women and children. That was why A'Sharad Hett had finally removed the mask he'd worn since he was a child. In the ensuing months, Anakin had become something like Hett's unofficial Padawan, while Master Kenobi was missing in action. The young man had been at once brilliant and volatile, prone to anger and violence, but also capable of great compassion and sudden wisdom. Kenobi had probably overlooked the darkness in Anakin because he was a friend, a brother almost. Hett had overlooked it too, even the slaughter of the Tuskens, because they were both boys from Tatooine who had lost their parents to violence. In time, Hett had learned to subdue the desire for revenge against his father's killer and tame the anger inside himself. Anakin had done no such thing. The enormity of it staggered Hett and broke through the emptiness that had enveloped him since Sign's death. He could have told the Jedi Council about what Anakin did after his mother's death. He should have. But instead, he'd seen himself in that troubled young man, and he'd granted Anakin mercy and a second chance. Anakin had taken that second chance and become Darth Vader. Words rattled out of Hett's throat, all of it. Pavan frowned. All of what? Everything that happened, everything he did, the slaughter at the temple, the purge. The creation of the Empire itself. His eyes flicked to Pavan's. It's my fault. All of it. Pavan shook his head. Whatever Anakin did was his choice. You can't. All of it. Hett almost shouted. I knew what Anakin was. He told me about what he'd done, the darkness inside of him, and I looked the other way because that troubled young man from Tatooine had reminded him so much of himself. I could have saved the Jedi Order, the Republic, all of it, he croaked. If I'd only just what? I should have killed him. Conviction came, iron strong. Pavan stared in confusion and horror. I should have killed him on Argoner, right when he told me. I should have killed him, but I didn't, and now everyone. Something slapped across his face like a flat hand. Hett blinked. Pavan was still sitting there, 2 meters away. Everyone knew Anakin had problems, everyone. Not even Yoda or Kenobi could stop him from turning dark. You couldn't have done anything. Pavan didn't understand at all. After all he'd been through the past 2 years, battling Darth Vader, loving and losing, he was still the old kind of Jedi, like Yoda and Kenobi. The kind that had failed. The kind that had gone extinct. As he stared at Jax Pavan, A'Sharad had found the answer to the question he'd been afraid to ask ever since Order 66. He was no longer a Jedi. He was something different. Sign's death had left him stranded in a void, But Pavan's revelation had delivered new purpose. "I'm going to kill Anakin Skywalker," he said. "Late is better than never." Pavan blinked, stared. And then something else came to Hett. A memory, a vision, one man floating in space, his face set in a scowl, so like that of his ancestor. For so long he'd wondered why the Force had sent him that vision. Now, at last, it all made sense. "I have to rid this galaxy of Skywalkers," he said. "All of them." Chapter 20. The story ended suddenly. The man felt like he'd tumbled out of a dream. While he listened, everything the Celestin described had seemed so vivid it was like he was seeing it himself. The eager gleam in Sasha Swiftbird's eye, the fierce lines on A'Sharad Hett's face, the dark hallways of the prison ship, and the great inferno over Cerulean. Then the room fell into silence, and he was dropped right into his chair, staring across the table at the old, tired Celestin. "Is that it?" he said. "That can't be it." "No," the Celestin admitted. "There's a little more to tell." "I want to hear it." The Celestin regarded him wordlessly for a moment, then asked, "Why?" The man blinked. He didn't know why. He didn't even know what he was doing here. He'd been minding his own business in the mid-levels when a couple police deputies came up to him, flashed their badges, and told him he was wanted for questioning. He'd had no choice but to drop into their speeder and ride with them all the way to the station. The sun had been going down as they arrived, and the sky over Galactic City had run a brilliant spectrum of blue to violet to smoldering red gold. He had no idea how much time had passed. It might even be daylight again, though something told him they were still in the middle of a long night. The Celestin's question hung between them. He was forced to admit, "I don't know why. I just do." "Does that seem strange to you?" "Of course it does. But I need to know." "Need to know what?" "What happened to everyone? To Jax Pavan." He was physically aching with that need. The Celestin regarded him again, then sighed. "We've been at this for a while. Aren't you getting tired?" "I'm not," he said, even though he should have been. "Hungry?" "Not really." That was a lie. He didn't want to stop. "Well, I'm both." The Celestin pushed the chair back and rose to his feet. "I need a break." "A break? For how long?" "Don't worry. I want to finish this as much as you do. Stay here. I'll have someone bring you water." The Celestin picked up his cane and hobbled out. The door closed shut behind him. The man remembered what he'd almost forgotten as he listened to the Celestin's tale. He was locked in a police interrogation room in the middle of the night, and nobody had bothered to tell him why. In a normal situation, he'd be pounding at the door and demanding to speak with his attorney. Now, he just wanted the Celestin to come back and finish. He felt like the story was already starting to dissolve like a dream on waking. Not the facts, laid clear through the Celestin's words, but the images. He could no longer remember the shape of Sacha's face or the stern, determined glint that never left Magash's eyes. He tried to see the face of Jax Pavan in his mind's eye, but he got nothing at all. Even when he'd been lost in the dream, he hadn't been able to see it. That was so strange, especially when so many other details were clear. He tried to rationalize the experience and told himself he was drawing on old memories to visualize the story. The Narmiace tree in Pavan's quarters, for example, seemed so vivid because he kept one in his own, and had kept it for many years. The door opened. The man stiffened in his chair as a woman stepped into the room. She was a little on the short side, and had recently hit middle age, though she still moved smoothly, and when she smiled her face seemed young. She placed a small tray in front of the man containing a bowl of soup and a small cup of water. "I figured you need a little something," she said. The soup smelled good to refuse. "Thank you very much," he said. He took the spoon and sipped of some of the steaming liquid. The woman didn't move. She was still standing at the side of the table, looking down at him. He swallowed the soup and said, "Can I do something for you?" The woman blinked, then shook her head. "I just wanted to make sure you're all right." "Oh, I'm all right. Confused as all hell, and now that you've put food in front of me, pretty hungry and tired. But I'm all right." Instead of leaving, the woman sat down in the chair the Celestin had vacated. He noticed that, unlike his first visitor, she wore the white uniform and badge of the Galactic City's Emergency Medical Services. He squinted at the insignia on her breast. "This isn't your district," he said. "I know. And you're a medic, not a cop. I'm taking care of your health. That falls under my job description." She was correct, more or less, but that still didn't explain what she was doing here, or what he was doing here, but somehow he knew they were connected. He swallowed a little more soup and asked, "The guy I've been talking to, Dender, is he a detective?" "Why do you think that?" "He's in plain clothes. That's what I first thought when he came in. But then he started talking about something that happened 30 years ago. Talked on and on and on. Dender isn't a police officer, but you can consider him an associate. Of the police or of you?" She blinked. "Excuse me? I work as a private investigator. I like to think that makes me good at reading people." "Den is a friend," the woman admitted. He leaned forward and looked at that face. Somehow it, too, seemed familiar, though he was certain he'd never seen it before. "How long have you known him?" he asked. "It's been on and off," she admitted. "We've all lived through uncertain times." It was hard to argue with that one. Still, the dream was fading, and his old investigative instinct was kicking in. He opened his mouth to ask another question when the door opened again. The Celestin stopped for a moment in the doorway, then hobbled forward, and let the door lock shut behind him. "Enjoying your meal?" he asked the man. "It's good soup." "I'm glad." He shifted his attention to the woman but didn't say anything. The man lowered his head to sip more soup but kept his eye on them. He thought he saw the woman shake her head slightly. He picked up the bowl, slurped down the rest of the soup, and put it back on the tray. He leaned back in his chair, spread his arms wide, and said, "I'm ready to finish this when you are." "You want to hear the rest that badly?" asked the woman. He did, but he felt obligated to throw in something snarky. "What I want is to find out why you people hauled me off the street for a history lesson. This ending had better be good, otherwise you will be hearing from my lawyer." To his surprise, the Celestin's wide face creased in a smile. The woman got out of her chair and let him take her place. After he set his cane down and lowered himself into the seat, the Celestin looked at her and said, "You can stay or go." "I think I'll stay." "That's fine. Do you want to get a chair?" "I'll be just a minute," the woman said. She left the room but was back quickly, carrying one more metal chair by his back. She saw on an open edge so she could watch both the Celestin and the prisoner. The Celestin gave another of his heavy sighs and clasped his pudgy hands on the tabletop. He said, "We thought Naboo was going to be a refuge, or at least we hoped it. I've said that nothing we did ever went according to plan, and I was bracing myself for something to go wrong on Naboo. Plenty did go wrong, horribly, awfully wrong, but there wasn't just tragedy waiting for us on Naboo. There was also revelation.